And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. I hope you are there with me. The session has started and your company is required. That thing that goes on round about this time, going on exactly at this time. If you are available, come join in what goes on round here. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. Wanna sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana no. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there, the Holy Holy song from the eastern part of Nigeria. So holy, holy, pardon me, as guys, I bring you this. So there is no other news today, really, outside of the news that I'm sure a lot of you already aware of. So this comes as no surprise, but is it nevertheless alarming? This is the thing. It is categorical now and it is factual. It is not new to the space, but it is at odds with the mood of the country. Tinubu announces his running mate, and of course, you all know who that is. But let's build up to it and let's start from the beginning. Masari withdraws as Tinubu's running mate to pave way for Shettima. So, of course, you already know, you don't need me breaking that news to you. Most of you, if not all of you, know that Tinubu has already announced Shettima as his now substantive running mate. But what does this mean is what we're hoping to discuss in the course of this session. Masari withdraws as Tinubu's running mate to pave way for Shettima. So that's the opening salvo, and it goes on from there. Tinubu names Kashim Shettima as his running mate. So he wins that slot. And I want to especially show you this, this image that they use for this headline. So if this fills you with a sense of dread, then you are right to feel that sense of dread, because this is somewhat something that frightens me somewhat. So look at this image and tell me what you feel. So this is signs of things to come, and this is how Nigeria will look under Tinubu. Here it is. So there it is. Look at that. This is what they're, and especially look at the people first. So you also know Governor Zulum. I don't know who this is next to him. Tinubu, you know, Shettima, you know, and I don't know who this is. But unmistakably, the faces that surround this space, Aboki. So that's one thing. But look at the image at the background that has Overlord oversighting them. You know, so that's the Arab oversight right there, and the religion wrapped into that. So this is what you have to look for the future, and there it is. That sense of foreboding, I feel it, but do you? Tinubu named Kashim Shettima as running mate. So there it is, no news, because this has been trailed heavily, and at last we land at that port. But what does that mean for Nigeria and Nigerians? So this is what it means according to Okechukwu. So this is what this announcement means according to Okechukwu. Tinubu Shettima are both moderate Muslims. So no cause for alarm. This is a headline attributed to Okechukwu. So quite who Okechukwu is, we'll find out shortly. But as it stands now, he stands line astride with these people to assure us then that even though we have a Muslim ticket, there will be no beheading in Ikeja Central. So this is it. This is the assurance. Tinubu Shettima are both moderate Muslims. Okechukwu is the person that they are using to sensitize that space. So there it is right there. But are people buying it? Maybe not everyone. You shot yourself in the leg. Nigerians react to Tinubu's choice of Shettima as running mates. So that's somewhat predictable, and you expect to hear that. And if there's anything predictable, you would get no money for betting on this next headline. Muslim lose Muslim tickets. We can't be intimidated. Christian Association of Nigeria tells Tinubu over choice of Shettima as his running mate. So there it is right there. So it's all wrapped up together and it's landed with that space. And this is now Tinubu trying to explain himself. Why I chose Shettima as running mate despite religious concerns. This headline attributed to Tinubu as he attempts to defend the indefensible. So that's the news dominating the headlines. So we spent hopefully a lot of time with that. And then from that, we go on to this. Okorocha accuses Uzodimma of auctioning personal cars and belongings. So that never-ending battle between the looter formerly of Imo State and the looter currently of Imo State fighting over loot stolen from the Imolites. So yeah, you stole what I stole, essentially the narrative here. Okorocha accuses Uzodimma of auctioning personal cars belongings. So there it is right there, and it turns full circle. It turns full circle, but where is this one turning? Our hands are tied. MACHINA should take LAWAN to court. It's INEC speaking, and still that controversy of a man this is still that controversy of a man winning an electoral ticket as guided by the electoral umpire. The electoral umpire signing off that ticket to say that it met their criteria, but powers that be now saying that is not good enough. They don't want the guy, and the guy is now mired in controversy. So what expectation is INEC expecting is the question. Our hands are tied. MACHINA should take LAWAN to court. INEC speaking, so quite what's led to that we'll find out shortly. So a rich and diverse menu. I say rich and diverse. The essential focus of it is on TINUBU, but nevertheless sufficient enough to chew on. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you want to come join me on the screen to discuss any of these points that I've highlighted, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you into a studio space. And as soon as I've finished reading out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. So that's how it works. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So it almost feels odd that we should start a session and go through a session without any mention of Peter Obi. So to the obligatory Peter Obi mention, and here it is.
Yes, it's better than sacrifice.
So there it is right there. The Northerners embrace worship of the Northerners embrace worship of the obedient movement. So let me just do something quickly before we go straight to the readout. So una momento, let me just do a little bit of housekeeping. So something daba daba obe. That's what the Northerners are saying. So whatever that means, I'm sure there are kind words in fellowship with Obi. So I'm just uploading a clip that we'll hopefully watch together in the course of the readout. So let me bring myself back on screen. So there it is. So let me then get just straight to it then. No more dilly-dallying. So here it is, 2023. Masari withdraws as TINUBU'S running mate to pave way for Shettima. So this is the opening salvo. The Katsina State-based politician Ibrahim Masari has stepped down as the All Progressive Congress vice presidential candidate. Masari's name was sent to the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) as the running mate to the APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu in a placeholder capacity on June the 17th. He announced his decision to step down from the role in a letter addressed to the party's national chairman, Abdullahi Adamu, on Sunday. Two members of the APC had last week approached the Federal High Court Abuja to restrain the party from replacing Masari as its vice presidential candidate for the 2023 election. Tinubu had since picked the former Borno State Governor, Kashim Shettima, as his running mate in next year's election. The ex-Lagos State Governor, who confirmed the development to journalists in Daura, Katsina State, said Shettima was picked because of his competence, capacity, reliability, and ability. The letter reads, "This is to inform our esteemed party leaders under our able President Muhammad Buhari, the teaming party members, and the great people of Nigeria of the outcome of a crucial, I beg your pardon." The letter reads, "This is to inform our esteemed party leaders under our able President Muhammad Buhari, teaming party members, and the great people of Nigeria of the outcome of a crucial discussion I just had with the flag bearer of our party, the APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I had the singular honor and privilege of being nominated as the running mate to Asiwaju Tinubu last month after a keenly contested presidential primary ahead of the 2023 general election. But after much reflection and wider consultation, I now wish to step down. I realized that my decision will enable Asiwaju to have more latitude to give more accommodation and inclusion that will position our party to win the coming elections with the support of the people of Nigeria. In stepping down, I believe I can still serve our party and the country in several other capacities. I wish to confirm that I have submitted my withdrawal letter and affidavit to that effect as the vice presidential candidate to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the coming election." So that's the opening salvo, and this is what quickly succeeds that. Tinubu names Kashim Shettima as running mate. Presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC Bola Tinubu has named former Borno State Governor Kashim Shettima as his running mate. Shettima will be Tinubu's vice presidential candidate for the 2023 general elections scheduled for February 2023. Tinubu made the announcement on Sunday in Daura, the hometown of President Muhammad Buhari in Katsina State. A member of Tinubu campaign organization who requested anonymity hinted on Sunday to the news agency of Nigeria, NAN, on Sunday in Abuja that the APC candidate had chosen a running mate. The source said Tinubu would make the name of the candidate public this week. The vice presidential nominee may most likely be a former governor and senator from the Northeast. The person is also by accident of birth a Muslim, so they're already excusing it, confirming what Governor Abdullahi Ganduje of Kano State said on Saturday, that Tinubu has settled for a Muslim ticket. The source added that in picking the running mate, Tinubu was not thinking about religion, but about the candidate's competence, exposure, and intellectual depth. The consideration given to the choice of a running mate were dictated by the need to choose an individual capable of working with the presidential candidate to take Nigeria to greater heights, the source said. Tinubu is scheduled to pay Salah homage to President Muhammad Buhari in Daura, Katsina State on Sunday to brief him on his chosen running mate. Kano State Governor Abdullahi Ganduje on Saturday disclosed that Tinubu will announce a Muslim running mate in the coming week. Tinubu in mid-June submitted the name of Ibrahim Masari, a Katsina politician, as placeholder for his running mate. So it goes on to give us all of that, which we already know. So let's move swiftly on to the next installment. Tinubu, Shettima are both moderate Muslims, so the excuse is coming already and coming from an unusual quarter. Headline attributed to an Okechukwu. So Okechukwu speaking. Director General of the Voice of Nigeria VON and chieftain of the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, Osita Okechukwu, has described the choice of Senator Kashim Shettima as the best, saying both the presidential candidate and his vice are moderate Muslims. Tinubu announced Shettima on Sunday in Daura as his preferred running mate after meeting President Muhammad Buhari. Reacting to the development on Sunday in Abuja, the VON boss, who said he had wanted a Muslim-Christian ticket, added, the choice of distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima as vice presidential candidate, methinks is an excellent joint ticket. An excellent joint ticket because distinguished Shettima is transparent, man of action, and capable, as Tinubu pointed out. He did well as governor of Borno State and did a good pick as successor in the person of Professor Zulum. On the issue of Muslim ticket, as a Christian, one would have preferred Muslim-Christian ticket. However, there was the likely input of the northern governors who are staunch supporters of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and as a veteran politician, Asiwaju must have weighed all the options, amongst which is competence, capacity, and reliability, and sterling qualities must have guided his choice. The good news is that both are moderate Muslims, not ultra Muslims. And I think we all know that distinction, of course, between a moderate Muslim and an ultra Muslim. So an ultra will be somebody like what's it, Pantami or Buhari or somebody like that, an extremist. But different sides of reactions, of course, and this now to the converse side. You shot yourself in the leg. Nigerians react to Tinubu's choice of Shettima as running mate. Reactions have greeted the choice of Senator Kashim Shettima as the running mate of the All Progressives Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu. Tinubu announced Shettima on Sunday as his ruling party's vice presidential candidate in Daura, Katsina State, shortly after paying a Salah visit to President Muhammad Buhari. Shettima is a senator representing Borno Central District in the nation's upper chamber. He was a two-term governor in Borno State. His emergence as Tinubu's running mate has ignited a debate in the social media, especially on Twitter, where some quarters believe the APC national leader has shot himself in the leg for choosing another Muslim as his vice, known as Muslim ticket in Nigerian politics. The argument on Twitter flawed Tinubu's audacity to opt for a Muslim ticket, a move his two major challengers in the next year's presidential election, the People's Democratic Party PDP and Labour Party flag bearers Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi, respectively, avoided in their bid to win the hearts of Nigerians at the poll. While some tweets raised the issue that Chibok girls were kidnapped under Shettima's watch as a governor in terrorism-laden Borno State in 2014, others concluded that former Lagos State governor's decision has left them with two options of Atiku and Obi in the presidential race. Below are a few of Nigerians' reactions on Twitter. So here is the first tweet. Tinubu picked Shettima, making the APC a Muslim ticket. We are not voting for ethnicity or religion. We are voting for merit. We are voting against corruption. ASU strikes hunger and poverty. National grid collapses. Mad insecurity, crazy inflation. Am I making sense? So there he is. So quite how Tinubu is the answer to that, he did not explain. Here is another contributor. It was Shettima alongside Lamido Sanusi who said that the Niger Delta received 13% was one of the causes of Boko Haram. If you elect divisive characters, violent, non-fit injurious. So violenti non-fit injuria. So he's now reverted to Latin. This same Shettima was governor when Chibok girls were kidnapped. This is the governor that, despite the warning of Goodluck Jonathan, former president, that no exams should take place, he went ahead with the exams and Chibok girls got missing. This is the person that at official TINUBU wants as vice president. Here is another contributor. TINUBU'S Muslim ticket with Shettima will influence the decisions of at least 5% of voters in the coming election. So that's an interesting slant, actually. So I'll hold on to that because that's an interesting slant. So it will influence our voters, but what percentages and in which directions? So is Muslim ticket, it will influence voters both in the Muslim community and it will also influence voters in the Christian community. So no doubt about that. But what are the numbers? What are the percentages? And what are the gains and losses to permutate to this Muslim ticket? TINUBU'S Muslim ticket with Shettima will influence the decisions of at least 5% of voters in the coming election. Nobody plans to make 2023 election religion-based, but the fear of Islamization agenda, which Buhari started, is becoming too real and too scary. You can insult me because I said no to a Muslim ticket or not in support of Shettima. I really don't care about insults. I have a bright future ahead of me, and I have Peter Obi, who got my interest and that of every Nigerian at heart. So that's one. The next contributor, Tinubu running a Muslim ticket by choosing Shettima as his choice. He believes Muslims alone in the southwest and the north can give him his victory. Nigeria finally belongs to Muslims alone, according to APC. Everyone vote your choice. Thank God there is a third candidate in Obi. So let's just unpack this guy's comment a little bit. And by the way, this is a Yoruba person. So this is not, his name is Biodun. So you can hold on to that as well. So at Biodun Alexa. So Tinubu running a Muslim ticket by choosing Shettima, he said he believes that Muslims alone in the southwest and north can give him victory. So that is the real part of that comment that struck me. So what are the calculations? So the Muslims in the north, I mean, they are happy to vote for a Muslim ticket. They don't have issues with that. The Christians in the north, though, what is their politics? Will they be led solely by religion, or will they be led by pragmatism? And pragmatism might well go for Tinubu, and romance will go with Peter Obi. So pragmatism will go with Tinubu, and romance will go with Peter Obi. That is to say, the Christian northern space. So pragmatism will go with Tinubu, and romance will go with Peter Obi. So that's that. But now let's come to the south. In the southeast, whether Tinubu picks a Christian vice, whether he even converts to Christianity to run a Christian ticket, I don't think one single living soul in the southeast will vote for him. So that place is completely gone by all calculations. So now let's bring it back then to the southwest. So the southwest is a very curious place, a good strong mix of Christians and Muslims. So the Muslims are happy to vote for him. They don't really have that much of an issue with Muslim tickets. But how much of an issue does the southwestern Christian have with the Muslim ticket? That is really where the question is. And does that feeling of religiosity, does it supersede the feeling of ethnicity? That is the other question. So how much of a loss will it lose within the southwest? Is it significant enough to be a cause of concern? So that's all of the permutations that lands this ticket. And that's from this guy's commentary. Biodun Alexa, Tinubu running a Muslim ticket by choosing Shettima as his choice. He believes Muslims alone in the southwest and the north can give him victory. Nigeria finally belongs to the Muslims alone, according to APC. Everyone vote your choice. Thank God there is a third candidate in Peter Obi. So that Muslim ticket, very much a gain for the Obi movement, certainly. No equivocation about that. So this is now the last comment. This is from Edward Essien. Edward Essien, this person commenting, with Tinubu/APC choosing Shettima in the Muslim ticket, the race is now between Peter Obi and Atiku. Peter Obi will be president 2023. Bookmark this. So you bookmark it because I don't know. Well, that is subjective, isn't it? So still with Tinubu and his Muslim ticket, Muslim ticket, we can't be intimidated. Christian Association of Nigeria tells Tinubu over choice of Shettima as his running mate. So on and on it goes. You can almost predict verbatim what is to come. The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, said it was not moved by the announcement of Senator Kashim Shettima as the running mate of the All Progressives Congress APC presidential candidate, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. The umbrella Christian organization said its leaders were determined to stand their ground against every form of intimidation, including the floating of a Muslim presidential ticket by the political party. The association's chairman, Kaduna State Chapter, Reverend Father John Hayub, said this in an interview with correspondents on Sunday. Tinubu, a Muslim, had, whilst fielding questions from journalists earlier in Daura, said he had picked Shettima, another Muslim, as a substantive running mate to replace Ibrahim Masari, who was a placeholder for the APC vice presidential slot. However, reacting to the political development, Hayub said, "We were ready for this announcement. We have put some media outlets on notice. All we are waiting for is the right signal to give a full-blown reaction. We'll escalate this issue because our call for fairness and the balancing of the presidential ticket for the sake of justice, unity, and fairness apparently fell on deaf ears. However, Christian Association of Nigeria is strongly determined to sacrifice everything to protect the interest of the church in Nigeria. We will not be moved by any form of intimidation." The Christian Association of Nigeria leader in the northern region added. He reiterated that a more profound reaction would be made available to the public through the media soon. So is that heartfelt, or is that a cry out for dollars? That could be, well, we'll see, but we all know Nigeria, and we know how things work. Hold on. Okay. I'm not looking at. No, I was going to see if I should bring you one other, but there's plenty enough on this space. Why I chose Shettima as running mate despite religious concerns. So Tinubu finally speaks. The presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, said he chose Kashim Shettima as his running mate because I believe this is the man who can help me bring the best governance to all Nigerians, period, regardless of their religious affiliation or considerations of ethnicity or religion or region. With consideration of ethnicity or region. Mr. Tinubu, in a statement he signed on Sunday evening, said although he is aware of the religious concerns about his choice of running mate, he does not believe that religion should be the dividing factor, the deciding factor. Let me take that entirely all over again. Actually, there's too much stumbling in that readout. So let's just, hold on, who wrote this? Okay. The presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress APC, Bola Tinubu, said he chose Kashim Shettima as his running mate because I believe this is the man who can help me bring the best governance to all Nigerians, period, regardless of their religious affiliation or considerations of ethnicity or region. Mr. Tinubu, in a statement he signed on Sunday evening, said although he's aware of the religious concerns about his choice of running mates, he does not believe that religion should be the deciding factor in choosing a running mate. Some have counseled that I should select a Christian to please the Christian community. Others have said I should pick a Muslim to appeal to the Muslim community. Clearly, I cannot do both. Both sides of the debate have impressive reasons and passionate arguments supporting their position. Both arguments are right in their own way, but neither is right in the way that Nigeria needs at the moment, he wrote. Mr. Tinubu, like Mr. Shettima, is a Muslim, and many Nigerians, including the Christian Association of Nigeria, had cautioned all political parties not to have presidential tickets in which the candidate and the running mates are of the same religion. Mr. Tinubu, however, argued that religion, ethnicity, and region cannot always and fully determine our path. He said his choice of Mr. Shettima does not, however, mean he is insensitive to religious concerns of many people. May I say this to all of you, especially to those who will be disappointed in my selection based on religious considerations. I will not and cannot ignore the religious concerns and ethnic sensitivities of our people. Taking them into due consideration is an important part of good and able governance, he said. He said the kind of government he hopes to run if elected Nigeria's president would focus on performance and competence and not ethnicity and religion. Our focus, therefore, must be on getting the job done, and that means getting the very best and competent people to do it. In this crucial moment, where so much is at stake, we must prioritize leadership, competence, and ability to work as a team over other considerations, he wrote. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So there's a follow-on to this, which I think may or may not be worth reading, but it's too long-winded. Somebody has broken it down into a 35-piece. Maybe I should just read this, just because it looks as though this is actually Tinubu speaking. Let's see. Okay, so it says, read Mr. Tinubu's full statement below. Statement by Ashwadu Bola Ahmed Tinubu, flag bearer of the All Progressives Congress, on his choice of vice presidential candidate July the 10th, 2022. So number one, fellow Nigerians, we enter a moment of renewed hope. We hold the chance to move the nation and our collective course forward as never before. Let us seize this moment so that history may write kindly of us. Number two, it is time to focus with utmost devotion and love of country to do all we can to advance the ideals of democratic and progressive good governance in the land. Number three, we must end poverty and bring greater prosperity and more lasting peace. Let us be wise of thought, yet be courageous in action as we embark on a collective enterprise that brings job, education, food, medicine, hope, and belief in a better life to those who need them. Number four, I stand ready to begin this journey with you, hopefully to lead the nation on this needed path as your next president by the grace of God. I believe this is a pivotal moment at which the dynamics of history and destiny call us forth to reshape our beloved nation. This is our moment. We all must answer the nation's call. For some, this requires of us that we step forward, assuming new roles and responsibilities. For others, it may mean something else. For all of us, it requires that we dedicate ourselves to the collective national task as never before. Number 6, to re-envision and reshape the nation, I must compose the best team possible, a team put together with but one overriding purpose: to forever establish just, capable, and compassionate governance for the people of Nigeria without regards to religion, region, or ethnic origin. Number 7, in the weeks since becoming the presidential candidate and standard bearer of the All Progressives Congress APC, I have been touched as Nigerians from all walks of life have demonstrated their faith in my capacity to lead this country. I thank you for the outpouring, not outstanding, but outpouring. I thank you for the outpouring of support for the reveal to me the hope you hold for this nation's greatness. As long as we work together and walk together, we shall arrive at our national greatness together. To this glad and great endeavor, I fully devote myself and my future labor. Number 8, in full compliance with the existing law and regulation, I submit all necessary documents regarding my nomination as the APC presidential candidate to INEC. But as was expected, the choice of my vice presidential running mate remained an open and burning question. Number 9, this gave rise to much speculation and debate. Number 10, recent events, the voluntary withdrawal of my dear friend and brother Ibrahim Masari, mean that I am called upon today to put an end to the speculation. Number 11, I have never been an indecisive person and have no present intention to become one. Number 12, what I am, however, is a Democrat, and a Democrat must listen to and consult with the people and his advisors so that he may reform and govern wisely and on their behalf. This I have done. My political career was not built on blind indifference to the views of others. I appreciate the perspectives of leading members of the party, political allies, and key national figures who see Nigeria's future as I do. They gave me their views so that I might add their valuable insights to mine to reach the best decision possible and do so in a manner that strengthens the institutional fabric of our party, as well as accelerating the evolution of our political democracy. Number 13, I am also a founding member of the APC. I hold our party's core principles close to heart, such that I shall do nothing to betray the spirit in which the party was created. Number 14, having now listened to the sage, careful advice of broad sections of the party and of the nation, there are a few points I feel I must make about the exceptional and extraordinary person with whom I shall share the APC ticket and the principles of open and good governance that informed that choice. Number 15, a dominant theme of my political history and my personal life is my staunch belief in our diversity. Greatness lies in embracing our diversity and making it work to enhance the dynamism and justice of our political system. My selection of a running mate comports entirely with this long-standing inclination. Number 16, the concurrence of my party in this matter has been a source of comfort and encouragement. We are truly building a progressive party that not only represents a departure from other political parties, but one that truly may well be the best hope for democratic good governance in Nigeria. Number 17, I realized the momentous times we have entered. I think this is going to be long and labor. Let me skip to number 19. Number 19, when I was governor of Lagos State, these principles helped me assemble one of the, let me just skip through that, because this is a 35-piece essay, so let's just go. Okay, let's take it from number 22. Number 22, I am mindful of the energetic discourse. I am mindful of the energetic discourse concerning the possible religion of my running mate. Just and noble people have talked to me about this. Some have counseled that I should select a Christian to please the Christian community. Others said I should pick a Muslim to please the Muslim community. I cannot do both. So essentially, I don't think it offers anything new outside of what we have already read, and it's too long and labored. So let's go on from there to an entirely new story. Okorocha accuses Uzodimma of auctioning personal cars and belongings. So this is now familiar territory. Former Imo Governor Senator Rochas Okorocha has accused Governor Hope Uzodimma of auctioning his personal cars and those of his aides impounded whilst his wife's Royal Palm Hotel was sealed by the state government in 2021. Okorocha alleged that some of his personal cars and all the vehicles recovered at the hotel premises along Akachi Road, Owerri, including cars and buses belonging to his aides and Rochas Foundation College, respectively, are being auctioned to interested buyers. But in a swift reaction, the state government described Rochas as a bloody liar. The former governor, in a statement by his special media advisor Sam Abuntatem, the last name, said all the impounded properties were not taken to the police command headquarters or the magistrate court where the matters was being heard, but to Government House, where he alleged that the property are being auctioned. The expectation was that the police who carried out the operation must have taken taken into custody all the vehicles recovered at the scene of the attack or incident, including buses belonging to Rochas Foundation, and taking them to police headquarters, not to Government House, or the cars would have been taken to the court, where some of the owners of the cars recovered at the hotel have been standing trial, especially when the vehicles may be tendered as exhibits in the course of the trial. Unfortunately, the vehicles were taken to the Government House and not to either the police headquarters or the court, where some of the owners of the vehicles were standing trial. The government has gone ahead to auction the private cars of the former governor of the state, those of his security personnel, those of his aides, political associates, those of Rochas Foundation College, and so on, who were with him on the day the attack at Royal Palm Hotel took place. In doing that, they had thrown caution to the wind. And you ask, on what ground were the vehicles auctioned? In all the cases involving Okorocha and Imo State Governor, in all the cases involving Okorocha and Imo State government, including the one decided by Justice Njem Menze, which is now at the appeal court, the government never mentioned Okorocha's personal cars and those of his aides, associates, his security details, etc., etc., for any reason. Why auctioning his vehicles and those of others? Aside these vehicles, there are valuable materials and documents in some of them, including international passports, and one had expected that the police would have taken all these items or materials and documents into their custody. Yeah. Okay, this is a lot longer than I done. Anyway, let me just give you the fullness of it. I thought it would just be a little story, but it goes on and on a bit. We call on the Inspector General of Police to get the Commissioner of Police in Imo State on February the 21st, 2021, to release the vehicles he recovered at the Royal Palm Hotel on the day in question, and other serious and important materials and documents in some of the cars. The police has a duty here and some explanations to make. Governor Uzodimma should be told that Imo had had military administrators and civilian governors. None of them had done some of the nauseating things his government has done. None of those before him would have auctioned vehicles recovered in the circumstance we had explained above. He alleged also that 4 of the vehicles had already been sold at 5 million naira as part payment, adding that payment was made on receipt 0 blah blah paid through one of the old generation banks. Reacting, the state government described Okorocha as a bloody liar. He is a bloody liar. The place is still being sealed. Can't you see he's lying? The Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Chief Declan, told correspondents. He, however, said that those properties seized by the government do not belong to Okorocha again. He said, at any case government has seized that place and it does not belong to Okorocha again, it is government property. So how can government sell its own property? The truth of the matter is that he is raising false alarm. Police are still there. So how did he manage to get the pictures he claimed he got? So there it is right there. So it's just a bit of a nonsense, really. Rochas and UZODINMA, a plague on both their houses as far as I am concerned. So this now, the last readout. Our hands are tied. MACHINA should take LAWAN to court. So this is INEC. The Independent National Electoral Commission has released a statement clarifying its stance on the tussle between Senate President Ahmed Lawan and Bashir MACHINA, winner of the APC primary election for YOBE North Senatorial District. In a statement by its National Commissioner and Chairman of Information and Voter Education, Festus Okoye, the electoral body asked Mr. MACHINA to go to court over his dissatisfaction with the refusal of the All Progressives Congress to submit his name. Right now, the commission is functus officio in the 2 cases. Aggrieved parties are at liberty to approach the Federal High Court and seek redress as provided in Section 285 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, and Sections 20, and it goes on to quote the relevant sections. INEC had, in a certified true copy, confirmed that Mr. MACHINA won the APC YOBE North Senatorial District primary elections, which were held on the 28th of May. The body declared that Mr. MACHINA garnered 289 votes out of 300 delegates that took part in the election. However, the ruling APC had instead substituted Mr. Lawan's name as its candidate for the senatorial election slated for February 2023, claiming that a secret primary was held in which the Senate president purportedly emerged as the winner. I do know in my honor that he did participate within the timeline. APC National Chairman Abdullahi Adamu told reporters at the State House 3 weeks ago, go and find out from the person who is responsible for organizing the primaries, correspondents reported. The YOBE North Senatorial District dilemma shares similarities with the Akwa Ibom Northwest involving former Governor Godswill Akpabio. A faction of the APC not recognized by INEC had conducted a primary and announced Akpabio as the winner. Mike Igini, INEC's resident electoral commissioner in Akwa Ibom, has insisted that Mr. Akpabio could not have won a primary election that was not supervised by INEC. Although INEC says its hands are tied, it says that it stands by its state officers' reports, such as that of Mr. Igini. It urged interested parties to apply for a copy of the nomination form, affidavit, and other documents submitted by a candidate at an election. On the issuance of Certificate of True Copy, CTC, of documents, INEC said that as at July the 8th, 2022, it had processed 433 requests involving the certification of 1,660,060 well 1,662,776 pages of documents, with many of them awaiting collection at its headquarters. So that is essentially INEC's stance. So they're still going to diddle that guy out of his ticket, is essentially what we're looking at. So Saki, Saki, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. Baba Akure, I see you. And Pansat, I'm surprised to see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. So let me go straight to Pansat. So Pansat, are you there? Are you there, Pansat?
Yes, I am. Good to see you and John Lekoko, everybody else. Baba Kure. I can make out the name with the A, the first one on top.
No, that's Saki.
Saki.
Yeah.
Saki. And one man, it's good to see you. Don't be surprised to see me.
No, I would have been happy to return the compliment, but I've been hearing reports of you going to insult me all over social media. So hence my surprise and alarm.
I deny it.
All right. I'm not one to hold grudges, as you know, but but there it is. So that hence the surprise. But let me take you to the conversation quickly then. Since you are already up, let me kick you off. So now we start from the beginning. It's a bombshell, not a bombshell. It was anticipated and it's been delivered, but the impact still as fervent as anticipated. So it kicks off with Masari withdrawing his position as TINUBU'S running mate. No surprise there. It comes then to Shettima Kashim being installed as TINUBU'S running mate. That, surprise or not, he was in the running because it narrowed to El Rufai and him, and I think he won through. So what are you then making first of that space? So let's start it off from there. So Shettima now, TINUBU'S running mate. What is your take on that, Pansat?
Thank you very much, one man. As you know, diamonds are formed under high pressure. So our friendship is going to be going through the same thing. It's going to be a diamond at the end. So look, today I want to say to Nigerian youth, to the Christians or Nigerians, let me start it off by saying, oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endures forever. Let Nigeria now say his mercy endures forever. Let the house of Aaron now say his mercy endures forever. That is Psalm 118. It is quite an insult to the intelligence of Nigerian people. Since 1960 and probably before, we've gone through a lot. To have a statesman, an elder person such as Tinubu, to go and pick Shettima of all people to be his running mate.
Okay. Let's unpack him before we go to the obvious go-to, which I think is the Muslim thing that you want to talk about. So yes. Let's unpack Kashim Shettima as a person and as a politician and as a leader. So let's start him up from that prison. A person, a politician, and as a leader. Score him, evaluate him on those cards.
Okay, so he comes from a region of the country that is ravaged by war. When he was in power, I guess he was the governor. It's alleged. Obviously, we can't know everything, but we're not in a court of law. So the standard of proving somebody beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty will not apply. We hear that during the Chibok issue, that not only was he complacent, but he was an instrument in those girls being kidnapped. So we don't know if it's true or not, but we do know the acrimonious relationship he had with Jonathan, the president of the country at the time, and his utterances and his ways, and the type of politics that's bedeviled his state. I've never seen him once come out and make statements that the entire country could behold. That's not in doubt. His politics is dark. So if we leave that area and then we'll go to some videos, I don't know if you've seen it. There's a video of him circulating online. It could be doctored. Nobody could vouch for it.
Is it an audio video?
Yes.
No, no, I have it on this platform. I'm surprised you've not seen it. We've posted it just a couple of days ago. Yeah.
Okay, I might have even seen it at your
Yeah,
platform because I get a lot of my information from those short videos you post, and it sounds authentic. He was having a conversation with exactly the Southwest governor over there, and he was intimidating and making statements that are just not befitting of a statesman. So we'll go from there to I don't see anybody citing anything positive from him. Now, there's a short video you posted today where he was quite, diplomatic in a way.
He is elegant in presentation, is articulate in vocalizing. It can be charming in instances. It's very broad in his outlook. Yes. It is a personable sort of a person, and it doesn't present as an extremist.
No, that's right. And he could be charming. There's also another video you posted about, I guess, 2 weeks ago, where he actually was very charming when he was knocking off his competitors for that post at that time. So, notwithstanding that, though, the onus is on TINUBU'S head. He's the one who made the choice. And what does it say? What is he saying to us by making that choice? It's customary to pick a Muslim, Christian, and somewhat. I do understand his position. He was in a delicate position where politically he needs a northerner. Probably when everything is okay, picking another Muslim shouldn't matter. But even if we remove that caveat,
is that not pragmatism over religiosity? Is that just not? Is that not reality over visual, over idealism? Is that realism over idealism? Would you say?
If somebody wants to go all the way to look at it that way, yeah, maybe. But think about what he's saying. He's saying to the northern Christians. I mean, he makes all the enemies in the world just to secure intangible voting stuff, because this guy, he already got his state. I'm sure that state might vote for him, But what I'm saying, depending on how the electioneering go, but if you think about it, he makes all the enemies in the world, even in the Southwest, where he's for sure was going to win that vote. He disrespects them by making this choice. The Christians.
Do you think he would have weighed all those balance to arrive at this choice? Do you think he would have weighed the balance?
No, because he
would not have weighed the balance.
He did not weigh the balance because he is far gone. You have to look at what his activities has been. Okay, if it's a rational person, he should have let his proteges, such as Osebajo, come into play. The Nigerian space.
You mean for the presidential slot?
Yes.
No, that ship has sailed now. That ship
has sailed. So, but if you look, he has no respect for Christians, period. Anyway,
his wife is a Christian.
His wife's a Christian, but a lot of people who come on this show and we
the present governor of Lagos State is a Christian. The preceding one was a Christian.
Right, but if you think about it, everybody who's accused of tribalism in Nigeria, what's the first thing they say? I'm married to, if it's against an Igbo, I'm married to an Igbo.
Yeah, but in practical terms, it's not demonstrably a religious bigot. In practical terms, that we can quantify.
Oh, no. I've heard you make that statement several times. Look,
yes,
he is a bigot.
Right.
I mean, look at his space. Look at Lagos. Look at where he operates. How many Christians are in power in Lagos?
Maybe Sanwo-Olu is in power. He's a Christian. I'm not sure if you do know. And Sanwo-Olu took out Ambode, who was also a Christian.
Okay, well, it's a new thing to me, but I guess that would be it.
There you are.
Who else? Who else would you mention? But if you think about it, though,
that's why I said to you, in practical, demonstrable terms, it is not shown bigotry in the manner that you are trying to maybe not embellish but paint.
No, but I have to look at it wholesomely. You gotta go back to 2015, for example.
Yeah, you have to look at it with antecedents, though, not with speculation.
Okay, I that's fine.
Yeah.
What I wanted to do is to look at his wholesome approach, because there's no excuse in this. I mean, you could defend Tinubu for everything.
No, I'm not defending him. He's a criminal. No, don't conflict.
No, I'm talking about.
A plague on Tinubu's house. I don't give a
Right.
FUCK about Tinubu. Certainly
Right.
not.
I'm talking about generally you, not you as
Yeah,
one man.
okay, good.
No, it will be a hard sell to go trying to defend him on this pick, because what this pick tells me, I'm telling you right now, to make this pick, knowing fully well the consequences, means that we should protect ourselves from now on about what these people are planning. It doesn't look like whoever made this choice is doing so based on electorate going and making a choice. It shows that there is something coming. There is no way he's going to win with this pick. Think about it. Not even in the north, not in the west, not in the south.
All right, you still have the floor, Pansat, but let's take a quick pit stop with Mr. Gomez. You know, Alexander, he runs away quickly. He doesn't have the patience to hang around with the hoi pollois. So let's go quickly to him. Alexander, so it's not a surprise, but there it is. Tinubu, he presents Shettima. If it was narrowed to a Muslim ticket, he could have done better, but he could certainly have done worse. But what is your assessment, Alexander? Unmute.
Sorry, my apologies. Good afternoon from Sugar Land, Texas.
You look tired.
Can you hear me? I'm excited.
Good.
I think he picked a political heavyweight. I think that per his announcement today, Tinubu would be the president of Nigeria 2023, and I can put $1,000 on that. Atiku is a spent force now, because His Excellency Peter Obi has just killed his brand off with his brand, and the way it's growing like wildfire. So this contest is essentially between Ngwo, Tinubu, and Obi, and I think that Tinubu would win. I think that he picked the right choice. I have a soft spot for Shettima.
As do I. You know, it's a curious thing, but I like the guy.
Yeah, because I don't know whether the travelers would be the right word to use, but he understands.
They describe him as a moderate Muslim.
Yes, and essentially, which is something that I always have a problem with Nigerians, and that includes you. We don't know ourselves very well. You know, once you, as a Yoruba man, once you pass Ondo State and you heading into, once you pass Ondo State heading to Edo State, it's like a new territory entirely for you. And as Nigerians, we shouldn't be like that. That's why some of the things we say are so unsubstantiated. So he knows the political landmark. He understands the political space. He understands Nigeria. He could sit down with a Yoruba, sit down with an Igbo, sit down with the Hausa, sit down with a Kanuri, and talk one-on-one. Not a lot of people can do that. He can, and that's an advantage. And I think strategically, Tinubu being an absolute politician, a mutum, a juggernaut in politics, he's made the right choice, in my opinion. And I think that takes him straight to Aso Rock. You know, people can say whatever they want to say. He's sick. He might have a neurological problem, but he can't be worse than Biden in America right now. So what are we talking about?
Man, you guys are in trouble in America. Every time I see Biden,
yes, we are. It's becoming apparent by the day. In actual fact, governors are even flouting his instructions.
You know, I predicted that Kamala Harris will be the president of America before the end of this year.
I think that prediction is wrong, because I don't think America is ready for a black president and a man, and a black president and a woman. I think this country will go down.
Yeah, but it's debilitating very fast. It might not be something.
Yes, but it will still last 2 years. I mean, they'll give him booster shots to last him, but he won't win the next election. So, but let's come back to our... I don't even think
he will contest anyway. Yeah, but let's come back to our...
let's come back to our country. So that's the way I see that. I think he picked the right choice. I think his choice just shows how masterful he is in politics. He's a master politician. and people should learn from this dude. He knows what he's doing.
If it was going to be Alexander, if it was going to be a Muslim ticket, if they've already surrendered to take the beating for that decision, then it couldn't have been a better choice. The only better choice would have been a Christian, but if they've already surrendered that they will take that beating from the religious aspect, then it couldn't have been a better decision. Him or
you have to listen to the masters of permutation. You have to listen to the people that know how this thing works. One is Ajele Koko. He knows how Nigerian politics works more than most of us on this platform. Galadima also.
Don't give him a big head.
But he deserves it. He deserves his kudos. He speaks with authority when he talks about Nigerian politics. So I give him his due respect. There's nothing he says that I don't know of, but a lot of things he says a lot of people don't know about. So that's just he's a master. And Galadima, you pick a person who will give you the numbers. This is a numbers game. It's the first person who can gain the constitutional numbers to win the election. OB, like I said 2 days ago, if I woke up 2 days ago, 3 days ago, giving him a 9 out of 10, that he might have a path to being the president of Nigeria, picking this lightweight guy, this Fulani lightweight guy, brought him down to
the Arabian prince.
Yes, brought him. Well, I don't even want to go that direction. Brought it down to 6 or 7 out of 10. This man did the right thing. Some people might have reservations. I don't have a problem with 2 dogs or a dog and a cat ruling Nigeria. I want people who would make the country better. I don't care about Muslim ticket. I don't care about that. It doesn't really matter. I'm a negotiator. In Lagos, you're a negotiator.
Sorry to interrupt you. That wasn't even an interjection. That was an interruption. But sorry to interrupt you. But a lot of concerns around TINUBU'S running mate is the concern that is wrapped around TINUBU'S health also. Because a lot of people are right to have concerns about his health. And the concern is that if we have a Yadua situation, then who would we have in situation? And I'm not sure that Shettima will be that horrible a person if we had the Yadua situation.
You need an assistant. You need an able assistant. You don't need a wiki who you would say A, he would say B, F, I, J, K. You need someone who's going to be loyal to your cause. This Shettima guy comes as a pretty loyal person. I heard what's his name? Ovie say that when he refers to the governor of Borno State, Zulum, he says, "My Excellency." Meanwhile, that is his protege. So he gives people their due respect. That is what you need. You need someone you can get along with. You need someone who can buy into your idea, and you need someone who will take directions from you and do what you want him to do as a vice president. This guy, that short guy from Kaduna, will not do that because we know he has an attitude problem. We know that he has a sense of entitlement. This Shettima guy, I didn't want him to pick a Fulani man, put it like that. I think Fulani have had enough run in Nigeria. I think
is it Kanuri? It's a guy.
Yeah, it's a Kanuri. I did not want him to pick a Fulani man. Fulani, they at only 5 million people or less, they've done enough harm to that country. Let's pick other people from other regions. That's the way I see it. And I think that this is a slam dunk. I think I can put $1,000 on it. If anybody wants to, go ahead and put $1,000. I'll deposit the money tomorrow. And I know.
All right, that challenge stays there for anybody to pick up. But CBD has a question for you, Alexander.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says you don't care about his hate for Eagles. So you heard that audio.
In CBD, I think as a health professional who hires over 20 doctors that work directly under me, I can tell you that he might be sick, but he's not as sick as people are making him out to be. And you can take that assertion to the bank. He's not as healthy as one would hope a country's president would be, but he's not as bad as people make him out to be.
So sorry, Alexander, that wasn't the question. Sorry, maybe I didn't read it properly. He's asking you don't care about his hate for the Eagles. So he's referencing that Shettima audio that you heard. Remember the audio of Shettima speaking with Governor Ibikunle Amoson?
No,
just lambasting the Eagles that he will deal with them thoroughly. So he's asking,
No,
don't you care about his hatred for the Igbos?
I don't. I want to ignore that. I think I want to look at that as a political mumbo jumbo. And like I said to someone on this platform I was talking to on in the charts recently, and I said I think Amosu knew he was being recorded. That was why he was being cautious of what he was saying. Shettima is only expressing what Sulum will say. What's his name? Buhari says in the privacy of his home. It is the average mindset of the northerner towards Igbo people. There's nothing new about that. Do I agree with his assertion? Obviously not. I totally reject that. I think it's out of order, but we shouldn't hold him to that as being an evil person. There's no one in the history of the Nigerian presidency as bad as Buhari. There's no one. Buhari is not a Nigerian. He shows it and proves it every day of the week. So how worse can we get? That's it at the end of the day. Right now, we need, as an older generation, as an older man in my 60s, I am saying now that we need people who would turn the fortune of the greatest Black country in the world around. That's what we need. Let's put religious and tribal sentiments aside. Let's look for able people who will take the country to the next level. Let's go back to the way we were in the 70s, where as a Nigerian, you could go anywhere and you accorded the same respect as an average Arab. We're not there right now. We've lost our status, and we need to get back to where we are before, because we have what it takes, brain-wise, economy-wise, natural resources-wise, and most importantly, number-wise, to be able to do that. So that's what we need. So I don't want to take over. I don't want to take over your platform. It makes me very uncomfortable when I talk too long. So let me let you continue with your show.
I have a question for you, Alexander.
Okay, I think that sounds like ego.
Yeah,
Unmistakably, yeah.
And you think that what you are just Tinubu and Shettima brought that to the table of this country?
Yes, yes, they will. Tinubu has the single record of bringing some of the best brains to work under him. He even said it in his announcement speech today. He has the ability to, like Obasanjo did, to bring the best brains to work for that country. And as one man says all the time, what's his name? The most wicked, the guy that took us to where we are today, Babangida, says, it's easy to rule Nigeria. You just need to get the able people and then you delegate authority. That's what I think he's going to do, Tinubu. I think Tinubu that's what's going to do. He's going to bring on board the best brains that Nigeria has to offer and take our country to the next level. It's not about tribalism anymore, and it's not about religion sentiments. It's about the people who are best qualified for the job. And I think this man has a record to do that. So that's why I think he would do that. Yes.
If really he would do that, the Nigerian people should be expecting a different, at least, vice president, not a Muslim at today in Nigeria. I don't think.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Igor. Let me ask you a question, please. Let me ask you, and be honest with yourself, please. If the Nigerian country and Nigerian people are presented with a Muslim ticket, they win the election and they take our country from where we are today to the envy of the world, would that make you proud or not?
Of course won't.
Okay, so what are we talking about then? What's important is for us to be able to come out of this nonsense we find ourselves in today, where every girl from a good home is a virtual ashawo. Is that what we want? We don't want that. We want our country to be the way it was before, when we were the pride of the universe, when you're a Nigerian and people just want to associate themselves with you. That's the Nigeria I knew growing up. And I think we can get there. I think we have what it takes to go back there. So that's the Nigeria I want. I don't care whether someone from Ugeli and someone from Benin become president of Nigeria. I don't care. All I care is the ability to take the country from where we are right now to to where we were in the past. That
And
is
then
what
the
I
whole
want.
of the North, in the whole of the North, there is no Christian that has that competence to suit Tinubu in the
It won't- it
entire
won't
Look,
do
northern
it.
region.
it's pragmatism, Ego. I'm sure you
Yeah.
understand it's pragmatism. It is
Yeah.
pragmatism, is it not?
Yeah.
For sake of wanting to satiate religiosity, should we go and pick a weak
Exact candidate that
Simon
won't
Lalong
deliver the
or
So the
numbers.
entire
ridiculous?
the entire Christians in the north are weak.
No, okay, name one. Name one APC Christian lead politician that
One
can stand.
man, let me let you go with your show. Yeah?
Boss
All right.
Mustafa.
Boss Mustafa. With Boss Mustafa. Thank you, Alexander. And thank you, Pansat, for yielding the space.
No problem.
Who is Boss Mustafa? What are you talking about? For Boss Mustafa is not even a politician. He's a functionary.
Governor Zulum.
Governor Zulum. Governor Zulum is not a Christian. And he said he wants to yield the space to Shettima. Governor Zulum and Shettima, they are the same now, Borno State governors. There are no strong Christians in the APC that will stand that position. But let's get back to Pansat, who kindly yielded the space. But you yielded the space, Pansat, but I suspect you don't yield the discussion. I'm sure you have a contrary view to what Alexander just said, Pansat.
Yes, I do. I absolutely do. And
Carry on.
Mr. Alexander is a great guy, and we were just in another platform. I introduced him over there, the other platform, even though I'm new to that platform. But yeah, he makes like when I introduced Alexander, I said that he doesn't like anybody to be dumped upon where everybody is against somebody. Whenever that happens, even on this forum, Alexander comes to the rescue of that person. And that's exactly what he's doing here now. As time go on, we're going to hear Alexander give us his real take on this. But you know what? It's a contest. It's Tinubu's right to choose whoever he wants to choose. We already looked at the background a little bit of this guy that he picked, Mr. Governor Shettima. Now it's Senator Shettima. He's a banker. He was a manager at Zenith Bank. He was in Ali Modu Sheriff's cabinet. When Boko Haram, the incipients of Boko Haram came at that time, that Modu Sheriff and this Shettima are suspected, alleged to be complicit in that activity over there. So he succeeded at Ali Modu Sheriff. Now, like I said earlier, the Chibok incident happened under his watch. Students were loaded in the hundreds, perhaps 300, because they were against the administration of Jonathan. So, but it's a contest. It's his right to pick this Shettima. Let the Nigerian people be advised of who he is. He's educated, he's in banking, and it's very difficult to have Muslim and Christians in one country. It's very difficult. Others have tried it. They have never been successful. Perhaps we're going to show the world how to do it. Because I know in Pakistan and India's case, a similar thing happened and they had to divide. But in this case, we're finding it very difficult to pick. Like Obi picked a vice president, and I've seen some people show videos of his vice president who I looked at and I was, hey, you have guys like this in the North. I can't believe it. This is a great guy. But he's shown to be making anti-gay remarks, which is normal for all of us from Nigeria. We make anti-gay remarks, but there's a difference. We never say they deserve death. That's not what we talk. We look at the Constitution and see what's prescribed for such punishment, and sometimes we object to the cruelty of it. But you're never going to see a Christian who is educated have so much animosity through a group. But we have to work with what we have. So I think it's Tinubu 1 or B1. So it's a tie. We have a governor who's showed animosity towards Igbos in a video. And now we also have another nominee for vice president who's shown animosity to gays. We're going to see what's going to come out of it. It's a contest. Any Nigerian who is not objective now and goes voting for
Who do you think carries more weight in the north? Dati Baba Ali or Shettima?
Well, in this case, there's a third option that would rub off on the two, which is Atiku Abubakar.
No. I'm just saying narrowing it to the two. Who do you think carries more weight in the north?
I think it will be Baba Ahmed.
You think it carries more weight than Shettima?
I think only because the youths are involved in this particular situation, and this guy is very hard to find fault with him. He's educated. I mean, Ahmed. Shettima is a known phenomenon. Okay, they're gonna be swept off. The way I'm looking at weights, if you mean weights, I'm talking about 2020 to 2023. That kind of weight. If you're talking about who's older, I know that Shettima was born in 1966. So he's a young man. So is the other one. So I don't know how if you're doing political weight, Shettima has more experience and more longevity in the space. But that's not a good thing this year. It's weight in the sense that we're talking about influence in this election. I have to give it to Obi's pick.
But that's speculative, would you say? Because we can quantify Shettima's weight, but we can't quantify Dati Baba.
Well, let's say something that's infinite, okay, like love. It's infinite. If you don't have perimeters, you cannot quantify anything.
No, we can quantify because Shettima has been tested at a higher level electorally, severally. And this guy, Yusuf Dati, he was a CPC a candidate that won a senatorial seat illegally, by the way, because he was kicked out. But then anybody that was CPC would have taken that thing because that was under Buhari's name. So he has no real electoral cachet, but is articulate, well presented, of course. I mean, there's no equivocation on that, but is electorally unquantifiable. It's electorally actually quantifiable, but of no real consequence.
Right. Aside from the caution that, I don't know if you've ever gone to the market and bought, say, Gary, and you have some cheaters who have the measuring, the rubric, the stuff to measure it doesn't have a bottom. So measuring Nigeria's elections in the last maybe 15 years, it's all been rigged, penciled in by the military, by the army. You really don't know these people's electoral value because the rubric of measurement is skewed and it is fraudulent. So I will be surprised if a rational person goes and picks Shettima over the new introduction that we have. We have to clean the space. And I trust that the Nigerians are equal to the task. It's just, is it going to be a fair election? That's all. But there's no comparison between those two people. This gentleman, from the way he sounds and the kind of things he's expert on, not just what he's saying since he was nominated. You have to go back. Look what he said when he was running for president. He's run for president. He was a senator, just like Shettima. Shettima is a new senator. So his only qualification is that he was a manager of a bank, Zenith Bank, not a CEO.
He was a two-term governor for Borno State, and he's been a senator since he left State House.
That's right. That's his only official.
What do you mean only?
No,
are those not credentials?
They are credentials, but what I'm saying, if somebody ran for office as president, that's also an experience. It's something that you have to give to him. He
didn't run for office as president. It's like saying Okorocha ran for office as president because he bought an APC form.
That's true. I concede that point. That is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could make that correction in what I said. But look, this is one of those elections where your incumbency, your longevity, doesn't add anything to you, takes away, detracts, because we're looking to move Nigeria forward. And on the crux, though, of the technicalities of it, a Muslim ticket, I've heard almost everybody say that it's unacceptable, including Muslims. fair Muslims. And it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. But it does matter this time.
Pansat, can I please interject, please?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm a Christian. And as a Yoruba man, I don't care about Muslim tickets. As Tinubu, as a Yoruba man, I will still pick Tinubu as even is a Muslim ticket. But this question I want to ask you is, don't you think people pushing Tinubu to pick Christian on the north, they are pushing him so that he can lose the election? That is just my opinion. Because if people are pushing him, people know that the Christian in the north, they are minority, and to win election in the north, you need the majority Muslim vote in the north. Don't you think people saying Tinubu should pick a Christian in the north, they are pushing him so that he can lose the election? That's just my interjection and a question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's a good point. I agree with that. That there is that motivation. That's a motive for someone like myself. But you have to know, even when you talk about Muslims, okay, in Nigeria, you have the Shia Muslim, you have the Sufi Muslim, you have the Ahmadiyya, you have the Quraniyon, and others.
Well, the Sunnis are the biggest. You didn't mention them.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's obvious. That I didn't mention that because they are the biggest. They're the standard. They're the biggest in Nigeria. But it's also important to know that somebody like such as yourself, the questioner, we have to do things based on science, based on the true and false, right? There's always going to be little minutiae here and there of people who have ulterior motive, obviously. You can't go supporting that because when you hear, say, somebody like myself, when I say I don't want a Muslim ticket, obviously I'm against Tinubu too. However, a more sophisticated me would want this. A more sophisticated me loved the day that Osibajo was dejected from the primary. Okay, because he would have been a very difficult challenge to my own choice. So going and pick, if this Tinubu, the Jagaban, when I'm picked, let's say, who would I say? It's kind of hard to come up with somebody in the north, like one man says. But if he had picked an excellent vice president, that's not good for us. Picking this particular Shettima, there is no rational person that will support that ticket. If you're a Southerner, you should not support it. If you're a Christian, you should not support it. And I mean Christian both North and South. Now, if you're somebody who just wants Nigeria to progress, you should not support it. I don't know who is going to support it. There'll be some. Like you just said, it's not altruism. It's not altruistic for me to say that. I'm saying it to protect my own interests. That's true. I don't want him to win.
For Pansat, what I'm telling you is my Yorubaness is superior to my religion. I would still pick Tinubu as a Yoruba man. You understand what I mean?
I do
You are a
understand.
tribalist.
Yeah,
You are a
hold on.
tribalist. You are not
I don't
a
care.
Nigerian.
I
Let
don't
me
care.
You might
You
not
say I'm
care.
a
You are
tribalist.
the one
That's
destroying
fine.
this country. You are the one destroying this country. You are a tribalist. You are not a Nigerian. You are people like you are those misleading these Nigerian people. You are coming here now to
Yeah.
tell us that
Yeah,
I
but
don't
you are
care.
Yoruba
I'm a
man.
Yoruba man.
Ego,
You are more
settle down now.
Yorubanist.
He's
You are more
entitled to
this.
his opinion.
Now,
Is
I
it?
want you to tell these two candidates that are Muslim to tell us their stance on the killing of Deborah, as in enshrining the, what do you call it, their Quran, if somebody must say anything and die by one person's violence.
Ego, it was actually only Peter Obi that took a stance on the killing of Deborah. Tinubu, of
That's
course,
what I'm saying. I say I want these your two Muslim men to come and tell us their stance in this country.
They will never now because it's not
enough.
experienced.
See,
Even
this is the
Atiku,
dead
he
on
withdrew his
arrival.
statement.
This
Yeah.
Muslim thing is dead on arrival in this country.
So I wanted to
Take it or you leave it. It's dead on arrival.
All right, let's get back to Pansat. Back to you.
To respond to one thing about the last speaker, who was that last speaker that was questioning me? What's his name?
No, it was Thomas first, and then Ego laterly.
Okay, yeah, but Thomas. Yeah, Thomas, one thing I like about Thomas is a very sincere, open person. He will tell you what he just told us right now. There's a lot of people like that believe what he believes. So the tribe does matter. We're all human beings. We have sentiments. And I think there are other things that should override that. Thomas, you're not different from me. I'm an Igbo man, and my tribe comes before my religion as well. Now, you're never going to see me supporting Okorocha, no matter what he's running for. He's an Igbo man. If Okorocha and others, or Joe Ibukwe, for example, is running against a Fulani man, I'm going to support this Fulani man because that's overreading by stuff. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's certain times that plays a role. All of us have that in our blood. There are some times that we're Nigerians. Okay, if the Nigerian egos are playing anybody, then at that point I'm a Nigerian. I'm supporting our team. I'm a Nigerian fully. I don't care who's playing, who's scoring the goal. If it's a Fulani man or if it's an Igbo man or whatever. Sometimes we do have Nigerians playing for England, for example. And if Nigeria is playing against them, am I going to be rooting for England because I have an Igbo man in that team? No. So this is that time again where any full-blooded Nigerian is going to, look, challenge anybody that's emerging, but only what's best for our country. Imagine the way this country is going to be if the right team come in there. Think about how Obi would negotiate with the British, for example, the oil companies, not just back home what he's doing in his state.
Are you talking about his articulation or his cranial functioning? Because those are two different things, and as I'm sure you know. And
yes.
Are you talking about his ability to articulate excellently in English, or are you talking about his superior mind?
Yeah, I'm talking about his patriotism, his love for the Nigerian people or his state, in essence, giving them a deal, a fair deal. If you go to that's a video I saw, because before I was lukewarm about Obi, but that's a video that where he came in as governor, and the person who's in charge of the lands and all that came to him and gave him a couple of plots of land. And he rejected it. He says, no, this is not why I'm here. This is not why I'm here. He wasn't doing under the glare of light. This is actually a true story. This is the kind of person we're talking about. Now, I got the same feeling from his vice choice. Now, remember, he's accusing this government of complicity with the terrorists. This is a northerner. He goes far beyond Obi in what he's saying. And he has figured out all the various forms of corruption. He has 7 forms of corruption in Nigeria. This guy is better than Obi in some things, in those areas: terrorism, corruption. So if you bring the team together, and then remember, it's going to be a cabinet. You may have Showore and others end up in this cabinet, in this government. Then we're going to go ahead and rescue the country first. This has nothing to do with Igbo, Yoruba.
Pansat, who do you think has the superior mind, Tinubu or actually, I want you to rate it on a scale of 1 to 3. So Tinubu, Atiku, and Peter Obi, of course. So in terms of superiority of just cranial functioning, you don't know them personally, I'm assuming, but just as we're glancing them from afar as our people who watch the Nigerian political space, who, by your assessment, has the superior mind? Who comes second, and then who comes third?
Well, that question, I would have loved to really treat it very well, but the way I'm going to look at that is that Tinubu is street smarter than all 3. Okay, so Obi comes in second, but Tinubu is not in his best right now, mentally speaking. Tinubu is a street fighter. He's smart. He knows how to, and then his interest, it's not our interest. Obi's interest is Nigeria. Do you understand? So if you take Obi's interest and put it in the hands of Tinubu, he'll be able to solve our problems. He faster than Obi can do because it's going to involve thuggery, it's going to involve corruption, all kinds of things to get to our goal. But his goal is actually antithesis to what we want. So he's not on our side. If he's on our side, he's the best guy to do the job. So right now, Obi's interest is to have a good name when he leaves office, bring Nigeria up, employment, otherwise, all the metrics, all the stuff we're looking for. That's his own idea. But Tinubu's turn is to pit one against the other, reward a certain class of people. It might be religious, it might be social, it might be tribal or whatever. So that's what it is. The motive, it's what when it comes to motive, Obi has a superior motive. But when it comes to street fights and ability to use strategy, of course, Tinubu, even if he's 100 years old, has a better chance. Like you say, he has all the triggers and the structures to be able to bring that about. But you have to transplant Obi's motives into Tinubu's head for him to take the cake. So right now, that's the only way to look at it. Atiku, look, every problem we have in Nigeria, his hands in it. When it comes to power, he's important generators. When it comes to herdsmen, killing people, he owns those cattle. All right, he's been in government, but he's very wealthy. And he's playing all kinds of politics. He runs over here, he runs over there, and he hasn't solved any of our problems. It's time to try younger Nigerians. So Okupe did a good job with advising Obi. He's putting things together. You have Obi. When I look at the stage of the Labour Party, I see people wearing the cowboy hats then that the South Southerners wear. So the party actually belongs to them. The Edo, the Benin, and all those people, they're in there. You have Obi himself, an Igbo man, he's in there. He's the candidate. Then you have this vice president, he's from the north. You have Okupe, he's...
How far north is he from? How far north?
Well, he's from Kaduna, but
he?
Yeah, but on Iran, there's allegation that he's born outside of... he has lineage outside of the country. But we're doing better because at least his lineage he's first-class Nigerian, because with his parents coming from outside. So we have to judge him by his own character. He's a Nigerian. I'm very proud to have that guy as a Nigerian. I didn't know you have people like that up north. Go and look at this guy's courage. He's not afraid to tell those in power what they're doing wrong and what the right thing to do is. Not just because he was going to be vice president, because of he studied it. He talks to Buhari and his administration the way they should be addressed. So I'm very, very proud of him. Me being a Pan-Africanist, a lot of my clannishness and tribalism is a temporary thing, because eventually all Black people should integrate. That is my own long-term thing. So it doesn't matter where you come from. But to get there, we have to take some steps. One of those steps is to bring the country together. Nigeria, do you know what a Nigerian is? To a lot of people out there. Okay, if you go back 20, 25 years ago, the people are jealous of Nigerians. We're usually smart. We have money. Our women are beautiful. Our guys are happening. Our music is good. And Nigeria was the place. Until we were destroyed externally and internally. It's a collaboration of forces that we have to stop right now. So with Obi there, this vice president, and so many others who are going to be in this cabinet, then we're going to start correcting the course. I don't even see anybody who is a full-blooded Nigerian, a young man, not try to add. Let's criticize, but let's add to it. Somebody like Thomas, I really want you, like I said to Ajen, I want us to work together. Let's do this here. Let's do it. That's why I come here for almost 6 months now. One man and I, we don't get along. Here and in other platforms, we have our battles, but we both love Nigeria, and I want us to work together. If we show our voice, for example, this Muslim ticket with the current state of Nigeria, it's not going to work. It's almost impossible to work.
All right, thank you, Pansat. So thank you, Pansat. Pansat, stay with us, but I want to take that topic round because I think it's the topic of the moment. And I want to take it next to Baba Akure, who I think is not far from you in his thinking. So Baba Akure, I think maybe it's something that you feared, but it's happened nevertheless. Tinubu presents us a northern ticket. So there was a lot of talks about this, and it's now a situation. What is your reading of it? Why do you think he arrived at this decision? And what impact for or against do you think it will have? All of that, Baba Akure.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are, everybody. Well, I think Tinubu made right choice in the sense that he will fail woefully in the next election. I know that some people are saying that, oh, they don't really care about religion, they don't care about this. It is good when we say our mind, the way you feel. For you to be saying that, oh, you don't really care, it is just like we care. That is a fact. That is human being. When they get to Aso Rock, and you have a Muslim ticket, that is when you will know that when you'll be feeling that, okay, you'll be marginalized at that time. So for me, it is good for him because he is going to fail. And by the grace of Almighty God, he is going to fail woefully. If I could be in Nigeria, I'm not going to vote for him. That's just a fact. He will not get my vote. It doesn't really matter either. He is from my village. He is not going to get my vote. So he already shot himself in the foot. Now, he is claiming that in 1993, but what's the name of this man? Abiola shows another person, which is, I think, King Gibe, as his running mate. But eventually, they won the election. That was what he said. But he forgot that this is about 30 years ago, right? You're talking of 1993 and 2023. You're talking of 30 years ago, in which a lot of things has already happened in Nigeria. We see what happened since, even particularly, in fact, Buhari really did well for Nigeria so that we know where we are going. He really did well, right? So now Tinubu want to capitalize about issue of Abiola 30 years ago. But that 30 years ago is not as bad as this in Nigeria. We are not this so divided. Even in the last few years, we can see how we've been divided, even in tribal line, in religion line. We've seen what happened.
All right. I think Baba Akure is going to attend to some domestic matters. So Baba Akure, we wait for you to come back. As we wait for Baba Akure to come back, let me acknowledge RB Super Chat, which says, how has Vice President Oshibanjo helped reduce Christian killing? So that's the thing. I'm not quite sure. Oshibanjo, the real counter argument against this Muslim thing. Yes. But let's go to Ajanle Koko.
I'm here now.
All right. So carry on where you were, Baba Akure.
Well, where we can say that Oshibanjo didn't do anything. He didn't say anything because it is he is a Christian. But even though he's a Christian, he is in this administration, but we get it worse. So now when we have Muslim and Muslim, or we have Christian and Christian, it cannot work in Nigeria. I'm not being biased here or political bigot.
But the point that the commentator, I think it was RB, the point RB was making is that having a Christian vice president has not really impacted in any positive way for Christians in Nigeria who are savaged routinely right across the four corners of the country. And Yemi Osinbajo has not A, been able to say anything about it, and B, more importantly, being able to do anything about it. So what has Christian Vice President ever brought you? Is the question.
Well, the question is that I cannot really see what I mean, let me put it this way. We have not really have even in Nigeria as a whole, we have not really have Christian president in Nigeria since I was born.
Good luck, Jonathan Obasanjo.
Yeah, good luck, Jonathan. Oh, sorry.
Obasanjo.
Obasanjo is halfway.
What is
that? What do you mean by halfway?
Is it Olusegun Abdul Rashid Obasanjo?
He never here, not there. That's
no. You are talking about religion now. You said we never had Christian this thing, and one man told you Jonathan and Obasanjo. But Obasanjo is a Christian now.
I'm not going to count Obasanjo as a Christian. It's neither there. You cannot.
Born again, Baba Korewa.
Have you seen him going to the mosque to pray before? Is it not at the churches every single video?
I think it's a deacon even in his church.
And he's a deacon.
Baba Kure, he has theology. He has theology in
PhD.
Open University.
He has PhD in theology.
Oh, that was when he relinquished power, man. Just forget about that.
Baba Kure wants born again.
Baba Kure is a Christian. Christian.
Let's just put that aside.
Baba Kure make his point. This guy is making point. Allow him to make his point, man.
In my own opinion, we need if Tinubu choose as a Muslim, it doesn't really matter if he choose somebody from the northern part of Nigeria that is Christian. I still believe that then he will have chance to win the election. But with what he just did, he is going to fail woefully. Just mark it down. Yesterday, I was listening to one of the so-called member that even worked for him during the primary. He was saying on Arise TV, I don't know if one man you can go and search for that clip. He said Tinubu will likely fail if he chooses to run Muslim ticket. In the sense that the northern Christian will not even vote for him. Right? Okay. So if that happens, what do you think is going to happen in this? He is not going to get 10% vote from this, which I know which is going to
Baba Kure, we have to start to unpack those numbers. So we have to really give consideration to just how many, in terms of their population, percentage of Christians do we have in the north. I'll be surprised if we have up to 20%, or maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. And then if we go to the east,
Not
even
Central,
if
Central has about over 60% Christians.
Yeah, but
Not
in the
Central.
north as a totality.
Okay.
No, you have to look at it for geopolitical settings. So
Right.
not just look at it for a monolithic north. Consider North Central.
Where are you getting that number from, by the way? That's
Take
60%.
go to Benue,
And
go to
Taraba
Plateau,
too, I
go
think.
to Plateau, go to
Yes.
Taraba.
Yeah. And Adamawa, I
Not
think
say-
they are Christians too.
Let me
Maybe.
tell you, this choice he made, he will be affected mainly by two regions: the South region and the North Central region. He will be affected mainly
Yes,
by two
but
regions.
the point I'm making is, you are saying that, which is to tell you that he is aware of that, but he being aware of that has made that decision.
He has made it. Let's work with that. But what I'm trying to tell you is that this time around, his decision is going to be more difficult for him. Because if he's going to get vote, if he was supposed to get vote in the South, for instance, now he is going to receive protest votes from that same South. Because majority of the South we likely work against it, because of this combination. Then North Central too, he will also expect protest votes from the North Central. So you go to what do we call it? You go to the pure North. Most of the Christians in the pure North who have been ravaged by this insecurity in the pure North, they are still going to protest They are still going to vote on protest basis. So these are the things you have to consider. Then you are talking about Yoruba, the western part of Yoruba land. I have friends at the University of Ibadan who are students, who are Yoruba core Christians. I talked with them. They said they would have otherwise voted for Tinubu if he had the Christian vice on the basis of tribe, that they will vote for Tinubu. But if he feels a Muslim vice, that they, Yoruba Christians, they are just talking, that they will vote against it. So this election, you have to pay with it a lot of things.
All right, thank you. So let's get back
allow
to
me to add. Let me just add one thing about that. You know, in Kaduna, where the vice president nominees
pick up a bid, we can't hear you.
Okay,
no,
can you hear me?
No, we can hear you. Carry on. Yeah.
So in Kaduna, you have the nominee comes from Kaduna. Okay, Kaduna is a big state, and you have a lot of Christians there, especially in the southern Kaduna. So you when we just say north, is this? It's not a monolith, like I say. That's the central for sure. We have a lot of Christians there, but in Kaduna itself, it's going to be a hustle for them to.
The nominee is from Borno, by the way, not Kaduna.
I know, but he is resident in Kaduna, so his political career stems from Kaduna as well. As a senator and all that.
No, it's a senator for Borno North Central.
He has no affiliation with Kaduna at all.
I don't know what his affiliations are personally, but politically, it's totally Borno.
Okay, then I stand corrected on that. I thought he was from Kaduna. Okay, but there's a lot of Christians in Kaduna State.
Yeah, but the wider point you are making is still valid. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Baba, could I take on board what Pansat and I think that was Saki added? So, all those are considerations from the panelists, which is to tell you that those considerations are widely held. And those considerations, of course, would have been things that would have been considered by Tinubu before he nevertheless arrived at the decision. What permutation do you think led him there?
Let me tell you something, one man. You see, the king Nebuchadnezzar, when God, they warned him, right? Eventually,
Pastor Nibabakure.
Eventually, he turned to animal for good 7 years and eat grass. You know, when in Yoruba we always make a proverb when the dog that we lost will never listen to the whistle. That is exactly what is going to happen to Tinubu. He might calculate whatever he thinks. I am telling you, one man. You see, this election is not going to be like 2093 that he's talking about, because you're talking of 30 years ago. I still maintain that. You're talking of 30 years ago when nobody really cares. We are not really exposed to this issue of this is my religion, this is my tribe, this is my this. We don't used to that until lately, particularly with this administration. What is going on? It is clearly showing. You can say anybody can curse me, they can say anything they want, but just wait until 2023, then you will see the outcome. If the election is free and fair. Now, Tinubu don't even have somebody to choose again. In another part of Nigeria, it is Shettima of all people. So you don't even have any better person to choose. Like other two colleagues just said, though we cannot prove it because we are not the judge, we are not the court of law. We are aware that Shettima and what's the name of this the former governor of his state? What's the name of that guy again? So two of them, they were there when issue of Boko Haram started, right? That is what the main problem we are having up to today. Then you don't have anybody else to choose. Is that person you went ahead to choose? So let's wait until 2023 and you will see what is going on. And I strongly believe that I think you mentioned it yesterday or this morning that some northern people, they are working against Tinubu. Was it that yesterday? Was it yesterday?
No, that was the afternoon session. There are speculations that they are orchestrating the cabal that they want Atiku.
All right, that is part of that is part of the arithmetic of what we are saying here. That is part of what is going to happen. And if you read my comment, I also mentioned it there that we heard from Baba Ahmed, one of the spokesperson for Northern Ida Forum, stated that they work against Jonathan to vote for APC. He was, I don't know if he's a PDP member. He was PDP member at that time, but worked against his own party and voted for APC, right? So the same thing is still going to happen here as well. Honestly, Tinubu already shot himself in the foot. That is the truth.
Okay, since you are insisting that Tinubu has shot himself in the foot, Baba Akure, who do you think the gainer of this will be? Who do you think will gain from what you have concluded is a shot in the foot? And more to it, if you are willing to say, now that you've decided against Tinubu, where would your vote go? Are you obedient? Are you obedient now, Baba Akure?
Are you pushing word into my mouth?
No, I'm just this is where you seem to be leading.
Right? Yeah, you are very right. Because right now we have 3 candidates. We want Southern president, at least, to see if something will change in the Nigeria landscape. Now we have Tinubu here, who doesn't have any better thing or better vice president to choose. It is Shettima, and he is running Muslim ticket. And based on what we have seen in the last 8 years, even that we are seeing currently, we don't even know what is going to happen in the next 6 months or 8 months. We don't even know how many Christians, how many churches they are going to burn. We don't even know how many clergy they are going to kill. We don't even know how many clergy they are going to kidnap. So, what option do you think I have? It is Peter Obi. It doesn't, like I always say, I'm not saying that Peter Obi is a saint. He is as corrupt as others. It doesn't really matter. Anybody can say, oh, why do you say that? Or because all politicians, they are always the same. You know, the only reason why I want to vote for him is that, well, let's just see, maybe not that I can really trust him, or I can really say that, okay, well, I was expecting something. But I think it would be the best, the better opportunity for us. And I urge youth, Nigerian youth, this is the time for them to really take the country back, if they really want to do so. Because right now we know where we're supposed to go now. So if that time comes and they don't come out to vote a mass for Peter Obi, if they like, they take 10,000 naira to vote their 8 year, vote their future, the next 8 years, without getting anything back. That's still left for them. We can only talk here and give them guide and advise them. It is still for them to choose who they want to vote for. But with what we're seeing right now, the best person among these 3 individuals is Peter Obi. That is just it. If I'm in Nigeria, I can. It could be me alone. I will vote for him, because that is, I may be a religion bigot. Call me that. I don't care. With what Christian has suffered even in the last 7 months, this is no issue of a tribal that I'm from Yoruba. Okay, Tinubu is from Lagos. Even he is from my town. I will not vote for him. That's the fact. That is the fact.
So
we did that during Abiola, and Abiola is well accepted all over Nigeria. The point I'm making is that we do not have the problem that we are having right now in 993, and that was why that issue of Muslim ticket fly. That was why Abiola won lifeline. But not in this case that we have right now. That church is being burned down is just like they really target a Christian. Went to church, kidnap people that they are having
Ikore.
Not even Ikore. Night vigil. You went to church in broad daylight to shot people. You shot people dead. You kidnap. You went to church. You kidnap a bishop. So how many imams do they kidnap in the last few months now?
What has Yemi Osinbajo been able to do about that?
Nothing. So now
is he a pastor?
And so.
Right. Well, so, exactly. So that's to you
now. My question to you now is that one man, because somebody is talking now. My question to you is that we have Christian as vice, because we talking, oh, well, it is, but we have vice president. What has he done? Now we have vice president as Christian. What of if we don't even have representative there? So
the situation could not be worse. It can only be better, because I think we are at the lowest ebb we've ever been. So if Yemi Osinbajo had been able to do anything against with regards to the war against faith in Nigeria, then you would have said that if he did even one single thing, then you would have said if it was a stronger personality, it would do more. But he did not do a single thing. In instances, even justifying it, wrapping it around a greater insecurity in the country.
But now, what I'm saying also is that so we don't have representative in the Aso Rock right now, and we have still seen all this thing happening to us as a Christian. So what if we don't have representative? That is my question to you.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's not going to be better or worse. It will be left to the personality of the person driving the country.
Personality of who?
The person driving the country.
The person who have the country.
The person driving the country. What Yemi Osinbajo has shown us is that the vice president is ineffectual. Buhari came in under a faith and ethnicity agenda, and he drove that through. And Osinbajo, he in instances even backed it up, trying to wrap what was an obvious agenda, is trying to wrap it around a more nationalistic sort of problem. So rather than acknowledge what everybody says, he will say it's a greater insecurity within the country, which is some form of complicity, because Buhari was driving that agenda. So if the president at the front, if he drives that agenda, then it is immaterial what the vice president does. So is Tinubu going to drive a fundamentalist agenda is the real question.
I understand what the question you are saying, but that is why I'm saying also, even though Yemi Osinbajo did not have much say in this present administration, then you are saying to me that, okay, well, vice president doesn't really have say based on what is going on in Nigeria and our constitution, right? But I'm saying to you, even though they don't have that power, they cannot do anything, we have somebody who is figurehead in Aso Rock, and this thing, what we are seeing now, is still happening.
Yeah, but that highlights that is immaterial. That
is how you see it.
But no, but that's how it is now, factually, but as demonstrably by Osinbajo.
That is because Osinbajo is a punk.
Yeah, exactly. Right? But he's not a punk naturally. Buhari punks him.
No. It doesn't really matter. You never can tell the vice president that is going to choose this time around. Having one vice president who happens to be a Christian and is not a pastor for that matter, according to him, and it doesn't perform.
Okay, let me present it to you this way, Baba Akure.
Okay.
If Tinubu is a religious fundamentalist and a jingoist, an extremist like Buhari is, if he is, but he has a Christian running mate, what do you think that Christian running mate can do different from Osinbajo?
It depends on the Christian. It depends on the Christian that he chooses. That is where I still have to go back. That is what I will still have to say. It depends on that Christian. It depends on
the way. If he chose to the Bakare, he will be very, very vocal.
It depends
on the he won't be vocal, though, I can tell you that.
It depends on the vice president that he chooses, right? The one that don't want to be a punk, that can fight the battle.
But Baba Kure, sorry, yes, Baba Kure, you make a statement earlier on. You said Christians were being killed, church were being ravaged. But do you know that Muslims have been killed as well, and monks have been burned down by the terrorists? Are you aware of that?
I'm not talking I'm not talking of terrorists here. I'm not generalizing of terrorists. Talking. Somebody's talking.
Can I help out? I think the best way to look at this is to look at data. Now, the only state in Nigeria that has experimented this Muslim whatever is Kaduna State. And if you look at the administration of the governor in Kaduna State, since they had that ticket, you can see the rate of killing in Kaduna.
That problem precedes El Rufai. That problem, yes, it precedes El Rufai.
I understand, but it was heightened during this administration.
No, there's a general heightened state of insecurity under this administration.
Yeah, but
it's not peculiar to Kaduna.
Because I'm telling you that I think recently I was watching something where the Catholic Church was lamenting over the number of Reverend Fathers they have killed in Kaduna. Serial killing of Reverend Fathers in Kaduna, and they counted more than 4 or 5. You know, within this year alone. You know, so I think it was much during this very administration. So if you look at that, you cannot ask yourself what is.
No, I'm not sure that you can say that. That's in somewhat. That's somewhat like obfuscation. What you're trying to what you're doing there, because the example doesn't fit the point that I think you're trying to make. There's a spike in insecurity in Nigeria over the last few months. We know that over the last few months we've had about 2-3 prison breaks, with the headline being Kuje. We've had our Kaduna Abuja train something. We've had incidents. We had that vicar that was captured traveling in a real senior person traveling in the east in his own backdrop. We've had the Owo incident. So there's a real spike in insecurity at the moment.
Whatever.
So you can't just attribute it. You can't leverage that and put it on Muslim something.
I'm just analyzing Kaduna in isolation.
No, you can't now. You have to look at the wider space, because then that's a skewed view.
Why all those things are happening in the wider space?
Yeah, because Buhari facilitates it.
Yes. Then in the Kaduna space, what do you think will be the perception of the populace in Kaduna? How do you think they perceive?
It's not a new paradigm. It's not a new paradigm. It's not as though something new is being visited upon them. Is it something new that they're experiencing, or an escalation in a known phenomenon?
Well, what Tinubu has been able to tell us is that he's just interested in winning. He doesn't want to know whether you're a Christian or not. I don't respect whatever you are. I just want to win. That is what he's just trying to tell us.
All right, thank you. I mean, your point is valid, of course, Saki, but I just have a different view. So it's a difference of opinion. So it's not as though mine is... But back to you, Baba, correct? Yeah.
Well, we are very glad that he chooses his running mate as Muslim. So let's wait until 2023, because he is capitalizing on what happened in 1993, 30 years ago. We see it is just the youth of Nigeria that have to examine their brain right now. Get your PVC and get out en masse and vote all this crook and vote them out. The best option that we have right now is Peter Obi. It doesn't really matter. He's from East. I'm from the West. It doesn't really matter at this time. That is the only person we have. That is the only person. You can choose your Muslim and Muslim. That's fine. That's okay. Then 2023 we'll see.
All right, thank you, Baba Kure. So, Baba Kure, I'll go on to Ajanle Koko. But before I go on to Ajanle Koko, I want to be adding on a question which I'll be asking everybody. So I'll ask you, and then I'll ask Pansat as well because he kicked it off. But I'll ask you because you have the floor now. Is Tinubu picking a Muslim ticket? Has that made you not want to vote for him, or does that not make a difference in would you not have voted for him anyway? So would you not have voted for him anyway, or has that decision made you decide not to vote for him?
Actually, you know my stand before now. Before I even choose his running mate as Muslim, I would have considered him be okay, because before I was in the middle, okay, in between Peter Obi or him. But I'm just waiting because I've already said if he does choose a Muslim, that is it, done. He might have got my vote based on the fact that he's from West. I may have maybe okay, let me just consider him. But I have seen that he is going to choose Muslim. But he confirmed it today. So definitely, as I said to you, if I'm in Nigeria today, I wouldn't have even voted for him. That is the fact. The person I would have voted for would be Peter Obi. Because that is the best option that I have right now.
So Peter Obi is the real winner from that decision.
Like I said, Peter Obi is not a saint. He's as corrupt as others. But there's something that we need the paradigm to be changed from this old to new one. So that is it.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So I'll put that same question to you, Pansat, because I want to sample everybody's opinion. So the question that I put to Baba Akure Pansat is, as Tinubu, I probably know your answer, but just to document it, as Tinubu's decision to run a Muslim ticket, has that made you decide not to vote for him, or would you not have voted for him irrespective? So does it sway your decision essentially?
That's a very good question. So my answer to that is very clear. I wouldn't have voted for him anyway, but I would have been guarded in my criticism of him. I've avoided criticizing him because it's like elder person. But now that he's made this choice, it's just I'm going to campaign against him and put in resources. So I'm going to be vehemently against his candidacy. Before, I would talk about Atiku and just say, we want a southern president, period. So what he's done here, I'm going to be campaigning against his candidature. But I wasn't going to vote for him in the first place. Not because Obi is Igbo now, only because Obi is absolutely best and last opportunity we have to make Nigeria great again without violence.
All right. So to say make Nigeria great again presupposes that Nigeria was great was once upon a time. So
we've always been great. We just didn't have money. We didn't have street lights, but Nigeria has always been great. If you like me, when I go to the village, when I go to what we call local summer in those days, Nigeria's always been great. We walk with our head high. Our food tastes good. It's natural. Our babes are beautiful. I mean, secondary school students, when you came to America, you'll be smarter than the college students in the United States. Plus, when I came here, I came here with 7,000 naira and it turned into, 7,000 naira and it turned into $16,000. That's what our currency was like from the 1979, 1980 was double what American US dollars was. That is great, relatively speaking. So we had it going on. And we had sweet Brent crude oil, different from any other oil you have anywhere. Geographically, culturally, Nigeria is blessed with the awesomest cultures going from the north to the south. What is great? What is greater than that? We were up and coming. It's in COVID, yeah. So we were great. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you for that, Pansat. Let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat that was actually and still is pointing in the direction of Baba Akure. It says, Baba Akure, I absolutely disagree with your position. Name a Yoruba person who doesn't have a Muslim in his family. None. I have Muslims in mind, and some of them are extremely prominent. So essentially, I'm not sure where the Yoruba culture suddenly got this.
Can I answer to that, please?
Yeah, go on.
Okay. Honestly, I don't have any problem with I think Brother Alexander know how Yoruba stay. When you're talking about the issue of Muslim and Christian, we eat together during Christmas, we went together, we dine together. We don't have any problem. And I'm not going to say that northern part of Nigeria have problem too, but most of them have that problem of, okay, Muslim and Christian. They are the person that is dictating this for Tinubu. And they wouldn't have allowed, if it is Christian, no matter how that Christian is good, no matter how best that Christian in Nigeria, they will not allow it to be Christian versus Christian. We don't have any problem if we're talking about southern part of Nigeria, Muslim and Christian, they go along, they eat together, they wine together.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you for that, and thank you for the support, Alexander. Let's go on from you, Baba Kure, to Ajanle Koko, who hopefully is with us. So Ajanle Koko, you know the topic. The announcement has been made by Tinubu, of course. It comes as no surprise, but people nevertheless mixed. I wouldn't even say mixed feelings, because I think apart from Alexander Gomez, all the panelists so far, they've seen it as an error in judgment, and he was going to pay a heavy price politically. Do you think differently, or do you concur with everyone else? Ajanle Koko, Tinubu and Shettima coming to a country near you.
Thank you, woman. Good morning, afternoon, evening to you, wherever you are. And let me urge our listeners around the world to please like, share, and subscribe if you have not done so, particularly if you really enjoy Panzat analysis and that of Baba Kure. If you enjoyed it, please click on the like button, share, and subscribe as well. One man. TINUBU'S emergence as the candidate of APC put him in a very, very difficult position to pick vice president that will satisfy everybody. What I mean is that it was expected of him to pick Christian because he is a Muslim, and our culture, our tradition, our political culture is that when one person is at the head of the ticket, who is a Muslim or Christian, we expect him to pick the vice that will be of different religion. But Tinubu is in a very difficult position. A difficult position that in political contests, when you are in a political contest, you want to win an election. And we all know that if Tinubu really want to win vote, majority vote, or is looking to win in the north, is that Muslim vice president that can give him that vote that can take him to a presidency. Record is there that Muslims constitute the majority in the north. And we know that what drives politics in the north majorly is religion. Religion and religion,
ethnicity
ethnicity and popularity of the candidate. Those are the three factors that wins the election in the north. So if we really want to be objective with ourselves and we look at that man, we put ourselves in his position, I don't think we will do anything different from what he did. We will have done the same thing that that man did. But do I like it? Do I like what he has done? No, I don't like it. Because the Christians' interests has to be taken care of as well. What is their interest in the presidency at the topmost position, political position in our country, when nobody is representing the religious faith? So that is the problem right there. But politically speaking, for Tinubu to win, he have no other choice but to pick Muslim. So, but in the country that we are now, as divided as we are along religious and, religious, ethnic, and all this, I think that Christians have the responsibility to show their strength, to register their protests for that candidacy. For that ticket rather, for the ticket of Muslim, if they can be courageous. They have to show their protest by not voting for that ticket, to send a message to politicians that, look, yes, we are minority, but our minority vote counts. So that in the future, we begin to look at it that, look, every interest matters in politics, whether minority or majority. It should not be majority all the time. The minority, the interest of the minority should be taken care of as well. So the Christians have a responsibility now to register their vote protests by voting against that candidacy, so that the politician will learn a lesson from there. And the reason for this is that I've been saying it. Politician doesn't care. They don't care about you and me. They don't care about the interests of anybody in that country. They care about their interests. And what is their interest? Their interest is to win election. That is the most important interest to them. What can they do that can drive them to, the position of power? That is what interests the politician most. Your own interest is secondary to them, secondary or non-existent to them. We can look at two candidates now, Peter Obi and Tinubu. Those that they pick as their vice president are the worst of the worst you can ever imagine in the history of that country. The worst of the worst in the sense that both of them are divisive, they are religious bigot, they are ethnic bigot, and still this politician doesn't care. They put them as their number two. They are very insensitive to the interests of the people. We watched the video of that of Obi ticket, Obi vice, saying that gay people should be killed. That is a no-no. That should be a no-no to everybody in that country, that This man, if he assumed the position of authority, he could do the worst against any group of people that he does not see as, whose interest does not rhyme with it. He can order the killing of those people. So on Obi's side, he picked the wrong person. Tinubu, we have seen an audio of the person he picked making a very, very bad statement against the Igbo. He described, that hate in his heart, heavy hate against the Igbo in his conversation with the former governor. These two vice presidents for these two candidates, Labour and APC, they are the worst of the worst I've ever seen in the history of that country. That is enough to terminate them. To discard them. Not even the Muslim is Muslim, that Muslim and Muslim, but the worst of it, when you see people of that have hate, that are, a religious bigot, what do you call the other one? How do they call it?
The fundamentalist.
Fundamentalists and how do they describe this? When you hate group of people, when you hate a particular tribe or particular race, I'm trying to remember.
Ethnic bigot or something.
Yeah, ethnic bigot, yes, ethnic bigot. So, Tinubu picked a wrong choice, as far as I'm concerned. Obi picked a wrong choice. But if we look at Tinubu on the other side, why he picked that guy, I think he picked him from that part of the country, the northeastern zone of our country, to give the people from that region a sense of belonging and to neutralize Atiku's vote.
It is pragmatism over religious sensibilities, isn't it? It's a pragmatism over sensibility. So he is not unaware about the religious tempo of the country, the religious temperature of the country. He knows that. And he, even in that long essay that he wrote, he said he sampled opinion right across the board to land at this decision. So it's not as though he's not aware of the backlash that is to come. And weighing the balance, he has gone for this guy. So it's pragmatism over idealism and sensibility.
Could I tag on a question on top of that, so he could respond together?
Yeah, carry on.
All right, thank you very much. Now, what I've observed, and I've commented on that several times, is trying to have a moral equivalence to two issues. General Lukaku is right. Both are condemnable, and I object to both on those separate issues, but they're not the same. Okay, so xenophobia, if the individual tribes or countries, in this case, the one with the Shettima, you have prejudice, you have intolerance, you have bigotry, you have insularity, parochialism, isolationism, ethnocentrism, racism, racialism, nationalism, jingoism, all those things are embedded in his. It's not just Igbo. We have to remember, I'll make this very short now so you can respond. What his Shettima is talking about in the case of the Igbos with the governor from the Southwest, they've already practiced against the Southwest themselves. That governor should have said, you remember Abiola, what you did to Abiola, even though he's also a Muslim. But those kind of jingoism led to them killing him. They didn't spare his life, just deny him the presidency. They killed him. It has nothing to do with Igbo. It's whoever he's talking to, then he's going to have that coloration. If he was on the phone with Okorocha, he would be talking about the Yorubas. Thank you very much. So it's not the same thing. Don't make him the same. Homosexuality is against the law in Nigeria. Okay, that's against the law. But tribalism is not. And so it's not the same thing.
So, Pansat, that of Obi's choice should be considered by people, right? The man that have such hate against Nigerians because of their choice of sexuality. So such people should be killed.
No,
you accepted that.
No, I said earlier in my remarks in the preface, I said that it's condemnable. But remember, there's in an intersection, there's an intersection of, let's say, an Igbo who is also homosexual. Okay, if there's such a thing. I doubt it.
So it's double whammy. It's double whammy.
Right.
What do you mean you doubt it? Did one actor not just come out to chase something? Who chase something?
Yeah. I normally don't pay attention to it.
Yeah, no, I pay attention to everything, but I'm going to carry on. Yeah.
So there could be an intersection of both hatred for homosexual and also an Igbo. So they're not morally equivalent. So you cannot hope for a candidate that you wish for. You have to deal with the candidates that you have. You cannot wish for a Nigeria that you wish for. In essence, a paradise. Okay, we have to deal with the Nigeria we have. That's the issue. So we always have to make that choice between two lesser evils. So combining them together, like an objective observer would just say, you know what, I'll go with Obi because
is it not the same fundamentalist traits that is being exhibited? They're both extreme views.
Yes.
Nevertheless targeted at different demographies.
Yes, but that is day and night between that Ahmed guy and
Ahmed is asking for calling for the extermination of people for reasons of sexuality, and Shettima is calling for the disadvantaging of people for reasons of tribe. Both extreme views.
Right. So which one overweight? So to Pansat, which one overweight the other? Who is more dangerous between the two of them? So who is more dangerous?
The one that is hating people because of their tribe, which they had no choice.
No. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah.
One man just analyze it. The one that called for the killing of humanity.
Use extermination just for reasons of.
Okay. The one that called for the extermination of humanity, and the other one that called for the disadvantage of a particular tribe in the country. Which one is more dangerous between two of them?
Right, that's what I was actually saying, that we have to analyze that. So in this case, an Igbo person has no choice. He was born an Igbo person and he couldn't hide it. Now, and it's
going to dangerous territory, but you carry on.
So you cannot hide it. You cannot do anything about it. You were born that way, and it's not against the law. But in the other case, yes, the magnitude of his error is in the punishment that he's prescribing. Okay, that is unacceptable.
But does that not give us an insight into his mindset?
It sure does. And he's subject to criticism on this. You haven't seen me defend him since I've been on. I'm saying that is an egregious comment to make. And it takes quite a lot away from him, because I was actually arguing that this guy, it's Obi's equivalent or better, especially on certain issues that really count right now. Obi is going to be timid, just like Jonathan was when he's dealing with Northerners.
Obi is a libertarian social democrat.
Yes.
And Datia Ali is a conservative elitist politician.
Absolutely. If you are going to say you want to embrace the North and have one Nigeria, you do have the systemic problem when it comes to the tenets of their religion. If you're gonna get a Muslim, that's what you're gonna get. You're not gonna get any Muslim that will not prescribe that punishment. But he made that statement on the floor of our National Assembly in a debate. He said he wants them killed. But remember,
And that is where the laws are made, by the way.
That's where the laws are made. But if the country, the National Assembly was not going to do that, obviously, but he still bears the onus of that comment. He bears it squarely, takes away from him. Else he'll be perfect. Nobody's perfect. So, but if we're going to embrace Muslims in Nigeria, you're going to get that. So, but we have to push back. At least we have a Christian Muslim ticket. Therefore, Obi is not going to go for anything like that, obviously. So, but like you said yesterday, a vice president is a heartbeat away. So we have to look at him as a presidential candidate, that Ahmed, right? So, but to answer your question directly, when you're choosing that issue, one is a choice that somebody has to make to be gay. So at least you could save your life by not making the choice to be gay, have that kind of orientation in a country such as our own. We don't like it in the country, but the punishment is prescribed by the law, not by fiat, not by individual choice. So the guy, he misspoke. I don't know what his position is today. He should be questioned about that. He has to answer that question. And if he still holds that view, I think it's a disqualifying comment for him to make. If he holds that view, but it's something that he could say, you know what, I was young. I made that statement a long time ago, because even here in the United States, it was taboo up to a few years ago. They had to struggle with that as well. And some of them trying to make it, it's not a choice, it's where those people are made. But in our country, we don't believe in that. So that's why you can't be having the standard of having Obi to be perfect, in essence, his choice that he made. But we still have to weigh the two. In essence, you have to weigh it and say, okay, you know what? This is an egregious comment, and this other one, it compensates this way or that way. They make it up this way where they're faulty here. So this comment is disqualifying. If he still holds that view, I will not support him. But if he apologizes and he explains it with youthful exuberance and just talking nonsense because of his religious tenets, he's more maternal. He's a young guy. He's a young man. So we should forgive him, but he needs to be questioned and criticized.
As Shettima, equally, they are both within the same age bracket, sort of.
Right. That's true. As Shettima as well. If Shettima should come out and say, you know what, I made that statement, I've changed my mind.
But Pansat, he still have that ideology in him, isn't it?
Which ideology?
The ideology, I mean, the mindset of what he said earlier on, the fundamental, yes.
Yes,
we still have it in him.
Yes, he does. We have that problem in the north. Any true Muslim from the north is indistinguishable from this particular gentleman. That's a minimum. But at least he hates Boko Haram. He hates those things. In his case, he's going by jurisprudence. It's against the law to be a homosexual. So he's trying to argue for capital punishment. It's unfortunate. It takes a whole lot away from him, maybe 20% or more from him. And it's disqualifying. He cannot hold that view and be the vice presidential nominee. He has to address that issue. There's just no doubt about that. So, but we do have that problem in the north. But if you want one country, if you want Nigeria to be Wazobia, you have to accommodate them because that is their religious tenet.
Thank you. All right, let's get back to Ajande Koko to round off his thoughts. So I'll go on next to Kulata. So Ajande Koko, back to you.
Well,
Woman, please, can I ask Ajande a question, please?
Go on.
Thank you. Yeah, Ajande, thank you. I love the angle where you've been coming from. But I just want to ask two questions quickly. First, when we will stop this issue of Christian or Muslim? We should look at competence. If it's a Christian that can do it, let's go for it. That's one. So now, what of the Christians? Are there no Muslims in Edo State? And I think both the deputy governor and the governor are Christians. I don't know if I'm wrong. Someone can tell me. So what happens to the Muslims minority in Edo State? What happens to the Muslims in the Ekiti State? Did they complain that, oh, why did you feel Christian? Why not?
Or even the Muslim in the southeast. I think Nedumoko is a Muslim, is he not?
So why that? God bless you. So why are we saying this? And if we are to be truthful to ourselves, more Muslims are being killed in the north than the Christians. That is the truth. More Muslims are being killed in the north than the Christians.
Settle down with the killed now. I'm saying YouTube will trigger, but I think Ajane Koko gets the question. So Ajane Koko address that, and then I have to move on to Kulata for time.
I see. Let me just first of all respond to Pansat. You see, if we as people, and educated people that are enlightened, if we don't develop an habit to call spade a spade and stop defending indefensible, we will continue to run into big problem, political problem, because we want to defend our own. We want to stand on our own that, oh, our own have not made mistake, our own is right, but theirs are wrong. So you see that guy as wrong, you see Tinubu as wrong with his speak, but to be not wrong with his speak. When we look at both of them, it shows that both of them are fundamentalists. It shows that one is calling for extermination of humanity, and the other is talking about, disadvantaging an ethnic group. Both of them are wrong. And why do we want to manage wrong and people with hatred against humanity and against tribe? I mean, we should just get it right. If as long as we continue behaving in this kind of nonsensical manner, we will never get it right in that country. So on the other side, on the other question, that why is it possible? I mean, why is it a big deal for Christian and Muslim to get at the national? You cannot number one, you can't compare state. The way state is operated to that way the national, the country, the entire country. The president, the presidency, take care of the interest of the entirety, the entire interest in that country, religious interest, tribal interest, every interest that matters to Nigeria. And our diverse unity must be well managed from that top end down. If it's not managed well from that top, then we're going to have problems. Why are we trying to create problems? Why are they trying to encourage something that can create problems when already we are in a crisis and we know that, okay, let's solve this crisis we are into? And you see the religious leaders calling for, oh, look into our own interest too, look at our own son, balance this equation. And you see somebody throwing, it look like, oh, Christian doesn't matter to me. Let me pick Muslim. I mean, it doesn't work like that. We have to be doing things right. So under normal circumstances, if we have a country that runs, if we have a country that does not, that is not in crisis, who cares? Nobody cares. But right now, we are in a crisis, and we want to manage that crisis. But instead of managing it, you want to expand it by not listening to, a religious group that we know that, if they are not number one, at least they are number two in the country. So we have to start to get it right. But on the side of Tinubu, I can see the reason why he picked that guy from the northeast. And the reason is to neutralize the vote from there Atiku's vote from there, because Atiku is from that region. But whether it is going to neutralize Atiku's vote, election results will tell us. And on the other side, he's not picking anybody from Northwest, because I believe the present president is from the Northwest. So why must he pick another person from Northwest to be number 2 when the person there now is from Northwest? So
do you think he will pay a Fulani price for the choice he has made? Is there a Fulani price to be paid?
He has opened up the Northwest for all grapper, everybody to come and, if you work hard into that zone, yes, you will grab your vote. That is what he opened up, that that space for not picking somebody from that Northwest. But it's the right decision not to pick somebody from there. Kwankwaso is there. It has given Kwankwaso more strength, more opportunity to penetrate that region more than ever before. So Kwankwaso will play his own card, a regional leadership there, that look, we can do it too. Why not? And it will resonate with people. So, but TINUBU'S decision to pick somebody from there, from the Northeast, and that of Atiku to pick from the South, both of them took a very strategic decision, which to me, I think is futuristic as well, in the sense that if anything happened to, God forbid, if TINUBU becomes the president and anything happened to him, the person that's going to step into that presidency position is going to be somebody from the Northeast, a zone that never produced president before, which I think is good. The same thing, Atiku picking somebody from the South part, the part from South, which was known as Midwest. They never produced president before as well.
Is Jonathan not from the South? Why are you trying to demarcate it to Midwest
he's
now?
He's from the Riverine side.
But we wrap them in the same ease now. The South is South now. Why are we subdividing why are you subdividing Ajale Koko?
You see that side of South that Jonathan came from, were used to know as Eastern region. They were part of the East.
No,
but this side,
don't say that. You are wrong.
No, hold on. Let Ajale Koko line, because I'm now mindful of the time and the amount of people that have not spoken. But let Ajale Koko line. Yeah.
That side that Jonathan came from were part of the East during the First Republic. So, and this side of where Atiku peaked were used to known as the Midwest. They were not Easterner. So, Atiku picked a choice from the Midwest and an Igbo man, particularly to still satisfy Igbo yearning for presidency. So if anything should happen to Atiku, we are going to see people from the Midwest assuming the position, and an Igbo, how do I describe it? A person of Igbo origin as well, assuming that position. So both men have taken a very strategic decision in their peak, strategic and futuristic as well, which should be commendable. It should be commendable. But the personality that Tinubu pick is not a person that we vote for, because it's an hater of humanity. And the person that will be picked is a hater of humanity. Let's call spade a spade. They are both men are very, very bad people. They should not be allowed to have place. They should not be allowed to be in the position of authority. That mindset is there in them, and they will carry it out anytime, any day, if they have the opportunity of carrying it out. Oh, so, but one man, that choice, Tinubu is in a very difficult, he has no other choice. The choice, the Muslim ticket is the only thing that can guarantee him vote. But a nation in crisis, we should begin to solve problems, and we should begin, the politicians should begin to be very sensitive to to the yearning of their people, to the interests of the people. But this time, it shows that it's not interested in in the position of the Christian leaders' call, and the Christian have to develop a courage voting against him, so that they can send a message that in the future, look, we are minority in the north, but we are people, our vote count, consider us for the topmost position when it's our time, anytime, any day. That is the way I see it, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Ajane Koko. So let me ask you the question that I've been asking everyone. So Tinubu's decision then to pick a Muslim ticket, has that swayed you not to vote for him? Are you ambivalent to it, and would you not have voted for him anyway? So as the Muslim ticket, has it swayed you one way or the other? So just briefly on that, Ajane Koko.
No, it doesn't even really matter to me whether Muslim or Christian he pick. I wouldn't vote for him anyway if I have a choice to vote. He's not my candidate. I will not vote. Omoyele Sowore is my candidate. He's the most stable person I've ever seen in Nigerian politics of recent. So I will go for somebody that is stable, that of no controversy. The vice president he picked is the right person. It's a human rights fighter lawyer. He's a human rights lawyer as well. So those are the people that serve humanity, which I believe when they get to the position of power, they'll be sensitive to the interests of the people, and they will serve us as people. But all these people, Tinubu, Obi, Kwankwaso, and all of them, they are just rubbish to me. They don't fit for any purpose.
All right, thank you. Well, so thank you. But Ajaneko, I'll ask you Ayo's question, but I really want you to condense how you respond. Ayo was asking you if we should even be giving consideration at all to religion, and should merit not really be what we should be looking at. So that's what the Ayo was putting to you. So if you can just condense an answer for that, Ajaneko.
I have said it. In a country where everything runs normally, where there is no crisis, religious crisis. We are having religious crisis in Nigeria. We are having political crisis. We're having economic crisis. We're having crisis at all fronts. So every interest now matter. Every interest matters. So the interest of the Christian at the topmost position in our country, it matters this time. We have to manage our unity in diversity must be well managed, and the interest of the Christian at the topmost position matter this time around. So this is the way I see it. The Christian and the Muslim position matter. Whoever on the head of the ticket, if it's a Christian, he must have Muslim as number two. And so it should be vice versa. If a Muslim at the head of the ticket, then number two should be Christian. That's how it should be. We have to manage our unity in diversity. Ayo, please. That's the way I see it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajane Koko. So thank you, Ajane Koko. So Ajane Koko, we go on.
Sorry, I think What about a situation where...
Sorry, time is running out.
No. So let me go on to Kulata. But before I come to you, Kulata, let me acknowledge Alexander Supata. He says, do people realize in the upper echelons of the Nigerian society, it is known that some of the most prominent Northerners are closet homosexuals? So I think that is somewhat fairly known because it is steeped in their culture, that same-sex coupling. Is steeped in their culture. So it's the hypocrisy of that sort of space and sort of culture that cascades from the north and goes all the way into Arabia. The hypocrisy of their way of life is what a lot of people, and myself included, recoil from. These are people, the most debauchery you'll find in that space, just excesses on everything in the privacy of their lives, and then they insist on a puritanism for other people to the point of physical harm to people. So you go to London now. You used to live in Chelsea, Alexander. You see them all over sniffing coke and chasing prostitutes, and then they go to their country, and if you cough the wrong way, they take off the tongue. It's just a hypocrisy. The people realize in the upper echelons of the Nigerian society, it is known that some of the most prominent Northerners are closet homosexual. I think that is somewhat known, but how widely known, I don't know. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. As we go to Kulata, the talking points. Tinubu now lands with this, I won't say a bombshell because it's something that we had seen coming, but now it arrives. How is it being digested, Kulata?
Well, I mean, for me, it's not shocking. This is what we were expecting. And for me personally, it's no big deal. We've had a Christian government before. Gowon's government. Gowon was the head. His vice was Joseph Edet Akinwale Way, who was a Christian. Buhari's military era.
But those are military men now. They are not elected.
I know.
So we shouldn't be bringing the military arrangement into, come on, Kulata. Don't bring military arrangement. They just force them, same of you, and we have no choice. Yes.
But it's just as a matter of fact. Statistics, we've had them before. We had Buhari Muslim, we had Gowon Christian. It's not the end of the world. If the presence of a Christian or a religious minority
relate to this issue is not democracy, these are governments force themselves on us.
Let him run through. So
run through with your this is all we're talking about is all symbolism, symbolic. It's all symbolic fight. Because if being a Christian on the ticket made a difference, I don't know. Oshibajo must be the most useless pastor we have on the face of the earth because they're killing Christians. It's ineffectual. There's nothing they can do, and it's a vice. It's a different thing if it's a head of a ticket. And when you think about it, Tinubu is a Yoruba Muslim, and not just that, he's married to a Christian. He's not a religious person. So in all intents and purposes, Tinubu is actually non-religious. I mean, just because you see him go to the mosque and all that, that's just for politics. So we don't have a fundamentalist ticket. Tinubu is not a religious fundamentalist. If anything, is a pragmatic person. So we just need to dial down a little bit about this religious thing. They're Nigerians. They can do whatever it takes to get on. I mean, to get in the office. It's a game of numbers. And speaking on that,
Kulata, one second. You know that saying, that's a maxim, M-A-X-I-M, that says, you show me. You show me.
Why do you have to spell it?
I have an accent. I have an accent. I have an
accent, but I know what you're saying. Yeah,
I have an accent. I have the habit of spelling something. But anyway, that maxim says, you show me a man who believes in everything, and I show you one who believes in nothing. So
that's a politician for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. But in this case, if you are pushing that as a virtue, it's not a virtue, that's a vice. If you believe in Christianity and you believe in Muslim,
it's not a vice, it's a trait.
It's not a look. We're taking this thing too far. Your religion is your personal faith.
I know, but
in all intents and purposes, we're just turning it into an identity play because. But we look for the lowest common factor to represent each other.
Yeah, I know it's your time, so let me just make that statement, then you can respond together. I'm saying that if somebody comes out in a country such as ours and he doesn't believe, he's not a Christian, but he's also a Christian. He's married to a Christian. He's a Muslim. You know, you got all those tenets mumble.
He's everything and anything, yeah.
And then he's nothing. In essence, that's why somebody's getting killed. You don't do anything about it. We can't. We're not gonna let our country go the way it's going right now. We can't be killed, and nobody's gonna do something about it.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
I disagree with that.
Sorry, Kulata. Can one of the moderators put Ben Isilewa on a 5 minutes timeout? And that's your first warning. So put Ben on a 5 minutes timeout. Apologies, Irene, for his out of order.
So let me respond to that, because the flip side of that is if I'm a staunch Muslim or I'm a staunch Christian, then if people are killing in the name of Islam, then and if I have fundamentalist belief, I will turn a blind eye. Same thing with Christian. But if I'm a moderate, then I can say it as straight up as what it is. It's a crime, and I'll go for it as a crime. It's the same thing you had Atiku that should have spoken up, or I think he spoke up when they killed, is it Deborah or whatever? I mean, Deborah or so, and he had to retract it. So that's bullshit. Pardon my language. So someone being irreligious or not being committed to a religion, for me, is a positive, because you can look at things the way they are. A crime is a crime. Terrorism is terrorism. You don't try to use any sort of religious glaucoma to cover it up. So I don't really, the head of the ticket, as far as I'm concerned, is not a religious fanatic. Is Tinubu. Come on, is Tinubu. We Yoruba people know that as far as religion is concerned, we're not, I mean, you don't take it that seriously. You don't take it that deeply, because it's just religion. And I mean, here's now where you have to like look at Tinubu as a strategist, because you're looking at a man taking the jaws of grabbing victory from the jaws of defeat. He was given a bad hand. He's a Muslim minority in the entire South. And he did one thing. He picked a Kanuri candidate, a Muslim Kanuri candidate, which from a strategic point of view, first of all, removes that Fulani factor. So his administration will not be bogged down with Fulani this, Fulani that. And then is making a major play in the northeast votes, because Atiku, if you guys go and check, Atiku has not won the northeast in any of the elections. He doesn't win them. Buhari carries those votes. So with Shettima in play, is guaranteed of YOBE and Borno. I think Borno has the largest votes. Then the election is essentially northwest and north central. So if it's northwest and north central, if you kind of like think like Buhari will help him in the northwest, then he has a shot at getting the northwest too. Because if Buhari will help him, if the governors that put him in this position in the first place will also support him, a bulk of them are in the northwest. And today, Kwakwanto was having an interview on Channels TV. The result, the news just came in. It was breaking news, and I think what's his name? The guy interviewing Kwakwanto told Kwakwanto that this is breaking news. Tinubu just selected Shettima. The immediate reaction of Kwakwanto, he said, Tinubu's choice of Shettima is very good. I like it. Tinubu is a strategist. I've known him closely since 1990. If I cannot get it, I will support Tinubu, but I want him to take this campaign easy. It is too rigorous. So we've all been suspecting Kwakwanto as someone unable to a deal. This kind of like gave it away, in my opinion, that this guy will play ball. So if Tinubu has battled Atiku in the northeast, if Kwakwanto is prostituting himself to be bought, Ovie, I'm sorry if you're listening to this, but it is where it is. If Kwakwanto is prostituting himself to be bought in the northwest, Tinubu has essentially won the election, period. Because in the north central, He will win Niger. He will win Kwara.
But you can't take
Kogi.
that statement as categorical that is going to support Tinubu now. Why are you celebrating over that statement?
I'm not celebrating. I'm not a Tinubu guy. I'm just telling you. I'm not a Tinubu guy. I'm just telling you how I see it.
It's not a categorical statement that is going to support Tinubu now. Why are you celebrating that statement?
I'm not celebrating it. I've looked at his immediate reaction. It was a giveaway to me. Go and watch that thing with Ruben Abati when Ruben Abati told him. I was shocked because I thought, you could see in his face that, oh shit, this guy didn't pick the Plateau State governor. He had to pick someone like heavyweight. So Tinubu picked a heavyweight. From a strategic perspective, he's kind of like turned a backhand to an advantage. So right now, he has the pole position. So I think we need to just acknowledge he has that pole position. But Shettima's pick also, it's not like an easy pick. It comes with its own major baggages. Like, the chief amongst them is like hatred. Hate may be a strong word, but is loathing of Igbos. That interview, even though they're denying that interview, that's a very disastrous interview. How can he be making those kind of statements about fellow Nigerians? Like, that's just wrong. I don't know how we can walk that back. But when you think about it, they're not expecting votes from the Southeast. So they can get away with it, essentially. But me, as a Nigerian, I personally feel slighted by that interview. Like, if you can't compete with the Igbo people, just say you can't compete and stop saying all this nonsense about them. Then the next thing is there's the Chibok girls factor. Who was the chief executive in Borno during that Chibok scandal? It was him. So that means it wasn't that competent from a security perspective because he was the governor, I think, under Jonathan. And that was when it happened. And it was also continuing to be the governor. And then the question of the 600 billion.
Does governor really have control over security? Why are you guys trying to blame this guy
I'm not blaming him, but
for not preventing Chibok girl?
Is the chief executive of a state.
He doesn't have any control over the security. Why are you people blaming him?
He's still the chief executive.
No governor has control over the security in Nigeria. We all know that. Why you keep on blaming Shettima?
The buck must stop somewhere.
There is no buck stopping on his table.
No,
there's never a buck on security.
No, I don't agree.
It doesn't control the police. It doesn't control the military. Okay, that is the constitution. We know what the constitution says about the security of the country.
Can I answer that?
We know whose office that control it. We know.
Does he have security votes or not?
What is the security vote?
What is he using it for?
Is the security vote give him the mandate to control the police in the state? Does it give him the constitutional mandate to control?
No, it does. It doesn't. But he can make some escalations.
Why are you guys trying to blame him? Pastor already blamed him the other time.
He has to take some blame. He has to. You cannot
take any blame. You cannot blame.
Security officer of his state.
He has to take some blame.
One man, security of the state with no constitutional power to control the commissioner of police, to direct the commissioner of police, to discipline the commissioner of police. Which control is that? Let's be factual, man. You guys know that they are just that name as security of police is just a name.
So
a name with no tools to act.
So why do we use one mouth to blame Obi for security lapses in Anambra when it was governor?
I don't know those who are blaming him. I will never blame Obi for that.
Hold on, please. Okay, yeah, come in. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Now, but be brief though, because I'm now really watching the time. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. So, Ajan Lekoko, let's be objective. A governor of a state, it's not just your normal stuff. In that state, he enjoys immunity just like the president of the country. That you have the same duplicity of whatever the president has. He has that. He could form anything to defend his state. He could, if I'm a governor, trust me, I will defend my state. So, and he has the resources, he has everything. Maybe he doesn't have control of the Nigerian police. No, he doesn't. And he cannot form his own because those are in exclusively. But constitutionally, he's empowered to defend that state. But in this case, there's something else a governor can do. A governor can help invaders, could help terrorists. A governor could do a lot to do damage. Your argument is that a governor cannot do a lot to save lives and protect, but there is another side to that, which is the governor itself being bad and evil. Without power, there's nothing a governor cannot do.
Well, no, what are you trying to infer?
What I'm trying to infer is that if the allegation, and there's been a lot of allegations made by people I respect, that he was complicit. Now, you have to know that
who's making the allegations?
Everybody, including Jonathan. Even at some point, Jonathan was saying that there was nobody that was abducted there, that this is just a mischievous governor.
Well, there it is. So Jonathan is notoriously ineffectual. He was a weakling all the way through.
I know, but I'm not making that argument.
Blaming everybody for his lack of capacity.
Right. But let me just conclude by saying, when you're looking at something, and you're the arbiter, you have to make a judgment. You're gonna have to take things all the way to the as much as possible in favor of whatever anybody's saying. If a governor wants to have girls kidnapped from secondary schools, he can do that.
Yeah, but that's an extreme thing to say. I'm not quite sure that those are your views anyway, but I'm not sure.
Those were allegations made by others that I respect. And
are you saying Jonathan is claiming that he had the girls kidnapped?
Jonathan was claiming initially that Shettima is making allegation that girls were kidnapped, and there were no girls kidnapped.
Yes, that was when he lost the match, because we all remember that time. He was head in the sand for for the crucial times that those girls could have been rescued. When it finally dawned on him, because he thought it was a political move, but when it dawned on him that it was an actual event, it was almost impossible then for the girls to be retrieved.
Okay, yeah, without conceding all that, but I'm saying that the governor, okay, this is not addressed to John Lekoko.
No. Just learn quickly. I want Kulata to have his time. And when we get back to Kulata, I want him to have the space to really express, because I don't think it's really fleshed out a thought yet.
Okay, I'll go ahead. I will yield back to Kulata.
All right,
okay. Thank you.
All right, Kulata, carry on.
So, so we're talking about Boko Haram. Everybody talks about it like it's just that incident of them kidnapping those girls. What about after they kidnapped those girls? What was Shettima's behavior after they kidnapped those girls? Shettima was the one blabbing that we know the sponsor of Boko Haram, we will do this, we'll do that. They made him he was the head of governorship council or something. He was supposed to come up with some information. Did we hear anything about that information after? No. They entrusted him with like 600 billion naira fraud. What happened to them? Did we hear anything after? No. They were supposed to refer him to EFCC. Did you hear anything after? No. So this guy, even though he has a quick wit, is smart, is sharp, is going to be a good debater and a good attack dog, but he has a basket case of scandals on his head. It's just because we have short memories that we tend not to remember a lot about Shettima. But I mean, we're Nigerians, we kind of like forget and forgive a lot. So he will definitely get away with all this mess. But do
you think, Kulata, that the Yorubas are giving this guy a pass simply because it's their man's boy?
They're giving him like they're giving him like a leash, like just they're allowing them to get away with this, because if you think of the combination of scandals on Tinubu and this guy alone,
because if Obi had picked Shettima, he would have been crucified.
Oh, we will have killed Obi if Obi picked this guy. I mean, we will have destroyed him. Just that tape on Igbos alone. Then we will forget that one. Let's just say that is his own personal prejudice. But look at all this corruption, all this stuff I've listed. You know how much they invested in Northeast? You know, they had the Northeast Development Council. What happened to all those funds? Isn't until we had Zulum that we had some measure of accountability. I mean, I would have preferred it was Zulum that Tinubu picked, but I know Zulum kind of like ceded this seat to his boss. But this, let's not be deceived with Shettima. He's rotten to the core. is a disaster of a pick as it gets. The only thing is the guy, this positive guy, that guy is super smart. I mean,
he's a charming guy, isn't he?
He's a charming guy. Yeah. You put him in front of a TV, and when he starts like bringing figures, and his figures are pretty spot on. When he starts bringing figures, quoting some abstract, and you'll know that this is a well-read, well-educated guy. So that, I mean, if you're thinking of Obi has an educated guy, this guy will match him wit for wit. I mean, he will match him wit for wit if he doesn't even out-talk him, because Shettima's delivery is also, his delivery is convincing. He also has the
wit and humor to
wit and humor. Yeah. So, and also quick in his feet. So it's going to be an interesting an interesting VP debate. But also look at it this way.
Okay, go on. Yeah, land that point.
Tinubu can't speak right now. When Tinubu is talking is
Agbado,
Amala, or whatever. This guy will be Tinubu's spokesman. So Tinubu can just sit behind the scenes, cover up his own health issues, and allow this guy to run well. So it's good for Tinubu, but I don't think this guy is the best for the country.
All right. I want you to reflect a little bit, Kulata, on a vice presidential debate lining up Okowa and Al-Khali Baba and Shettima. So how do you imagine that would go in a vice president, that trilogy in a vice presidential debate?
For the first time, the Northerners will build the Southerner. That's just the truth.
Who will come at the bottom of the class?
Okowa will come at the bottom. Yes. Now.
They
will flog Okowa big time. I think Shettima will come on top, not because of substance that he speak, but because of his style. His style and his delivery.
Hey man, yeah, underrated. Okowa is a very smart guy too.
No, but
he can't.
He can't.
He can't.
He's a PhD that can read and write, but I'm not even sure if he can articulate well in English. You know, it's a labored speaker now.
He's not a noisy guy. He's not a noise maker. But he's a smart guy too.
No, that goes without saying. But
we're talking about TV presentation.
We're talking
this
about
is
rapid
all
wit, rapid.
Quick you haven't watched him on debate before, but you are condemning him that he cannot perform well. Why do you?
We've seen his interviews. His interviews.
In the interview meant what? Because it's so relaxed. Because it's relaxed. Because it's calm. He's talking in such a relaxed mood. It means that he does not smart.
It's not relaxed.
It's labored. If you contrast him with a fast speaker, quick wit, thinks fast, he's gonna look dumb, even though he's not dumb. But it's just the image that's gonna pass.
The other two are as clever as him, but they are quicker off the mark.
You know that people that doesn't talk too loud. People that doesn't talk too loud, doesn't talk too much. When it comes to assignment, when it comes to
debates, when it comes to
when it comes to debate, something they prepare for to go and do in order to show, their personality, they come out very best. I am telling you.
No.
This is what I've seen in so many people that don't talk.
No, that's fine. But the debate will not be present; it will be defend. So they will not just give you a moment to go and people will push you now, and then he has to think quick on his feet.
This is a smart guy. He's smarter than all of them. Look, let me tell you this.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Hold on. Politically,
you mean he has academic credentials?
Academic and political credentials better than both of them.
No, they all have it. No.
Hold on. This guy has been local government chairman. He has been.
No, don't run us through his CV now. We know his CV.
That is what gives the experience. It gives him the vast knowledge of how government runs and how politics runs better than the other two.
But Shettima has an impressive CV too.
Shettima was just he hasn't been his political CV. his political CV is not as rich as that of Okowa.
Yeah, but
Okowa
impressive enough. Yes,
So,
impressive enough. Yeah.
Okowa is impressive as well.
Ajanle Koko is like you preparing a presentation. Everybody prepares a fancy presentation, and then you open your mouth. The difference maker is going to be the person with the crisp delivery. So Okowa can have worked with local government and worked in Yanopaja or wherever, but his delivery will not be as finessed as those two.
Don't outrun Okowa yet. Don't put him at the bottom of everything. That's what I'm telling you, because he's a smart guy as well.
All right.
I can put my money on it. Okowa will come last.
I will put my money where your money is as well. It just sounds like they won't be saying nobody will be deferring to him that Mr. Governor, tell us how clever you are, sir. No, they are pushing him now, and I don't think he can. I don't think he can handle the pressure. But Kulata, yes, carry on.
I mean, even before they even open their mouth, there's also the visual, the optics. I mean, the optics of Okowa is not that attractive as the Obi pick, and the TINUBU'S pick will make up with the wit, the humor, and all that stuff. So Okowa
in terms of optics, go 1, 2, 3 in terms of optics.
Number one, optics without them opening their mouth.
Yes, optics.
Obi speak number one.
Yes.
Optics, just them stage presence. Obi speak will have the stage presence, followed by Shettima. Last will be Okowa.
All right, go in terms of texture of voice and tonality. Go with that. 1, 2, 3. Texture of voice and tonality.
Obi speak too because it sounds polished. It sounds very polished. And Shettima sounds polished, but not as polished as Obi speak. I think it's because of some foreign influence to it. So I mean, Ajabota will kind of fall head over heels with his delivery.
Go with wit and rapidness of thought on a 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that's
wit
Shettima.
and rapidness of thought.
Shettima first, Obi second, and Okowa last. Okowa now go carry last for every category.
Yeah, yes. Now it's not. They are not asking him to go and write dissertation. Now they say come and battle. Come and battle. Yeah. So carry on. So yes. But is it weighed though by that now infamous audio with Governor whatever the Yoruba governor?
So the thing is, the infamous audio is not new information. So it's already baked in. So that will not affect him because everybody already knows about that audio. So you're not bringing anything new to the table. So it doesn't really do much.
Yeah, but is it not going to be capitalized by the Eastern narrative? I mean, obviously they'll make hay with that.
They've already made hay in 2017 when it came out. They'll bring it again. It's not going to last. It's something different. Like if it's a new person in the scene and then you have that audio, that will define that person. But in this case, this is 5 years old. So it's not going to define him. It's already been defined and it's already baked in. So I don't think that audio will do him any damage more than it has already done.
Oh, okay. And the Muslim ticket, have you addressed that? Because that should actually be the
Muslim ticket doesn't affect anything because at the end of the day, it's not fundamentally changing anything in the race. Actually, the only thing changing in the race is TINUBU base is growing because TINUBU is not going to lose its Southwest support, its base support. And TINUBU is growing, is solidifying, is northeast votes.
Where is this growing? Where is this growing you're talking about?
Borno is solid now. Borno and YOBE, they're pretty much solid for him. I can put my money on it.
Well, what other place? Even the Southwest where he's from.
Is Southwest. TINUBU is taking the Southwest. If you take the Southwest, I know that now. I know. I come from the Southwest. I know how.
You come from the Southwest. I'm not from the Southwest, right?
Okay. I said it. I said it a while ago. Just wait for a few Wasiu Ayinde concerts, and when they do all that all over the place, then they'll start doing Yoruba Ronu, Ogunde, and then votes will come. You'll see how your Southwest brothers will vote. It's going to be like 60 to 40%, like any other Southwest vote anyway. and you may find one rogue state, but it's Tinubu on the ticket. There's not going to be a rogue state. I haven't retract that. Tinubu will carry every single Southwest state.
Akulata, add on to that Tinubu controls Bar or your state, every state house in Yoruba land.
Yes,
including Ondo State. Akeredolu is his boy.
You see, so, when I wanted to get out of the internet zone, YOBE, I went to one Ajepako secondary school that I went to go and test water. Like, what are these guys thinking? That's when I knew that, oh, this guy has it in the bag. So it's not, I mean, if you get out of the internet, the Southwest is going to vote for Obi. I'm sorry, for Tinubu. And even the problem now that you have, that everybody thinks Obi is going to make a dent in Lagos. The people that vote APC historically are not shifting from APC. The people that are convincible are the people that are already voting PDP.
What about the new entrance into space?
That's the next one. That's the next one. Is the new entrance that may skew more Obi, but everybody thinks Obi is going to take everything in the new entrance. No, they're going to split it. And most of the new entrants will end up not voting. Because if you look at global patterns, most of the youths that go and register to vote, the percentage of the ones that actually vote is between 20 to 30%, and that hasn't changed. So I don't think it's going to make a difference.
Let me back up what you said, Kulata. I'm trying to remember Brexit, Kulata. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom was David Cameron then, and he offered the country a referendum in the full confidence that the country will vote to remain in Europe, because that was the feel of the country. But when the results came in, the country voted to stay out of Europe, because the youths that wanted to stay in Europe, they did not go and vote.
They didn't show up.
Yes, it was after the space was locked that they were coming up to camera one by one, that they are so upset. And then they'll ask you, did they vote? They'll say, no, I'm so upset. Did you vote? No. So stream of them.
This is fallacy of disputationis aut aferis.
Look at that.
Don't pass me. Please break it down.
Senator Ogbayefo. Lymphotism.
Meanwhile, just to bring in a little thing, just to digress a bit, but I'll be very fast. Kulata, I just watched the video you talked about. I think he actually made a derogatory remark on Tinubu in that interview. They asked him how he feels about the choice. He started by saying that Tinubu is really a strategist. He has known him for a very long time. But what worries him now is that this election thing is highly demanded. That he's so worried about his health.
Referring to his health, yes.
That he should be very careful when he's running around. And this is really taking a lot of energies, And then he now said that if he sees Tinubu, he will want to also ask him, what really are they trying to bring that is different from what Buhari has done over this time?
Yeah, but after all that, he said, if I cannot get in,
he now said otherwise, I can give it to him. He's a good friend. He's a nice man. If he doesn't win and Tinubu he wins, he will congratulate him.
He said if I cannot get in, I will support Tinubu. And honestly,
he didn't say I will support him. He said if I don't.
All right. How long is the video?
It's very long.
I may be paraphrasing him, but the general gist was
it's like 53 minutes.
It's a long video.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
It was towards there. He said it was.
But the general gist was, if he doesn't have a shot, he will support Tinubu. And I think all of us already here. I mean, we suspect. We can't back it up with anything. We suspect Kwakwanso is playing for.
If Kwakwanso is going to collapse his structure, I'm suspecting that he might want to.
Don't say Atiku. He hates Atiku.
Kwakwanso is for sale.
No.
I'm thinking he might want to help Atiku.
If Atiku is going at the end of the day, he's going to pack his bottle and drink to Atiku camp.
We shall see. I don't know, because if if it's Atiku, when I think about it, if he's giving Atiku and he still has personal ambitions, so that means he's giving himself 16 more years.
If he loses these 8 years, it will be very hard for him again. So
that's what I'm saying. So if he's supporting Atiku, he's giving himself 16 more years. If he's giving Tinubu and we say, okay, Tinubu is sick, it means in 4 years he can go at it again. That's just how I think about it.
What do you mean that he can go at it again in the next 4 years?
So
they will give him the Tinubu, the Shettima will give him chance to have a right over him.
They can go and drag it.
I think this is I think this is Kwakwanso's last throw of the dice and Atiku's last. Kwakwanso, Tinubu, and Atiku. I think this is their last throw of the dice. Whoever doesn't win, they just have to retire. I don't think the future includes them.
How old is Kwakwanso?
Yes, you don't think that tribal interest will set in when it comes to that time? If you have a choice, either Tinubu or Atiku, you don't think that tribal interest will set in to give it to Atiku?
There's also this thing about Northerners, though. There's one thing about Northerners. It's actually one of their virtues. They mean what they say at times. So if they mean to give Tinubu the chance, some of them will follow it up. And the governors showed it against Buhari's and the APC chairman's wishes.
Kulata, they are those guys. They will think about their own. I'm telling you.
No, that's your speculation. But Kulata, curiously, from your question, Kwakwanso is actually 65. It's still within the Peter Obi bracket.
It's still Peter Obi. I mean, what's the difference between him and Peter Obi? Just 5 years.
4 years. 4 years.
4 years.
Okay,
Peter Obi is 61. So
add 8 years to 65. He's 70.
He's still a young man in terms of politics.
Tinubu is 92.
Who is 92? According to the Hypocrisy. Yes. Back to you, Kulata.
One man. Can I ask you guys a question? All of you, everybody here, including Kulata. Now, we are talking about the Muslim ticket. Are you guys looking at the way that country is structured right now? If Nigeria is remain one, let's assume you remains one. Do you think there will ever be a time where we will ever have a Christian ticket in that country?
It's highly unlikely.
It's impossible.
So, but then
I don't even know when we're going to have a Christian on the top ticket. Honestly speaking.
So if they can sell us that crap, if they can sell us the crap they're selling to us from the north, that we should forcing it down our throat, that we should accept Muslim ticket for the stupid reasons they're giving. Oh, because it doesn't matter.
But Christianity does not label religion in the way that Islam does. It doesn't label it.
But let's be true.
It doesn't label it. The point
let me ask you one question. What does it matter to you that a Christian is the president? What does it matter to you? What is Christianity to you?
In the Nigerian context, listen.
It's a foreign concept to us. I mean, I'm Yoruba and I'm Nigerian.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about? What is
Christianity indigenous to Yoruba land?
Is it indigenous to us? Like, why are we taking it like is a matter of like?
What does that have to do with what we're talking about? We're talking about a country that is divided along along both ethnic and religious line. We're not talking about that. Let's forget the issue of this is foreign to us, not foreign to us. But the point is, the current reality there is that two major religion hold sway in that country. There's a rivalry among them, which I wouldn't even call a rivalry on the part of the Christians, but on the part of the Muslims. Now they are trying to force it down our throat that we should accept Muslim, but they will never accept a Christian. And for the stupid reason,
I do not agree. I do not agree. I do not agree with your statement if your statement does not apply to a Yoruba Muslim. Is a Yoruba Muslim trying to take over a Christian?
Yoruba Muslims are becoming radical too.
No, I don't. I don't buy into that.
Is it Ishaq Akitola they are talking about?
Not just Ishaq.
I don't buy into that.
We see so many.
Neither do I.
Hold on, within Lagos, there's so many of them who are routing for Tinubu, who have even been spewing out religious bigotry out. that they,
but if you look at majority Muslim in Yoruba land, are they radical or are they?
They're not radical now, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Rational mind, don't bring that up.
The point I'm trying to make is this: who calls the shot? Is the imams. Whatever they tell their people, that is what they follow. The same mentality from the north, they've also brought it down into Southwest among the Yorubas. It has always been there. It's just because the Yorubas are more enlightened. But in recent years, with this idiot that is there, the president we have there right now, and the so-called Islamists we're seeing coming down south again, and the radicalization going among even among Yorubas now, they preach. If you listen to their wasi, when they do this their wasi on their road or whatever on their mosque, hear them what they speak, especially concerning this 2023 election. You guys will know what's going on. I can tell you so many clips I have here that I've been sent from Nigeria about so many of the awasi that they preach when they have this.
Are you being sent what you like to? Are you being sent?
Okay, what's the ones he talking about? Is the ones he talking about vote for Tinubu?
It's talking about that it is a turn of the Muslim from the southwest. They were talking about Obasanjo, talking about Awolowo when Awolowo was there, talking about Samuel Akintola. That these are all Yoruba.
I'm not sure really where you're leading us to with this rational mind, to be honest.
It might be old video. Rational is not a current. Okay, Tinubu is on the ticket already. So why would they be saying it's a turn for Muslim?
Yeah, because they said that no Muslim has ever ruled from the southwest. Has ever been a leader to rule Nigeria from the southwest. It has always been the Yorubas Christians that always have the upper hand.
Sorry, that is an old video before the APC.
I said that's an old video before now.
I don't know, man. Oh, sorry, rational man. Let's move on from that space. I don't know where.
Let's move on from this because if it doesn't apply to all Muslims,
talking to me about telling me about. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No point.
I don't even know where you are leading us to. Is the question? You know, you're asking us to be alarmed about what doesn't seem to alarm anybody.
What doesn't seem to alarm anybody?
Don't worry about that. What you are inviting is that there's a fervent Muslim push to always have dominance, and the Christians are not recoiling from it. You know, but it's a different. The religions are different. The Christianity it doesn't. It's not really a fundamentally sort of a religion, and that is what all of that is wrapped around. So traditionally, historically, it's not been, and traditionally, historically, Islam has been, and that is just what is manifesting. I'm not sure where do you want us to go with what you're saying?
I only simply has a question that what we're currently seeing with the Muslim ticket, are you guys, and which I think somebody answered my question, was it Kulata, or maybe you, one man? You said it will never happen. And that's the answer I want to get. And I want everybody to know that it will never happen that we'll ever have a Christian in that country. The people from the
north. Has there ever been a push for a Christian ticket in that country ever?
It can never happen. That's what I'm saying.
No. Has there been a push for it ever?
One man, do you want us to debate this?
No, I'm asking you now. Just answer the question. No, hold on. Has there ever been a push?
I'm not going to answer that question, one man, because.
Okay, so why did you open up the space then? You are saying there's a push for a Muslim ticket.
One man.
You are saying there's a no. Hold on. You are saying there's a push for a Muslim ticket, and you are saying so the counterweight is there. Has there been a push for a Christian ticket? Has there been?
Okay, because the Christians will never do that.
No. Has there been? I'm not saying
they will not do that.
I'm not saying.
Question.
No. Well, you say so. You can't answer the.
I'm not going to answer yes or no.
So that ends what you're saying there. If you are saying, has there been a push? Has there been a push for a Muslim ticket?
Because
has there been a push for a? Hold on. Has there been a push for a Muslim ticket?
What are we currently having right now?
Okay. So has there ever been a push for a Christian ticket?
Listen. I'll answer your question this way. Southwest Muslim. Tinubu could have picked somebody from the north.
No, don't do that now. I don't want a long and labor essay now.
What is labor? What is labor in here?
You take us around the houses. You take us around the houses and we won't land anywhere, but take us around the houses.
No, I won't subscribe to your leading question.
I don't know, man. It's a question. Has there ever been a push for a Christian ticket in Nigeria?
No.
Not that I'm aware of, but there's always been somewhat of a push. We've had 2 instances of Muslim tickets now, but we've never really had any conversations around a Christian ticket, and I've never really heard the Christians pushing for a Christian.
So why the question? I don't even understand why you're asking this question.
So because you're alarming at a Muslim ticket as though it is counterweighting against the Christian ticket.
Be alarmed about it?
No, but because it's not counterweighting a Christian ticket now when the push for that is not there. I'm not sure. Am I confused or I don't know, man.
Guys, let's flash it.
Okay, let's move on.
Let's flash it. So back to Tinubu. Round off your thoughts on Tinubu. Because I don't know
let me quickly summarize. So Tinubu is in an advantage position right now. I think that's the summary. People will not like it, but for those that don't like it, you have a choice. If you want to vote your religion, you have an obvious choice. Go vote for Peter Obi. But it's not like there's no choice. You do have a choice. You can vote for a Christian ticket if that's how you feel. That's it from me. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Well, cool. So thank you for that, Kulata. So let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in before I go on to the next talking point. The one that came in earlier was from RB. It says, how has Oshibanjo helped reduce I think we've read that, haven't we? Yeah. How has Oshibanjo helped to reduce the killing of Christians? And the latter one that came in from hold on. And the latter one that came in from Alexander Gomez, of course, it says, folks, Tinubu is corrupt in a legal manner. Mark Thatcher in the early 80s made a lot of money when his mom privatized companies in the United Kingdom. He doesn't have a history of stealing from the state coffers. So yes, Mark Thatcher, I remember he was actually trying to plot a coup in some oil-rich African country that they jailed him for in Africa that his mom was whipping on television. So he's a notorious opportunist using the leverage of his mother's political base. Folks, Tinubu is corrupt in a legal manner. So you see the corruption, I think we've labeled this argument on this platform as well, that is it corruption or is it sharp practice? Because there's a distinction that does make a difference. Corruption and sharp practice, 2 entirely different things.
Crony capitalists. Crony
capitalism, according to Kulata. So, folks, Tinubu is corrupt in a legal manner. Mark Thatcher in the early 80s made a lot of money when his mom privatized companies in the United Kingdom. He doesn't have a history of stealing from the state coffer. So there it is right there. Is that gray area, the ambiguity that is corruption? So thank you for the super chat, Alexander Gomez, as we go back to the panel and we go to Saki. So Saki, you know the talking points. Tinubu's made his choice, but is it a wise one? Saki.
Yeah, if I were him, that is what I'm going to make. It is inevitable for him. So it doesn't matter how we want to debate about it. He doesn't have any choice. If I were in that position, I would still make the same choice. So it doesn't matter. He's looking from the perspective of winning the election. But we are now looking from the perspective of morality, based on the nature of our polity. So, but is it what we want or what he wants? So, I think that is the only choice he has to make. He doesn't have option.
Do you think it was unfair of the people, especially the Christian Association of Nigeria, trying to strong arm him into a position that would be to his own disadvantage, insisting on a Christian-Muslim ticket when they know that the options are spartan for him in that regard?
Yeah, but the Christian community will also argue from another perspective. They will argue from the perspective of, is it really about, it should be more of a normative question. Should it really be about him or about the people? So if it is about the people, he should have not even contested it the first time. He should have allowed Osibanjo to take this ticket. So the Christians will argue from that perspective. So governance should be about the people. So if it should be about the people and not yourself, in order not to put yourself in this inevitable condition, you should have allowed Osibanjo to take the whole thing. You built Osibanjo, you should have allowed him, to be on this ticket. So that is the angle I'm saying it. So he made the choice of going into that. So let it be a sort of punishment or a protest kind of vote from the Christians. So that is the way I will look at it.
All right, and that protest vote from the Christians, I'm sure that Tinubu would have put that in his calibrations to arrive at this. But what are the losses and gains to arrive him at this decision more on that religious space? Saki.
Yeah, he will. At least in the south, he's gonna lose.
Okay, let's stay in the south. Let's break it down. In Yoruba land, how heavy a price do you think you'll pay for Muslim tickets in Yoruba land?
I don't really know what the ratio of core Yoruba Muslim and Yoruba Christians are. I don't really.
Okay, go with 50-50, just for the purposes
if I go with 50-50, I think because of tribe-driven factor again, I think that it will drop his votes by 25% from the Yoruba faction of Christianity.
Really? All right.
It can affect his votes from that faction by 25%.
All right. And in the southeast, of course, even if they don't want to know him anyway. Yeah. So in the south, they have a good Muslim mix in their religion.
I don't know where the Muslim mix is in the south.
In Edo State, the whole of Auchi is Muslim now.
Yeah, it is only in Edo State. Or in Edo State, even before this choice.
Asari Dokubo from the creek in Ko.
Asari Dokubo is just one person
they have some Muslim there too.
They are not the Edo State that they are dominant. It's only in Edo that they are dominant. So, so if you go to, sorry, I was consumed by this chat. So, but if you go to, if you go to the Edo State, you want to consider as a factor. Edo people. The election pattern is quite different again. Even before now, most of them are talking about OB. Even before now. So this choice does not actually attract Edo or discourage them. I wouldn't say. So I think Edo is still on OB narrative.
You see, but the point I'm making, which you may disagree with, Saki, is that the price that he will pay for the Muslim ticket, it might not be as heavy as people are anticipating, because I suspect that the Southwest, they will not be pleased, but they'll vote for him anyway because they want their son, because they feel that serves their interest the best. The Southeast are never going to vote for him, even if the Pope was his running mate. So that's out. Whatever.
Can I ask you a question?
Go on.
This somebody like Pastor, is he a Pastor Defarasi? Where is he from?
He's a Yoruba man.
Somebody like
Bakare.
Bakare. Not Bakare, the other one. The popular
Oyedepo.
Oyedepo is from Yoruba land.
Yeah.
Right? These people will still play roles,
They played role in 2019. It didn't work.
No, 2019.
They were against Buhari 2019. Buhari still carried the South.
Let me tell you what happened in that 2019. Election was mainly suppressed in Lagos by these criminals. All those people, they suppress. So I'm just trying to talk about a situation where.
Do you know the history of those pastors? Do you know the history of those pastors, Saki?
I don't know their history, but
you know that Bakari was a Muslim turned Christian.
It doesn't really matter. What about this guy? This guy that is he in the north? This guy is he OPM? I don't know the name again.
Sulaiman.
Yeah, he was a Muslim turned
he was
Christian as well.
but now he's seriously talking against all these Islamization things.
He's a do, and he said the same thing in 2019. The same crowd are saying the same thing. All of them are saying the same thing.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. 2019, the major thing that played role in the Southwest is basically that suppression. If there was no voter suppression, those kind of threats from those people, you might be surprised what could have happened in Lagos.
But now that the chief thug is on the ticket, don't you think it will increase?
You said what?
Now that their chief Oga of suppression is now on the ticket.
Well, my analysis is just based on maybe free and fair contest.
But in which country is that? Which country are you looking for? Sorry, which country are you?
It will play. No, you say it will play a role. People, you don't know. People, Nigerians, a lot of them are even like organizing how to resist this when it comes to even attack those people. I'm telling you the truth. People are very angry now that they are willing to fight tooth and nail to vote whoever they want to vote, no matter these Agboro people again. They are willing to fight them. This time
that fight will only ever take place in the southeast, and nobody is going to try to rig in the southeast anyway. So they won't be rigging there. So they'll just let people have it.
Initially, even before now, all these Agboros, they don't do that in the southeast during election. Even before now, they don't do it. That thing is always in Lagos, especially Lagos. So, and I'm telling you that people are now like very angry that they are even willing to, fight those people even this time. So
who is going to fight them? Nobody is going to fight them in Lagos now. When that Tinubu should not win. Who is going to do that?
When it comes, let's just see. Let's just be analyzing on other basis. Let's forget that factor first.
All right, but the choice of Shettima, is it one that you agree with, knowing the antecedent of the Shettima man, the controversy of the Chibok girls, of course, his infamous audio with Ibekunle Amosun.
It's quite controversial, I think it will affect Tinubu in the south region. It will also affect Tinubu in that North Central. I keep talking about North Central. It will affect him very well in North Central. But the Southwest, I think Southwest will be more influenced by tribalism. I think Southwestern voters will be more influenced by tribalism.
Is it tribalism or tribal affiliation?
Yeah, tribal affiliation. So I think it will affect their sense of judgment.
Because I think it's only in the southeast that we have tribalism. We have tribal affiliation. That's just a joke now.
I know you're joking.
Carry on. Yeah.
I know you're joking anyway.
Yeah, carry on.
So that's my own way of looking at things. Then you talk about
in terms of personality, how do you think he presents as a personality, Shettima?
Shettima, I have not actually listened to this. The only thing I've listened to him is that video that is circulating where he was talking about the southeast. I don't know. That's talks. That discussion, I can't see him as someone that has power of oratory in that very discussion.
It does.
In that discussion, in that very video, so I will still dig out to look at. When I want to talk about power of oratory, I keep on. The only person that has fascinated me is somebody like Osibanjo. Osibanjo. That is what I consider power of oratory. When Osibanjo talks, I want to actually. I'm really. In fact, I feel so. I want to actually sit down and listen to the end of what he is saying. That is what I consider power of oratory.
So, who has the better oratory, Osibanjo or the Yusuf Dati?
Osibanjo has power of oratory.
I think Yusuf that he speaks better
No,
than
no,
Osibanjo.
I don't think Osibanjo has more. I've listened to Osibanjo speak, and what actually captivates me, I keep asking, does Osibanjo, it appears he doesn't even talk with peppers. He doesn't look at peppers to talk whenever he's talking, but he will flow without. I don't know whether you have listened to this Catholic bishop talk. Somewhere like, I don't know whether you know Bishop Ona. He's in the southeast, you know. He has that kind of Osibanjo power of oratory, you know. So it really captivates. He captivates. I get so attached to his.
Who has the better power of oratory, Osibanjo or one man went to more? Look at that. I have my band button at the ready, so I'm only joking.
One more went to war. You are good. You have that
don't worry. I'm only blowing my own.
But what I actually look at in your speech is the tonality. You know, like when you want to say Sarikin Father, you say Sarikin Father.
No. So is it Sarikin Father? Have I been mispronouncing it?
No. Like when you were like. That kind of tonality, you know.
All right. Okay. All right. All right. So yes.
One man. Sorry, let me quickly correct Saki. The Edo State hype that Labour Party is getting is the hope that Labour Party is having that maybe they might do something. True, but Labour Party is not going to win Edo State. First of all, the Edo North that is Muslim is not being controlled by the Muslims. It's being controlled by Oshomole. And Oshomole is a Christian. Edo State election party is different from every party in Nigeria. APC own Edo North because of Oshomole. PDP own Edo North, Edo Central because of is their strong ground. Chifaneni. All of you know about Chifaneni. That is their strong ground. Then Edo South, which is the biggest, almost the biggest vote in Edo State, controls 65% of the vote and landmarks in Edo State, is being divided between APC and PDP. So,
but a very simple question I want to ask is just, I don't want you to make this analysis on the maybe.
I'm not telling you my state. I'm not telling analysis. It's my state. I have uncles who are
there is evidence. I want to look at it from an evidence perspective.
Yes, I'll tell you by the evidence. Tell me.
Yes, I don't want your evidence to be based on maybe what has been happening from 1999 up to
1999. I'm telling you what's happening on the ground. So tell me.
What I want you to base your judgment on is what happened in the last Edo gubernatorial election that brought this guy in.
Obaseki.
Yes.
So let me tell you.
How was the voting?
Let me tell you.
Did Oshomole win in that area?
Yeah, he won his area. Oshomole won his area. Obaseki won from Edo South and Edo Central. Oshomole won Edo North. The deputy governor from Edo North, he didn't win. See, in Edo State, we don't vote party, we vote people. And what people are seeing right now from Labour Party is just it's not up to what Showore got during Showore time. Edo State was the highest supporter of Showore. They even donated. Ajako can attest to that. Edo State was the center for Showore, and the movement was so big. Ask anybody. To be a movement is not as big as.
All right, point taken.
I don't know, but my own personal conviction. I'm just talking.
No, don't get personal conviction. Don't get confused.
No, don't worry. Now you've made the point now about peace. Let's Saki carry on. Saki carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe that his Labour is going to win in Edo State. That's my belief. You know? Then
big rock.
What are you basing that belief on? Because you see that World Peace, who is from there, he sharply disagrees with you. So
anyway,
what are you? Yeah.
Anyway, I have like like I told you before, I did my first degree in that side, you know. So I talked with a lot of my classmates there, you know. I asked them what is actually happening on grounds. I talked from people from Asia, from ESA, a lot of places in Edo State, you know. And the information they are giving me, that is what I'm banking on, you know. And this thing that just happened last week, these traders that came on the street and they were like, the movement was somehow. So I was like, they were talking about labor. They were demonstrating sort of, in a
The
protest.
traders, that was New Benin. The traders are Igbo traders. Those are not
No.
those.
No.
Hold on now. It's my state. It's my
No.
state. Hold on now. Hold on. I'm not saying labor does not have force in Benin.
Let me tell you where that traders came from. You are talking about New Benin. Uselu market is the Igbo people that are in the Uselu.
I said, listen. I said, let me tell you something. You don't tell me about my state.
No, Uselu market.
Hold on. Do you know where Uselu market is? Do you know where Uselu market is?
I know where Uselu market is.
So how can you be comparing what happened? Do you know that street they campaign?
No, you are saying that it is New
No.
Benin.
Let me tell you something. Let me break it down. I don't want to quickly cut your time. Let me just make it simple for you. Right now, while you are hearing labor in Benin, the governor is having issue. PDP is a fraction of PDP is having issue. So he's trying to move his boys to labor. Now, you understand this? Nobody's going to move the upper circuit to labor. The people that the stuff is affecting cannot, due to new INEC law, they cannot participate in other party.
Who is this honorable in Edo State? Is this somebody?
All right, I don't know where we're going, but let's get
there
quickly.
Sorry, let me lead to where I'm going.
You know what honorable in Benin that called Sejus? Is this Sejus?
That's called what?
Honorable Sejus, somebody. I can't remember.
That is, if you are calling somebody that nobody knows, that's not honorable in Benin. We know ourselves in Benin.
The guy is in PDP. The guy is in PDP.
Let me tell you, in PDP, all PDP strong men. There's somebody on this chat group that is talking. His auntie, his former AIG, is PDP. His mother is APC strong woman. Edo State is we all know ourselves. Stop all this. Yes, we have movement, but not to the one that will give you a single local government. No. He will not win one single local government, but he will get crowd, but he will not win. Edo State vote according to people, their mentor. Obaseki won because people felt the way Oshomole treated Obaseki. People voted Obaseki, regardless of whatever. Now, if they decide to vote somebody else, you cannot say because of Peter Obi or Obaseki. No, Edo State is not like that. And they have their party that they like. They have the people they like. Oshomole people will vote Oshomole people. The Central, the Ishan, they are PDP. You can't take it from them. Then we those control 65% of the vote. Igbo does not even win one local government in the election right from day one. We have the crowd. We decide where our vote go. So stop all this.
Anyway,
that's your opinion.
No. It's not my opinion. That is in Edo State.
All right, thank you. I don't want to go too deep into Edo politics, but all right, sorry. Back to you, Saki. So Saki, you have the floor. Round off your thoughts on Shettima, carefully avoiding Edo, of course, because Edo people, they don't like to hear people talking yam about their state. So yeah, back to you, Saki.
Yeah. So all right. So I said this an inevitable choice. He didn't have any other choice, so he has to make that choice. But then coming from the northeast, I understand the sensibility. Because it is expected that maybe after his administration, the Northeast will have a tendency to become the next president. I think it will also help him in that side. But at the same time, Atiku is still from that side, right? So I think they will still share some votes from that side. So in the Northwest, I don't know how the Northwest will respond. I think the Northwest is now.
Can you see, Saki? Can you see that the way the politics is evolving, the Southeast is going to be skimmed out yet again, and this is going to be another 16 years before they have another opportunity. The way the politics is shaping up.
Yeah, if they don't win this one, it's gonna take time again. So I understand. It's gonna take time again. But what I know is that anybody that wins this time will try to make an impact. If Tinubu finally wins, it's not gonna be an easy win for him. So he has to try as much as possible to sit up in his administration. If Atiku wins finally, it's not gonna be an easy win for him. So I think he wants to do well. So if they are doing well, nobody will be as disaggrieved as this administration. So
Do you think if Peter Obi does not win, it will re-energize the Biafra narrative? Do you think it will re-energize it?
I'm not really.
You can say yes if you think so. Nobody will beat you. Don't worry. I will protect you.
I wouldn't like no. In the first instance, I've always told you, not like this is not Biafran team. Biafrans, they're even talking against P2B in this election because then they don't want any election to hold in Igbo land. That is their own. They don't want election to hold in Igbo land. They are even saying that they are going to give.
But if Peter Obi does not win, it will provide a recruitment narrative for the Biafra narrative. You say, look at it now. You say you want to be part of them. They don't want you to be part of them, and then so it will. So from that, yeah.
Yeah, but it depends on how he loses, though. If he loses by shenanigans or election rigging, yes, of course. Not only Biafra, Oduduwa, everything is going to come into fore. If he loses fairly, yeah, there'll be a fair election. But if he didn't lose fairly, if anything is done to deny the mandate given to him, then
yeah, but people are convinced that he will win. So if he doesn't win, nobody will accept that he lost fairly.
There's just no way Obi is not going to be elected the next president
unless
something happens.
There it is. So if he doesn't win, it's rigging.
I mean, from today, unless something happens tomorrow, it's revealed that he's IPOB, for example, or something big. But if we're going with the anger that we have, the outrage we have about the country, don't forget that. Because, okay, everybody's done this. So let me also look at the map. All right, if you go from the south, maybe I come from the north this time.
Sorry, Pansad, I don't want to run because that is usually lengthy, and I'm going to be rounding off. Maybe if you were in another session when you're around, we can. Okay, it's just for pressure of time. Not that I don't want to hear it, but
no problem.
If you round off your thoughts, Saki, then I want to sweep up the other people that have not yet spoken.
Yeah, that's my thoughts. The only thing is that anybody that finally wins, it's not going to be an easy win. I think I like it. It's not going to be an easy win for anyone, But if you ask me, apart from P2B as my number one choice, who do I want to see there? If I don't want to consider like ethnicity and so, if Usibanjo was there, that should have been a very better choice for me. But then, if I want to look at if I don't want to think about ethnicity, maybe I'll consider like Atiku there. I'll consider like I think Atiku looks to be more healthy, compared to the other guy. So that is the answer.
If Peter Obi was in play for APC, who would you vote for? Sorry, if Oshibanjo was in play for APC, who would you vote for?
I will close my eyes when I'm going to vote. In fact, I will just close my eyes. Anybody it goes in for, I'll put it there.
All right.
I'll close my eyes.
You can't close your eye now. At least you have to see.
I will just he knows what I'm saying.
No, I think it's saying either way, Nigeria wins.
Yes, that's it. So, but if P2B was not there, and maybe Osibanjo is there, and Atiku is there, nobody can. I would be here talking about this. I've always talked about Osibanjo. To me, Osibanjo, I was looking at him from the angle of how I want our judicial system to be, in future. So if Osibanjo wins, the number one thing I will always expect him to do is to work on our judicial system. And I think he has done something like that.
Is it not illegal?
Why? Tell me one good reason to vote for.
No, I think he has done something like that in Lagos. So being a professor of law and a Christian and a pastor too, I think he will do something very well on that our judicial system. Our justice system is very important. So that is the major thing that will always push me towards him first. That is the thought I always have.
But he was there while a lot of our people and Northerners as
He's
well.
a vice president.
So let's not ethnicize. But what I was going to say is that he was the legal enabler for TINUBU'S criminal enterprise in Lagos State. Do you not?
I don't understand what you mean.
Because he was the one that was providing the legal backing, the legal loopholes for TINUBU'S looting of Lagos State, according to the narrative. It was the commissioner for justice or whatever of Lagos under Tinubu.
I don't want to go into that narrative anyway. But what I wanted to go into is the judicial reforms they had in Lagos. Like these I think they have done this visual trial in Lagos, right? Something like that. I think I've seen something like that in Lagos. So I think he will do everything possible to, at least if not for anything, but for the fact that he's a professor of law, he wants to make that sector, reflect what he professes. So that is what I think.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that's Saki, the man with the baritone. So that's Saki. So thank you, Saki. So before I go on to the next person, let me acknowledge place some as a super chat. It says, in the future, South Muslim will no longer be relevant as number one BAT made it so difficult for APC. Most parties would rather pick a Christian from the South. So I don't quite get that. In future, South Muslim
Bola Ahmed.
Yes, I know. Yes, but still, do you understand what he's saying?
Yes, I understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
What he's saying is that right now, Tinubu has seen the mistake that he's a southwest Muslim, and that is why it is difficult for him now to make choice of a VP. So in the future, every party will be very conscious of this fact. They will want to shield the southwestern Muslim as the top of the ticket, because if they do that, they will still face this dilemma.
All right, brilliant. So thank you for the super chat and thank you for the explanation, Saki. So yes, I broadly agree with that, and that was something that was always going to come into play, and that was why people were pushing for Shibanjo so much. So thank you for that, Saki. So from Saki, let's go on to Effie. So Effie, I wonder if you're still with us. No, I didn't think it was. He usually chimes in. Let's go to Thomas, who hopefully is still with us. So Thomas, are you there? Oh, okay, we don't appear to have Thomas either. Let's go to Rational Mind. Rational Mind to the conversation, your contribution. So I'll be removing the people that are no longer with us just because we're getting to the tail end of it. So Rational Mind, your thoughts, you've been following the conversation. So let's hear your views on it. Rational Mind, ladies and gentlemen.
What topic is that?
The one you are discussing, Shettima being the vice president nominee. Yeah.
Well, my position on that is it's I mean, for those of our audience here on this platform, they know where I stand on that. That for me, the nature of our country, when you have a country as diverse as Nigeria, where we have different I'll call it nationalities because or ethnicity or tribes and religion, it will be very, very insensitive. And judging by the tempo of that country right now, what is seemingly the brazenness of this Islamists from the north, and the seeming complicity of the government headed by a retired general who portrayed himself as a champion of what is right, and anti-corruption and all of that. And under his watch, all this is going on with impunity, with brazenness, and nothing is done. It tells us a lot that there's something going on, and has been speculated by many people that this, no doubt, is more of it has a religious dimension. And for me, I've said it on your platform here and many other platforms that I don't believe in one religion being placed above the others. So, but going by the nature of our country right now, a Muslim ticket like TINUBU has done, for me, is a no. It's dead on an arrival. I wish I have so many other people's votes, but I only have one vote. If this guy that is there, who is the president, who is a core staunch Muslim, could not even do anything about his own brothers of his own faith, should we say? And how do you expect a Muslim ticket to really resolve this matter? And again, we're talking about a man who has been caught on tape, on wiretapped or whatever, speaking about certain section of a country that he's going to be a leader over, and already maligning them and speaking ill of them, and even speaking of people marginalizing them. I mean, are we solving this problem in this country or not? I mean, are we ready to solve the problem in that country? Why do we have to keep repeating the same thing, the same mistakes? We're bringing in the same people who have no interest, who have the interest of the people, not the interest of the people at heart. It's just they just want that name for themselves. They want that wealth and whatever prestige or whatever thing that comes with that position that they will occupy. And Nigerians not thinking. Well, it's up to Nigerians to think. I mean, for them to make that decision rather. Because for me, going by the temperature of that country right now, we don't need a Muslim ticket. If maybe what is happening right now has not happened, Nigeria is a religiously tolerant country whereby, like what we used to have back then, before in 1993 or pre-1993, when what we currently have right now is not what is experienced back then. Well, I can say Muslim ticket like we had in MK Abiola and this guy from Borno State. What's his name? The guy who betrayed him. If Johnny, by then we don't have all these problems, so that can sell. But going by what we're seeing right now, it is not what we want to really have in Aso Rock at this time. But well, like I said, Nigerians will have to vote themselves. They have to decide. But if I have my way, that would be something I would I really condemn, and I want Nigerians to condemn. And like I was in the chat with Jafar, my point is that you don't force you don't how do I put it? You don't what you cannot accept for yourself. Do not sell it to other people. What you cannot eat, do not tell other people to eat it. People from the north, you're talking about Awolowo 1979. I posted a link there on the chat for you. You're asking me how to come about that figure. So yeah, I know because I read it. I was alive then. I knew what was going on then. Awolowo lost massively to Shagari in the core northern states, the Sharia states. He did not even go up before. I mean, maybe the only one he had was about 7%. That was in Kaduna, perhaps. That was the highest he had in the core northern states. He lost massively in the northern states. Why? No doubt because of the Christian ticket. That was a faux pas on Awolowo. But we know the politics that prevailed back then and led him to take taking the other man as his running mate. But if that back then it was such an issue, how much more now that we even have a religiously divided country, ethnically divided country, politically divided country? I want to force that on people again. What you people? I mean, you have your Fulani, Hausa brothers from the north who are Christians. Why don't you people in unison, in one unity? Okay, this is our man. He's a Christian. Let him tag this guy as his presidential ticket. I mean, as his deputy. But no, you say you must be a Muslim like yourself, and you want the southern people to accept that.
No, I don't think they said it has to be a Muslim. I think it's pragmatism that said it has to be a Muslim.
What do you mean by
pragmatism? It's not as though somebody is out there dishing out instructions. It's the landscape that dictates the direction.
The landscape. You said. I mean, yes. What was the landscape? I mean, how are you spinning this around, one man?
What do you God?
You're trying to use English to embellish this thing. Let us call it as it is. Of course, they're not.
Rational mind.
The political leaders, the political leaders from the north will not accept it.
Rational mind.
No, not just the political leaders.
The religious leaders will not accept it. The populace will not accept it as well.
Let's look at the north. The north is deeply conservative, is deeply religious, and if it wraps its culture around the religion. It's always been like that. So it's not as though there's some orchestration, but that is just the way they are. So that's the landscape, and that is how they think. So
yeah, that religious factor is strong.
Yes, you cannot then say for reasons of ophaism that you want some. Then you have to go and pick a Christian that will be counterintuitive to what his intentions are for reasons of sensibility. What are you talking about?
So what you are saying, one man and rational man. One man is saying that there is no reason of rationalism there.
No, it's no rationalism.
No rationalism. No rationalism.
And you are saying it as though you know.
Is number one.
You've lived there, even I haven't, so you should know the space.
What man? The thing is this. The way I see it is this: you don't make other people eat what you cannot eat. And in this sense, what I mean is, you cannot. I mean, these are people. I mean, okay, is Tinubu not considered a Muslim? Well, I understand that politics. I got all this permutation you're talking about. That we know it's. I mean, they are conservative in that northern part, and if it's not their own person who's a real conservative like themselves, they will not allow anybody. But at least you have somebody who's a Muslim, your Muslim brother. It is common sense that you allow the deputy to be from among yourselves who is a Christian. But no, you want it to also
I don't think they consider Tinubu a Muslim any more than they consider Atiku. Any more than they consider Atiku a Muslim. They don't consider Atiku a Muslim as well. If you are, and I want Jafar to correct me on that, but they don't consider people like Tinubu or Atiku Muslims.
What's this guy talking about? I mean, Alexander. I'm trying to read what Alexander.
No, you can't be straddling everything now. So you're either.
My point is this: Tinubu's. Well, I just have to see. We just have to wait and see how that plays out. But I would strongly encourage the Christian to vote massively against that ticket. That is what I'm going to do.
They have that option, though. It's open to them to do.
It's open to them. Yeah, I know. And that's what I want them to do. Because if they set this precedent of allowing a Muslim ticket, this is how it's going to be. As long as that country exists, there would never be a Christian ticket. It will, even if they have it, they will never win a vote in that country.
If you are accused of
never win the election.
A rational mind, if you are accused of religious fundamentalism for what you've just uttered now, how would you respond to that? Yes, what you've just said now. What you just said now, is it not religious fundamentalism?
One man.
Are you a fundamentalist? Are you a Christian fundamentalist?
If you know the disdain that I have for organized religion, you would never say this to me.
Well, you were once a pastor, according to you.
Yeah, but like I said, I have disdain. I have this disdain for so-called religion that. Well, I don't want to go into all of that. I don't think this is your platform.
Is it religious extremism? Is it religious extremism? What you've just said.
I'm not an extremist.
That people should vote against somebody. You are secular and you're asking people to vote against somebody.
I believe in
because of religion.
Yeah, because that is what secularism is all about. Because you're having a country whereby, hold on. I'll give you my reason of what I'm saying. Don't try to make me. Don't ship my or people's view about me. What I'm trying to say is this: that in a secular state, we should not promote a religion after the other, above the other. Now, a ticket of a Muslim ticket, we know what that means in Nigeria, in the context of that Nigeria right now, where already there is just this heated rivalry between the Christians and the Muslims, and we're seeing these so-called Islamists who are extremists from North coming down south and burning churches, killing people, exterminating people. You can understand what I'm trying to say. People on your platform understand what I'm saying. So now in that context, you don't want to promote something that would give that an appearance of, okay, this religion is what it is. I mean, the two key position in that country is being held by people of this religion. And another thing, to another dimension to it is that this number 2 man again is somebody who has governed a state that under his watch, the Boko Haram reigns supreme, and even he has been indicted by some people, by some intelligence agents, that is one of those people who are financiers of this Boko Haram, allegedly. Let me use the word. And we had caught him on tape how he was spewing out religious bigotry, ethnic bigotry with his own colleague, governor, like which yourself, you have a tape of it on your platform.
Yeah, but what people are now saying is that is a doctored audio that was cobbled together by their Pobians.
Oh my God. Rational mind. So all the states. So rational mind. So by a narrative now, so all the states where we have Boko Haram operating now, we should hold all the governors accountable, as you are, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So why are you trying? Why are you accusing Sheriff, or what is his name, as if he was complicit in Boko Haram operation in Borno State when he was a governor? Did he have control over the security?
By that logic, Akeredolu is responsible for what?
Akeredolu is responsible.
Hold on. You guys.
Yes. Let's think of it well before we start playing all this dangerous narrative.
You're just spinning my word. I've not said all these things you people are saying. All I said is Borno State was the birthplace of Boko Haram.
Are you asthmatic?
That is where they reign supreme. You mean me? You talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. None that I know of. I don't. I'm asthmatic. So Boko Haram was the place of Boko Haram was Borno State, and we understand the politics behind it. Like Olata said, they have. Is it Northeast Development, whatever the government? You know the billions of naira they've sunk, not even billions of dollars. Billions of dollars they've sunk in that Northeast region, between that Borno access, Adamawa access to Yobe. The money that the federal government has, not even NDC, the oil producing states have had such allocation, all because they are fighting insurgency. They want to develop that place. The governors, they get some kind of special treatment from the presidency. They give them money. Do you know how much? Do you know the kind of financing going on there? Not apart from that, federal government, the international organization like the UN, they're bringing in money. Sinking money into there. Boko Haram, there's another dimension to it besides the religious aspect of it. It's to milk for corruption. It's a conduit for corruption. And if they don't perpetuate that corruption, allowing those guys reign supreme there, that money will continue to come. If they're able to defeat them. So this guy is there, knew what was going on. He was governor of that place. They're not ready to defeat that Boko Haram. If they really want to do it, from the conversation he had with that guy, Amosu, it tells you a lot that guy knows a lot. You use the word we. He says we. Who are the we here? So you guys you can't read. Doing very well. I don't want to be that he's doctor, but that was his voice. Maybe he was doctored or not. Well, as far as I know, from what I'm going by what I saw, I've heard, and that's what I'm saying. So that alone in itself is another dimension to it that I feel that Tinubu should not even pick that guy. Somebody was even saying, okay, Tinubu you should pick another moderate person like himself. This guy, what's his name? This his deputy that just picked now. Not Alimodi Sharif. What's his name again? Somebody remind me that name. What's his name again? I've forgotten his name. TINUBU'S
Shettima.
That guy has a facade of an appearance of a moderate Muslim. He's not a moderate Muslim. Go and do his back. Dig on him. I dug a little bit of it on him.
All right. What did you discover? Yeah. What did you discover?
I discovered that he is a financial of some sort.
All right. Based on what?
During when after the career, there were some things that he put in place to promote Sharia, some extremist view within Borno State. I will have to go and dig, because I did my research on that, because I have so many things going on here. If I were to turn on this camera, you see a lot of things I have around me here. I'm doing a lot of stuff. That's why I'm not able to contribute much as I'm supposed to contribute.
You're fading somewhat.
So what I'm trying to say is this: that I will dig it out. Maybe one of our sessions, I'll bring it up. So, or maybe it's my internet. I'm far from my modem.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say here, one man, is this: that's another dimension too. Shettima, Shettima should not have been. I know, like one man. I mean, like Adaleko said, and everybody said here, the permutation is, it's for strategic. It's strategic for Tinubu. But Shettima is not a moderate. If it had been a moderate Muslim, maybe that could.
No, you are saying it's not a moderate, and then you have been ambiguous. It doesn't not be a moderate just on your say so now. You say you have to back it up now. It's not a moderate because I say so. Is that what they're saying?
Like I said, maybe I'll have to dig out the. I mean, I'll have to dig it out. I'll have to dig out the.
Rational mind. You will never change,
No.
Random stuff.
I'll give it to you, but I don't just have it right now. So what I'm trying to say is this: I'm going by what is in the public domain. When he was a governor of Borno State, those are the things he did while he was governor. That's what I'm going by. So my point I'm trying to make is this: that judging by the temperature of that country right now, the mood that country is right now, we don't need see, that was why I said on your platform, it was a mistake for Tinubu to have even gone on that primaries. He should have supported somebody, the likes of like maybe a state governor or even Shibajo.
But Tinubu getting that ticket is an act of God now. So it's an act of God.
Huh? Who said that? Who said it's an act of God?
No, the way if you look at it, it's not meant to be there, but he is there. Because all the permutations tell you that it should not be there, and all the realism tells you that it should not be there. All the wants of the people tell you that it should not be there, but he is there. So that indicates that it's an act of God.
What God are you talking? What God are you calling into? Does God say someone should go and pay his way into becoming a president? You know how much he paid his delegates? Why? Let's take God out of this politics. See, this politics of the thing and bringing God into. That is the reason why we are always having this problem. People from the north, they will bring in God. People from the south will bring in God. Everybody, God. I mean, you see, one man, I understand. That's why.
Do you believe in God?
I've thought long and I'll answer your question. I've thought long and short about this whole thing. I find because at one point I even want to stop copying online talking about all this thing, because it sounded to me like there's no way out of this whole mess that we find ourselves in that country. That country will always continue the way it is, except the people really. I mean, like what is going on in I think in Asia now. I mean, I heard about one going on in Panama.
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka, yeah. Except the people go on the rise against these people and change the status quo. If we're thinking election is going to do it, forget it. So my point is, just to answer your question about this Muslim ticket will not sell. For me, it is not something we want to try right now, judging by the mood of that country.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, let's go to World Peace as we start to cascade towards the end. So World Peace, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Man, thank you so much. I was just talking to. I'll have to wake my up middle of the night to talk to him as guy was talking. So I don't want the voice to interrupt. Anyway, that of Tinubu taking a Muslim ticket. Well, he feels that is the best, and he feels he can handle it. If people don't like his choice, they can put somebody else. We don't need to fight and kill ourselves over it. Tinubu pick the candidate, and he knows how to deal with it. People that support Tinubu will vote Tinubu. And people that don't support Tinubu will still not vote him, even though he take Christian. So we should all understand that and move forward from that topic. That of the Labour we're talking about, I don't want to open that space. I want to quickly say something.
No. Brownberry has actually come in to tackle you on that.
Yeah,
so Brownberry,
he's listening. So
he's actually on the screen now. So,
I know, he's listening. So I want him to tell me with facts. I was just talking to my uncle. The crowd you are seeing in Benin is just one segment, and almost all the channels on bloggers are paid channels like that of that Edigin guy, I don't want to call his full name, that own Nigeria Watch, is being paid and sponsored by labor people. So that channel is just more of labor. So if that what people watch and feel that labor is, hold on.
You know, they are so dumb on that channel, though.
Yeah, you understand. I don't watch it. It get me pissed off. If it's that one you are watching, you feel that is win Edo State, then go ahead.
One piece, can we
hold
bet
on now? Hold on now. Hold on. You don't know what I'm going to say.
Let's bet.
Hold on. Let me finish. Then you can interject. Let me say what I'm going to say. Then you can tackle me on what I'm going to say. You cannot tackle me on what I've not said now. So now in Edo State, one man, listen. In Edo State, I'll talk with facts and figures. The only place that they are having hope that is making this crowd is Ward 6. The former chairman who collapsed the structure. His name is Eriko Sayende. He created the structure, Open Secretariat. Yet they are strong there. All they moved there. We have 100 and something ward in Edo State. Now you're telling me we call one ward, the labor will take everywhere. In as we speak now, in Edo South and Edo North, labor are looking for coordinator. What does that tell you? The guy that is championing the labor in Edo State is Yosunde, former ASC. Maybe this guy will know. Ajako will know. He was the former coordinator for AFC, flag bearer for ANC governorship election last year in 2020. How many votes did he get? Not up to 6 or on his own ward. Though AFC got a lot of votes on his own ward. That guy, he moved now to Labour. Now you are telling me with those internet crowd, you are saying, but not what really on ground. You tell me Labour is going to win Edo State. That's where I have problem with Branberry, and I want you to come and take it up with me and tell me with fact and figure, not just word assertion. Thank you, Waman.
One piece, what I'm saying, what I'm asking,
let me quickly land.
The question I want to ask, one piece, based on facts and figures, are you saying categorically that Labour will not win in Edo State?
Win what? Win?
No, that's it's just said it now.
So if it is what you are saying, or if it is what you are saying, let us.
No, that's what he just said. He said based on facts and figures, and based on his understanding as an indigene.
So if you are saying that he's not gonna win, let's bet. I'm ready to bet with you.
Can I?
I'm ready to bet.
Yeah, let's hear from Branberry. Because I think this is why Branberry came in. So Branberry, let's hear from you.
What piece? You said last time that Edo people don't vote for party; they vote personality. You said that, right?
Yeah.
So you called your uncle. I guess your uncle is in APC or one of these parties, right?
Yeah, I have uncle both sides, APC and PDP.
Okay. What's their name? I don't want to say their name. You can write it here. You know what I'm saying?
Listen. Let me first of all tell you my late uncle. Who will give you my picture of all my uncles. Okay. My late uncle. Let me just say, my late uncle is Chief INEC, who brought almost all the PDP on board.
I know him very well. He lives in Lagos. I know him.
He doesn't live in Lagos. Don't know. He formerly owned INEC Warriors.
He used to own
not Francis INEC.
He's not
Chief INEC of Benin Kingdom. His late Chief INEC. He brought Lucky Bender to board.
Okay, not the Ishan guy, not the Ishan.
No, the Benin one. I'm telling you. So PDP. Let me quickly tell you. When PDP was formed, you had what they call the Big Five. It was late Chief INEC, Jasolo, which is a Dehe, BJ. BJ, Omorui, and this young lady, and Chief Uyugwe. There were the 5 big people. Then it was the national.
Hold on. I don't want us to bore people here, okay?
So now you know me where I'm coming from. So if you bring it up, I'll talk to you.
Look, listen to me. I'm not going to bore you too much. I have someone in APC. My elder brother is in APC, and my younger.
It's okay. Just tell me what you want to tell me in the label, and let's take it with facts and figures.
In the last election in Edo State, it was not that we love Obaseki, okay? We just wanted to prove to Oshomole that you cannot tell us who to vote for, okay? And we all rallied around everybody and made sure that Obaseki won, okay? So that same structure has also been put on ground. I'm not going to say too much, but I assure you Because on that day, even the week before, my brother in APC told me that they are going to win. That, you know, we are politicians. Politicians, we are the one that bring out votes. We are the one that bring out people to vote. On that day, they were all shocked. And as I'm telling you right now, most politicians in Edo State, they have been retired. You know what? And we are praying. Even to the
Brother, sorry. Let me help you to put more light on what you are saying. What you are saying is no fact and figure. It's just what assertion.
Just hold on. Let me finish. I'm gonna clap for you. We're gonna come back here. I assure you that even my people that are in APC and APDP, they've already said that they have given up. That Labour Party is going to win Edo State. One, just hold on. And even everybody that is working with all those people that are working with APC and PDP, they have already given up. They are now in Labour. They are now.
So what is your locality? Because what Wolpe is telling us, yes, because they might well be Labour in your locality, in your local government area, but that doesn't account for the entire state.
Labour is sweeping all over Edo State. What people want business? The people want measure. They are all old cargoes. It's mentioning old cargoes here.
Sorry, Brownberry, sorry to interject.
They are not.
Hold on. Sorry to interject you.
Are not relevant.
Sorry to interject you. One man, I think Kaloa and Jacob, which will listen, were here when I first spoke that people voted Obaseki because the way Oshomole treated Obaseki. With the Benin people, with the Edo State, we vote people before party. Please, can you remember when I just said that just not like 30 minutes ago?
You said so. Yeah, you said so. Yeah.
Okay, now, please, can you tell me again what Brownberry is saying right now? Is he speaking anything to fact and figure for just what his analysis just now? What he just analyzed just now? Did he make any fact and figure?
It was emotional.
But is this subjective view like yours?
I know. But when I came out, I said I will come with fact and figure. My last speech just now, I gave. Hold on now. I gave
facts and figures, not emotions. Is what.
I came up with fact and figure. I called the word. I called the chairman. You can verify. Let me tell you, Brownberry. Let me tell me again. My uncle is former Minister of Chief Justice of Edo State.
Okay.
He's Motor. I don't see. I'm telling my family. We are big in politics. Hold on. I'll tell you fact and figure. Hold on. Now, one man, listen, I want to give Brownberry one fact again. In Lagos, hold on, please. In Lagos, Tinubu have SEO Lumo, right? And he uses. Please, can somebody reply to me?
Yes, hello? You have Tony Kabaka in Benin.
Okay, now, in Benin, Kabaka is just one. In Benin, let me tell you now, in APC, we have Kabaka, we have No More Less, we have Shaba. No More Less like 10 of SEO Lumon. Shaba is like 10 of SEO Lumon. I'm just going like very few. Kabaka is just one, like 10 SEO Lumon. Now, that is APC. Now, it comes to PDP, we have Motari, we have Amma Biladin, which is my cousin, we control Upper. Anybody that is in this floor know we call Upper. Upper is like 10 of our Jegula in one place. They control their own police station. They have to go and beg them to relinquish the police station to them. He knows, but know what I'm saying. These are controlled by APC and PDP. Now tell me, who are the people PDP want to Labour want to use at the end of the day of the election to do their groundwork? Now, this again, let me break it down again. Don't forget, Obaseki is not on the ballot.
Sorry, Brownberry, are you anticipating a free and fair election?
I don't understand.
Is that what you are basing your permutations on? The free and fair election?
What is this? He's talking about this Agbero guys. Are they going to come and start killing?
Hold on now. Brownberry, now let me finish. Brownberry, let me finish. Then you can continue. Then, Obaseki, hold on. Obaseki is not going to be on.
You hold on.
Not going to be on the ballot bus.
You hold on.
Hold on, please. Well, let me finish. I
just want.
Brownberry, let him land, and then you counter.
Yeah, Obaseki is not going to be on the bus 2024. The worst is chairman and House of Assembly not going to be on ballot bus till 2024. Election is coming up 2023. Now tell me who Labour is going to use as 2023. Because there's no chairman now. There's no chairman election in Edo State. There's no governorship election. The only election is coming up in Edo State now is Senate and House of Rep, and which a PDP and APC have locked on that spot. There's no single candidate in Labour apart from Senator Irowide that bought ticket who lost the screening. I don't know if INEC will allow contest. Now Obaseki is trying to move his boys because he has a problem. PDP try to move his boys, left the rest of his boys to Labour now. Then who are those boys? I have two people there. My cousin is there. So tell me, Branberry.
Let Branberry come in. Yeah. So Branberry, you counter. Yeah.
You know the people that are going to work. Said PDP, there's no election in those states in 2023. It's just the presidential election. In presidential election, you're going to see on that day that people will come out and vote massively. But I just want to record today's date. Today is 9, right, or 10 July, right? Okay, we're going to record today's date because I don't want us to talk about this anymore. But when election will come and pass, even if Obi didn't win the presidency, but I assure you that Obi will win Edo State. I assure you. I'm not kidding, because your uncles are just feeling your head. I also have people in parties as well. Even up to my village, I have people there that are in APC. They have given up. What are you telling me? They have given up.
Obaseki supports the last speaker's position when he said that everybody has obedience in their family.
They've all given up. I'm telling you, they've all given up on all that. Oh, you know what? But they're going to take their money. They are going to take Atiku's money and they're going to take Bola's money. But they're not going to win. They know already. What are you telling me?
So you're just telling me without no facts, without no
what piece is more specific about structures on the ground around the state that drive
and that is what Ajale Koko talks about, structures.
Yes,
you know, yeah.
It's talking about structures on the ground that wins election.
You're talking about emotion.
And you are not telling us any structure. You are not telling us where laborers have their structures on the ground anywhere. It's just that they're going to win. They're going to win.
They will shock you. This is what we hear all the time. They will shock you. They will shock you.
It doesn't work like that.
What doesn't work like that? One more thing though. Structure is not just to get votes. Structure is also to suppress votes.
To suppress votes.
Yes. Obaseki that once it was not only noise. There was structure on the ground that worked for him.
Bigger party, PDP. Why didn't he go to PDP that time? He moved to PDP. Come on, man.
Obaseki says that
I don't hate Obi. I like Obi.
No, we all saw the clip. We all saw the clip.
Right.
That's just
a big statement.
No, that's a joshing little statement. It's not. It doesn't.
Okay, well, let's not debate it because
I hope people are not hinging on that statement.
No, but it's what we observe. If the major structure is the governor of that state, Obaseki himself is telling you.
Hold on. That's just a cutesy little statement.
Just hold on 1 minute, because the total votes that we're talking about in that Edo State is about 500,000, right? If you look at what happened in 2019,
who said 500,000?
No, leave that. Because
I'm saying
it's 1 million vote in Edo State. The last election, go and check it out.
Hold on. Let me tell you. If you look at 2019, for example, right? Buhari got 267,000 votes. Atiku beat him in that state with 275,000. So if you also look at 2015 in Edo State,
look at 2020 election.
Hold on. In 2015, which is just for us we're gonna look back. 2015, Edo, Buhari got 208,000 votes, and Jonathan beat him over there with 286,000. So you mix up those two, it's about 500,000, just like the other one. But the last election, hold on. The last election you're talking about, which is Obaseki's own election, that both of you agree that there was a message being sent. The man himself, the governor, he's come out and he was quite, you don't see him smile a lot. He was smiling and he said, look, we're in trouble. Everybody's got an obedience in their family.
What are we gonna do? Now he was joshing.
Okay, let me clear your doubt. That statement is a bargain statement. That statement is a bargain statement. You could even understand. At those state right now, there's a fraction between Obaseki fraction and Dan Obi fraction, and Dan Obi fraction might likely win, and he's bargaining his ground. Is leveraging on telling them if they don't give his fraction the upper hand or listen to his fraction, he's going to move his boys to Labour. Now ask yourself, why hasn't his boys come since since he made that statement.
What
Obaseki didn't even win his ward in the first election. Do you know that?
All right. What World Peace has given us is a detailed breakdown of the political structures in Edo State with references and how influences are weighed.
World Peace.
So that's how politics works. We all share optimism. I
World
don't think
Peace.
any of us is too optimistic.
World Peace referred to my chat. I said, if you believe in your facts, let's bet 1K USD.
My brother,
don't worry about 1K.
I respect you a lot, and I respect our session. But when it comes to be, a lot of people are emotional. I don't hate to be. I wanted that Obi or Tinubu to win. I've said it right from day one. But if you want to win, you have to put your foot on ground, boot on ground, and win properly. Don't just believe on internet.
Do you think they have not started recruiting like volunteers that will work with them?
No, I've just told you in Edo Central and Edo North, they are announcing looking for coordinator. You know what that means? They haven't gotten coordinator of look. How many coordinators they need to get in 131?
They don't have structure.
They don't have structure. What are you talking
They
about?
don't have nobody. They don't have nobody on the field. They don't have foot soldiers.
And all these soldiers have been taken by all these old cargo you are talking about. Like I said, Edo people are loyal to they vote people they like. And these people, they have people they like. If you like it or not.
One piece, do you remember during Christmas when Obaseki sent 2 cows and about 5 bags of rice to Tony Kabaka?
Yes.
And it made quite a big splash about that.
Yeah, I remember.
Why would the governor send Christmas meat and food to Anagbero?
Because Kabaka is the first to reckon, like it or not. You must make peace with everybody in Edo State. Everybody's important. And I will forget to mention one other person. The senator, the youth senator, whatever, in APC, that is Terminator. That is 10 of MC Olumo in Edo State. So tell me who Labour is going to use to do their foot soldiers in Benin. And these people are in position. That's what you don't understand. Mutari right now control the road transport union in Benin. Then no more or less they control Borough Pit. These are APC and PDP. Do you think they just pull out their structure and leave PDP and APC alone and go to Labour that has not been in government? It's not going to be possible. The people will vote yes.
Don't worry, they will shock you. This is what they will shock you.
They will shock you. That is what you say.
I'm not going to get vote.
But he didn't just say it now. He described it.
I'm giving you facts. I don't say they're not going to get votes. They will get votes.
Are they going to win in Edo State?
They're not going to win Edo State election.
And I'm telling you that they will win in Edo State.
Which what structure? Which what?
I think Saki is right.
No. But before you put the bet, you describe then how they are going to win, Saki.
Now let me tell you. Today, the OB fashion, they launched like an app. That very app, they just recently launched it on Google Play Store and those things, you know. Volunteers are like they are registering already, you know. Those people that want to volunteer. And there was a comment this guy made the other time. I think.
So what's the name of the app? I'll check it now.
Check it. P2B Nation. Check it.
All right, carry on.
Check it on Google Play Store.
Yeah.
And what is it meant for?
Is it on iPhone? I don't.
What is it meant for? What is that app meant for?
Of course, if the iPhone I'll be using now.
Okay, sorry. Like check it on Play Store. I don't know whether it's on iPhone.
Okay.
Zaki, what is the apps? I mean, what is the apps meant for?
Like everything, but there is a section in that app where they are talking about volunteers, like registration.
Sorry, what did you call it?
P2B Nation. And today alone, it has had up to 100,000 downloads. Check that very app.
Guy, what concerned market women and people in rural area?
No, they are just looking for volunteers.
Thank you. That was my uncle just telling me on my phone.
What concerns people in rural area with arms?
They are looking for volunteers to register. I'm trying to tell you how they are doing their own campaign and all those things. They are looking for volunteers to register.
Volunteers?
When they launched the app, they now said any volunteer that want to work with this labor something should go and download the app and register.
In the rural area?
Yes, John Lekoko, everywhere that Jonathan won, P2B is going to win it. There's no argument about that. We cannot sit here and we'll be talking, questioning.
Are you serious? Everywhere,
Everywhere
even
Jonathan,
including the northern part that Jonathan won.
Including the northern part. Anywhere Jonathan beat Buhari,
Jonathan won the election.
Hold on, please. The point is the fact of the matter. Now, that's my opinion. I may be wrong, but I'm a very reasonable guy. When I tell you something, okay, there was one time I thought I was wrong, and I said that Dati Baba wasn't from Kaduna, and I thought I was wrong. I ended up being right. So the way to go to me, which would be like a measuring stick, Obi is more popular than Jonathan. Trust me. Now, Buhari is tougher than any other northerner or than Tinubu. There's just no question about that. The last elections, 2019 and 15, Buhari is more popular than Atiku and
sorry, I don't want to do all this fanciful stuff.
No, but don't start doing that. We're getting along with everybody's talking.
But how can Obi be more popular than an incumbent president? That doesn't make sense.
I said Obi is more popular than
Jonathan.
No.
That's what you said.
Oh, yeah. Than Jonathan.
Jonathan was an incumbent president. How can he be more popular than that?
Hold on. He already made enemies. Hold on. The point is that there is a favor for Obi right now. You can't question that.
In the southeast, yes. In the southeast, yes.
Not in the southeast, but also in the southeast. Let's not debate silly. Obi is a phenomenon right now. There's just no doubt about that. Is it gonna last? We don't know. But for right now, Jonathan was never this popular, even though he was an incumbent president. He already made enemies. Still, our side gave him
you know what I've noticed? All the voices that I hear telling people that Peter Obi is popular, they are your voices. I don't hear my voices saying it often. I hear Edo voices in instances saying it. Your voice is predominant. What your voice is predominantly, and a little bit of Edo voice. They're the ones telling us that.
I've noticed.
Yeah, go on.
All the voices I've had defending Tinubu aggressively, defending him, whether it's a Muslim ticket, they want to find reasons to back it up, are mostly Yorubas.
Well, there you are. So it's a Wazobia election. It's a Wazobia election now. So why are you there? It's a Wazobia election.
Okay, then say it right now. Let me round off my. You don't think Obi is popular?
Wait, let me round off my.
I think it's popular in the southeast. Yes,
only in the southeast.
And I say that only because the preponderance, the abundance of people that tell me that Peter Obi is popular, they are southeasterners.
Okay, so let the audience make a decision then based on those two things. You say Obi is not a phenomenon, he's not popular. I say he is. So you let people who are watching us and people on this platform decide.
The abundance of my audience, they are southeasterners. You'll be surprised to hear, but they are.
Baba Kure, they don't come any more Yoruba than Baba Kure. He said he's going to vote for Obi. He's right here. Rational mind is Yoruba. He says he's going to vote for Obi. He's right here. Right?
All right.
So
the
point I'm making
let me finish up my.
Finish up your thoughts and then I'll
round. Let me finish up my thought again. I want any person from the south to win. Either Obi, Tinubu, even Abiola's son. There's many people from the south that is on the race, but Obi and Tinubu are more popular. Now, who have better structure? For now, we are saying, Tinubu, let's just remove APC. Tinubu have more structure. Obi does not have the structure yet. But it would be good if he start working on that structure, then better work on that structure so that we can start seeing structure. At least the time is near, it will be good. But if they want to depend on internet structure, they're going to disappoint everybody hope. And that I don't want, like the hope of NSAS. And again, people are filling their brain with these paid bloggers like Naija Watch and other site that is not only obedient site. If you don't say anything against them,
it's quite a spectacle.
Yeah,
those sort of
I know a friend. I've
never seen anything like that.
Yeah, I know a friend. They told Edigin that if you take him out of the show, if he doesn't, they'll stop donating to that show. The guy started his own show. How can you do that? That's wrong.
Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, I'm not criticizing them. He's a Benin man. And I don't think he's a higher gun. He always go for the highest bidder. You will know him right from day one.
All
right. You understand?
Let's not defame.
No, I'm not defaming. Yeah, I'm just saying. So that's how that's the problem I'm seeing with obedient people. They always feel their space where they feel comfortable.
Cite a better one then. There's something called the best evidence rule, right?
Hold on.
You're knocking that one. Where is the better
one?
Hold
on. Let me finish. I'm saying generally, we should get out of this illusion and face the danger on ground. If you really want to win, put boots on ground. Right now, there's an election coming on the Osun. I'm supposed to be hearing that everybody's competing to Osun right now, using the platform that Obi Nation saying everybody goes to Osun and go and vote. Let's make it happen. But all this you are saying from the internet right now, there's no evidence, there's no structure. And that's why I came on board for you guys to challenge me with no people couldn't come up with facts. Please see the danger and work on it. That's my question.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Wopi. So thank you, Wopi, and thank you, and thank you. So sorry. You can correct it in the closing room. Okay, go on. Yeah, go on.
The correction I want to make, because people keep saying use Osun State to make judgment. I don't want you to see that if at the end of the day Labour doesn't win in Osun State, he will see Obi doesn't have anything. I don't want you to say that. After all, with all the structures APC has at the national level, they have never won in Anambra State. They have never won in Enugu State. So I don't want you to use Osun State's election at the end of the day and say Labour doesn't have capacity of winning elections.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, gentlemen. I'll seek to start to round off here. First acknowledging Ayo's super chat and Ayo's super chats to say, it says, take emotions out of it. What they are saying is that the touts are the ones in charge of the deeds that determine who wins Nigeria's elections. So there it is right there. And if you extrapolate and project, you probably land on the truth in what you've just said. But essentially, people permutate on the basis of free and fair election. People permutate on the basis of populism. People permutate on the basis of several things. But the Nigerian political system is quite peculiar. It's a corrupt system. It's a money-based system. It's a violence, sometimes based system. And all of that is enraptured in who becomes the president. 2023 not likely to be that different, although we hope it will be. Take your emotions out of it. What they are saying is that the touts are the ones in charge of deeds that determine who wins the Nigerian elections. So there it is right there, Ayo, with words. I was going to say words of wisdom, but let me say words of wisdom. So Ayo, with words of wisdom. So thank you, Ayo, for the super chat, and thank you, thank you, gentlemen, for the quite engaging conversation. It's been a real full-on one, and as ever, it didn't spiral into. This is the one thing that I just delight in the company of you guys. So we can disagree to disagree or disagree to agree, but we're never really disagreeable. So not a disagreeable conversation, even though a lot of disagreement in the conversation. Sonny Uta super chats to round it off. It says, Obi is only Southeast regional government, please. So, well, don't say that too loudly, otherwise people will come for you. Those are his words, Sonny Uta. Obi is only Southeast regional government, please. I think a lot of people think that, but you are the only one brave enough to say it out.
Who are the people coming after him? Who are the people coming after him? I can't talk to
you. You know, everybody sees everything now.
Pastor will come after him now. Pastor. Only Pastor will come after him. Pastor. I know one person will come after him. Pastor. Pastor, my friend, will come after him.
Good luck, Jonathan, and all that kind of fanciful stuff. But there it is. So there it is, gentlemen. Thank you. So we start to round off. I thought we'd lost Baba Akure, but he states the course this time around. So well done, Baba Akure. And for
Baba Akure is obedient now.
Yes. So thank you. The new recruit to the obedient space. So Baba Akure, holy, we are out of here. So holy, Baba Akure.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, I'm not a new recruit. It's just that I just want to be fair to everybody. The only advice I can give to Nigeria is that go out, get your PVC as you are doing, particularly youth. Get your PVC. This is the time for you to take your country back. If you don't take it back, then you, well, you know what is going to happen. If you allow TINUBU and his cohort,
Baba Akure, don't use our slogan. No, that take your country back is your slogan. You guys should not steal it. You call yourself, but don't steal our slogan. It's your slogan. So just develop your own slogan and use it. Don't use your slogan for any other person.
Okay. Who am I using it for now?
We know where you are. You are obedient now, Abi. Akọrin Yorùbá ronú fún ẹ, má worry. Tí bá ṣeré lọ.
Anyway, honestly, to be frank and sincere, Professor Ajalekoko, every single person on this platform wants Nigeria to be better. Even I am one of those. But if Nigeria doesn't work, where we go on our separate ways, that is it. But right now, the opportunity is here right now to take the. I mean, you say I should not use your slogan, okay? To
rescue our country.
To rescue our country. So it is for the youth right now to go out, get your PVC, vote massively. You people can decide to vote for Tinubu and they can decide to vote for Atiku. But for me, I'm not going to do that. It doesn't really matter. Even he is from my town. I will not vote for him. I will rather vote for Peter Obi, and I still maintain it. Nobody can do anything about it. So any youth that feel that okay, it is Tinubu they want to go for, all well and good. That is not my problem. That's your problem. But go out, get your PVC, vote your conscience. Do not collect 10,000. Do not collect 5,000 because that 5,000 is just for one day. It is not even enough for one day. For the past few years now, or 4 or 5 years now, that you have not received that money, you have been taking care of yourself. Even with the hardship that Nigeria is facing right now, you have been taking care of yourself. So what is 10,000 going to do for you right now? That you want to take 10,000 to sell your 4 years again, where you'll be languish in the same problem. So it is good for you to go out, get your PVC, vote for right person. I'm not campaigning for anybody, but we all know where we want to go. For me, I would rather vote for Peter Obi because to me, I think he is the best person for me at this moment. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's Baba Akure now, a new convert to the obedient movement. So Pansat captures another one. So from Pansat's new captee to the captor. So Pansat, that time of the session again, closing remarks, but condense it just as succinctly as you can. Pansat, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Like I said, this platform, it's a great platform. And today, it's an example of such. If we keep doing it this way, we're going to be packed here. Now, we've got an election coming up here. I guess most people, especially on this platform, we still don't grasp the enormity of what's going on. All right, so we'll come here, we're brothers, and we have this clannishness about us, and that's okay. But what's about to happen is a tsunami. Nigerians are not happy. A lot of people are starving in our country. A lot of people are getting killed. So, yeah, we do have to talk politics, and that's what we're doing here. Eventually, most people, reasonable people, are going to vote for that ticket that Obi has put together. It's going to be a landslide. There's no question about it. You have to be dumb to vote for anybody else that's outside of common sense. There's a finite number of people running: Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi. So on the fact of it's the southern turn, okay, the southern governors have already made it very clear. So that it's time, even if you're a reasonable northerner, you want it to go to the south. So that brings it between Tinubu and Obi. Obi has picked a very erudite, courageous guy, okay, who's not a saint. Obviously, I've seen a remark or two that he made that is completely condemnable. I will have to condemn it. It's a horrible thing to say. So we look at the politics today, but please, let's not forget why we're here. Why we're spending, in the last 6 months, I've been coming here, taking abuses, dishing out my own abuse, because we want to make Nigeria better. I'm sad. I don't need anything. I'm an older guy. I just want us to get the homeland doing better. So it looks like we have the candidate for that. Why wouldn't you want to support him? All right. If you don't support Obi and he loses, fine. It's not gonna die. If you go to the a little bit of the argument we're having, Edo State, I'm very proud of what the indigenous are doing online, and they seem to be very serious more than anybody else. Okay, the Edo that we're talking about, most of the biggest local government over there is probably the Oka local government that has maybe a combination of about 60,000 votes. And then you go further down to Akoko Edo. All these are like evenly divided like that place for APC and PDP. But anyway, I'm getting reminded to quit earlier than what I have to say. I have a lot to say, but I'm pleading with the youth and everybody else, go and get your PVC and vote for the right candidate this time. Let's do this. I know that Nigeria is ripe and ready for a quiet revolution. So let me thank everybody again. Those who would like, John Leko is going to remind you to subscribe and to hit the like button. Let me also add my voice to that. It was a very enjoyable session. Everybody came here to talk their candidate, and it was all good and well. Thank you very much for a fair. If I have a minute, one man, I wanted to ask you your own opinion, because I don't think it's fair that most of the time that you talk, I think you're playing the devil's advocate. So can I ask you just 3 or 4 questions? So you give me yes, no, or the name of something. Call up.
Carry on.
Who's your candidate? Who do you want to win this election?
I was asked that question on your platform, and I told you that Nigeria is my candidate. So it still remains. Nigeria is my candidate. I was trying to explain to the dumbasses that you hang out with that I go through a process of elimination to land on who best fits for Nigeria. So that's my candidate, Nigeria.
I know, but I don't have all day. I'm being rushed by the host of this show. Could you just give me your name? There are 4 prominent people who are running: Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, Omoleye Sholowere. Who is your candidate out of that 4 for this election?
My candidate is Kingsley Moghalu, and anybody that follows this platform will tell you that has always been my candidate, Kingsley Moghalu.
Right. He's also mine, but he's not running. So are you you don't have a choice between those 4, honestly?
Well, if you give me a name, then I will mention it. If you want me to mention a particular name, then I'm happy to repeat it.
No, just tell me. Who is your candidate?
I think I have just done. I told you
but some people have not made up their minds. Why do we have
Nigeria is my candidate.
Okay. All right. So secondly, amongst those 2 vice presidents that are chosen right now, Shettima and Ahmed, who do you prefer? Who's better choice? Who made the better choice?
Well, for reasons that it's a Nigerian election, and for reasons that Yusuf Dati is not a Nigerian, then that automatically precludes him, doesn't it? Because obviously we are not Ghanaian, so we are not going to Scotland to go and look for a president. So it's essentially between Okowa and Shettima, and I think it's a tough choice. But I wouldn't know how to make the choice between Okowa because they both have their strengths. Because Okowa is a silent assassin, as Ajan Lekoko explained to us, and Shettima is a sleek operator. So really, it's an on-the-day decision between the 2 of them. But of course, the Yusuf Dati, the Arabian prince, of course, we are not a Middle Eastern country. We're a West African country.
All right, finally, now remember the first question I asked you is, who do you want to win? So the last question I'm going to ask you, who do you think is going to win this election in 2023? Not your choice, or it could be your choice, but who do you think is going to win? Just the name: Atiku, Obi, Tinubu, or Sowore?
Well, it's difficult to call at the moment because all the permutations, they continue to evolve on a daily basis. Once upon a time, I couldn't really see past Peter Obi getting 500,000 votes, but I've had to revise that position because I cannot fail to acknowledge the sort of movements around him. So that has evolved. And there was a time that thought Tinubu was dead and buried, but clearly he isn't. I think Atiku has the best plan for Nigeria. He's a northerner. So positions continue to evolve as the arguments continue to present. So it's too early to call, as I think you well know.
All right, thank you very much. I'll see you next time. Everybody, thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. So that's Pansat.
One man, does Pansat have a platform?
No, there's no. I don't want to rubbish anybody's space, but
it's Edo platform.
Yeah,
it's not Edo platform. It's Nigeria Watch platform.
Nigeria Watch. They say, don't worry, help is coming. It's a particularly
new
one.
One piece.
Don't worry.
Rugby doesn't want people to rubbish that Edo name. He said it's not Edo platform. It's
Nigeria Watch.
It's a funny, but
oh yeah. By the way, one man, I couldn't donate money on this platform, and I think there's a lot of people in this that come here because your Mr. Ortiz is quite an active chatter. So if you say something he doesn't like, he blocks you. But then that prevents the person to be able to donate money or do whatever. So
please, one man, don't take donation on this platform. That's what they do.
Go through your stuff and remove those people that he blocked. I'm talking about maybe over 100 people are blocked. Like me, I can't comment, but I also can't donate money. I tried. I sent you what I got back.
No, you're not obliged to donate, but it's up to you. The super chat function is there, but I don't push that. But what I am pushing is the like and the subscribe. So if you do that, then you fulfilled all righteousness.
I know, but I want to be able to donate. Yeah. So could you have them remove my name from whatever is preventing me? You saw what I posted.
All right. I don't know. I have to go through the. I don't know, because a lot of people have actually been, even in CBD, had to change his name. Right. And I don't know why anybody would have banned in CBD, but I couldn't find him on the list. So I have to go and labor through that to try.
Thomas complained the same as well.
Thomas as well. So Thomas is not easy. So Thomas complained as well. But thank you for bringing that to my attention. I have to address it. So let's go from Pansat. So that's Pansat. He presents as agreeable today, but the next time he comes, he'll be sparking cutlass on the floor and doing tribal war dance. But that's Pansat. So let's go from Pansat to Saki. Saki. At that time of the day again. Yeah.
Thank you, Woman. Woman is a very smart guy. Sorry, I hope I've not gone beyond the requirements of.
No, keep going in that direction. If you are telling me I'm smart, I'm clever, and all that, so you can stay all day and say things like that. Carry on.
Sorry. Yeah, this platform is.
You're still not shaking that cough.
Yes, it's still there with me.
Yeah, carry on here.
Yeah, so this platform is a very good platform, I would say. It is a platform you have to come, but when you want to come, you have to be prepared, and you have to be mature when you reason. You have to open your minds to criticisms. Because when you are not open to criticisms, you will take the argument to another level that may not be good. So I encourage people to come to this platform. I have always said it, and I'm repeating it again. It appears that this platform has actually possessed me, because anytime I once it is towards the evening, I want to log in, I want to come in, I want to enter. So it is quite a captivating platform. I take every people view very important on this platform. Ajale Koko, you are very much in politics, and I like your contributions. Rational Mind, Kulata, and every other person. So, but let us see it that everybody wants Nigeria to work. The goal, we have one goal, and that very goal is whatever will make Nigeria work. It is a great country. Well, I will be happy if it is great. I don't like how most Nigerians are treated in other countries right now, because our country right now is not even treating us very well. So that is why everybody is just coming to air views, air your opinion, you know. But then don't like think that people are attacking you. Just be open-minded when you're on this platform. Feel free to accept people's views and give your own views. Then on the issue of emotions, like people talk about emotions, like people are supporting these candidates and they are too emotional. You can never remove these emotions out of these things. You know, you can never remove emotions. Even during the time of Buhari, a lot of people that also supported him, they were also emotional. So I think you can never separate that. You can never remove that. So thank you, one man. Thank you for everything. I have to thank you much because it is not easy. I wonder how you stay here for this number of hours controlling things. Come the morning section, you spend this time, evening section. It's not easy. I think we have to actually like give you words of encouragement to give you more energies to do what you are doing. This is the way you are contributing to humanity, and I must have to tell you that God will reward you, in this very way. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Saki. So that's Saki. So thank you, Saki. Please join us again. So that's Saki. From Saki, let's go on to World Peace. So World Peace, the routine.
One man, thank you. Today I'm going to speak different, because there's a lot of danger. If my obedient people are facing, they don't want to acknowledge it, but it's really, really sad. I don't want anybody to work in vain. I want South to come up with flying colors, We must call a spade a spade. I don't want to live in a full paradise, and I don't want to be fooled. There's a danger ahead. There's a danger ahead. Let's acknowledge it. Labour Party have to start putting structure. Let me move to Albi now. Labour Party have to start putting structure on ground. I'll quickly just use my state to make an example. Right now, there's no structure there. Not the internet shenanigans we are saying. They should start doing things that will make them win. They start winning people to their party. The strong people in Edo State that move votes and move crowd. They start moving them. If I don't see that, still or otherwise, we are still in the same place we are. That I see for these people. But everybody go and get your PVC and vote your choice. I always champion that. That's what I champion. That of Shettima of TINUBU is locked, and who else? Peter Obi's advice is locked. But the biggest problem that Obi is saying is the biggest problem the obedient are having is living in full paradise, thinking that Niger Watch or other paid side is fueling their ego, thinking they're going to win. It's not going to happen. 3 things win the election: money, popular vote, and vote suppression. And Peter Obi don't have those 3. So tell me how he's going to win Edo State. And don't forget, Edo State is not on the play. That's why people are shouting. When Premiership starts in Premiership League start just now, start in Edo State or start in the UK. That's the big wearing we cut to have. When BB Niger start, it will go down. Edo State, the market people and the position have the more voices. For God's sake, you are saying, when the market woman starts shouting, the market leader starts saying it's APC or PDP, the story will change. There's danger. Start working on it. The elite don't really vote. It's those touts, those market people, the Agberus, those are people that really vote in Edo State. So don't use Edo State to fuel your emotion. Edo State is not voting this election. They don't even have House of Assembly. It's 2024 for them. Please put your heart together and make your Peter Obi narrative work out. But using competition from internet, it's heartbreaking. That's how I see it, one man. I'll leave it for today. See you in the morning section. Peace. I'm out.
All right. So that's World Peace. So World Peace, I'll recommend a book for you. Is How to Make Friends and Influence People. So yeah, maybe you should go and read that. And slagging people off, calling them all the names you are calling them, is not how to make friends and influence people. But a man that knows how to influence people, rational mind. Your thoughts are rational mind.
Yeah, well, man, thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's been a very thought-provoking session. Yeah, so we just please implore people to like and share if they can, and also subscribe if they're yet to. Yeah, for me, the permutation I'm seeing is the whole thing is seeming like Atiku will have an upper hand, even though I know there is a lot of problem going on in the PDP space now. Even his deputy right now is losing control of his the PDP structure in the state. And again, in Akwa Ibom State, we're seeing what is going on there with the court case that just came up too. So it's seeming like PDP is not getting their acts together. But Atiku seems to have the upper hand. It seems he's the only one that seems not to have more of the scandals that Obi's deputy and your boss and deputy is having. I just want to correct one notion real quick. By Sharia, as I was talking to my friend Jafar, my Fulani brother, I'm not saying I was just summing up the whole 12 Sharia states that Awolowo lost every single vote there. I mean, he lost massively there. I don't know what Jafar was saying when he said, "What do you mean by Sharia?" I mean, by Sharia, I was just being sarcastic in that sense. But anyway, so I'm not a religious, but
you have to stop pushing the religious buttons. Rational mind. You see,
I'm a secular person.
People hold their religion very close to their person. Jafar is quite expansive, and I know he knows how to put things in context. Okay. But some other person might well just flip.
I know. I mean, woman, I can only say that that is why one of the reasons why I don't really show my face on your platform. Because so many things what I say here, I tell you, if I land Murtala airports, I know they'll be ready for me there. You know, I'm I'm somebody that you can easily find. You can even easily find online, but then I just don't want to do that because of for security reasons and for being. Because of my work here, because I work for the government, so I'm trying to not to do that. So anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that, but whatever I've said here, there's no ethnic or religious bigotry or whatever to it. I'm only speaking to what I feel should be rational to every one of us. That in a sinner society, like what we all live here, see how it's done. That is what we wish for our people back home. If we say we are secular by the definition of the fraudulent constitution, Nigeria shall be a secular state, and then we're saying that one religion is pushing its dominance. That is what I'm against. And even though it's Christianity, I would push against it. So if we say we are secular in that real sense, we should be secular. And that is the only way we can have a society we all desire, we all love to live in. But as long as we have this situation that is prevailing in that country right now, whereby we have this religious intolerance and all of that, we will never move forward. No matter how we even change the constitution, if that secular country is not enforced in every strata of that country, especially the civil service, the military service, whatever, anything that is owned by the government, as long as it's not highly pushed that take your religion out of this thing, do your religion, it's a personal thing to you, do not bring it to work, we will not move forward. So, one man, I just want to end on that. Thank you, one man, once more. I have so many things to say, but I just want to take your time. And hopefully in the next session, I hope to be here.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So that's Rational Mind, one of your favorite voices on the platform. So from Rational Mind to another voice that you delight, especially in. Don't cross him, or he will just throw data to this school.
One more, real quick. Sorry, before you take me, I'm sorry to cut you. To answer your question, yes, I believe. I believe. I'm a strong believer in God, but not to the point of being fanatic about it. I think that was the question you asked me, because I remember that you asked me a question. Is that not the question you asked?
Yeah, no, that was the question. I just wanted to be sure, because you seem to have abandoned all the faiths, but not the belief in God. All right. So to collater with the data, let him regale us more with more statistics. So what is the statistics this time around, Collater?
Well, the statistics is Tinubu up by, Tinubu's improved his chances. Let's not lie. And Atiku is kind of like in the dwindles, in the toilet. So, I mean, I know people are pissed off if they hear something that probably doesn't favor Peter Obi, but we have 8 months to go or 7 months. It's going to be up and down, up and down. It's a rat race. So don't be upset. And when people are saying things that they perceive or based on their permutations, don't start saying, "Oh, you know, go better for you. You don't want Nigeria to be great. You can go. You don't need to do all that. People are just talking what they believe is facts to them, or I mean, what they have strong opinions about. So, I mean, take it easy. And well, I think Russia. I mean, one man. I stumbled upon one of your incidents on another platform, and I'm glad this platform is not like that platform. You have the freedom to talk. That place, when I mean, based on what I saw, they gave you, it was more like a concentration camp. You have to you have to say things certain way. You have to, I mean, it's just ridiculous. So glad we have this platform where everybody.
Did I hold my own though in that because you know, I think they were intimidated. You know, they were intimidated. That's what I thought. You know.
You know why I'm laughing? The first guy said, "What you're saying is not constitutional."
It's not constitutional. I'm expressing a personal thought. You are saying this. This is fraud. This is fraud.
You know when someone is talking like one of these student union leaders in Nigeria.
You know, I played it back to my wife. She called me a bully. She said that you are a bully. You know, it was just too funny. You know,
it was ridiculous.
You know, and the host of the space, he was saying to me, "So who is your candidate?
Who's your principal?
I think that was what Pansat was trying to push as well. And I told him that it is Nigeria. You could just hear him, you could feel him almost by you know. And I was trolling them, of course, but then they didn't really get it. They're just so dumb, you know.
I mean, it was funny. It was funny. It's like someone asking me now, who is my principal? Like, what do you mean principal?
Principal.
I like Atiku's plan. Tinubu has the best record as far as I'm concerned. Obi has the better disposition that maybe someone I would like to speak in front of the UN. So, I mean, it doesn't mean I'm going to pick any one of them. I may end up not picking any one of them. I'm just saying things matter of factly.
The guy actually said to me that if I can't say nice things about
I heard that. No, I heard.
I cannot talk at all. And so I said, does that then represent a balanced view? He said, I don't. He said, my God, it was. You know, I'll go and watch it again. Actually,
go and watch it again. It's so funny. I kept watching it. I was supposed to be watching Netflix. I was just listening to it.
It's so funny. You know, just a bunch of anyway. Let me not say that. You know,
but I'm glad this platform is not like that. This platform. Come with your intellect. Come and be prepared to discuss, and you will get some pushback. So if you get some pushback, I mean, you need to like retract, form your new strategy, push your point again. I mean, it's sharing ideas, and this is how you can convince people. And for people that are like disappointed, Tinubu picked a Muslim ticket. This is an instance where you have a clear choice. You can vote your religion, you can vote your ethnicity. You can vote you can vote the values, you can vote whatever the issues, you can vote on issues, you can vote on anything you like. So if you feel Muslim is too uncomfortable for you, go and vote Peter Obi. That's a rational choice. Don't second guess yourself, do it. So everybody take it easy till the next topic. Thanks everybody.
All right, peace. So that's rational. That's what peace sign out. So thank you, Kulata. So that's Kulata now, fast established now as a full voice on the platform. But the fullest voice, of course, the daddy of them all, the master of the universe, king of boys, Ajan Lekoko.
Thank you, woman, and I thank everybody that came on the platform this evening for your contribution. It was quite meaningful. Today's session is another parliamentary session. This platform, as we all know, and I've said it here several times, that this is the best platform, Nigerian platform. In every measure you want to look at it, very accommodating, very interactive, very engaging, very educative, very informative, you know. And this is the platform that allows you to express whatever thought you have and position your view to the world, you know, on the political issues in Nigeria. So this is not a talk and go platform. No, this is not talk and go platform. This is a platform that, you know, we hold you accountable immediately for what is coming out from your mouth. If you want to come and spread propaganda, just want to come and say what you cannot back with facts, you will immediately be held accountable and, you know, questioned. So I thank you. I thank all of you. And as a matter of fact, today, I think it should go down in history that one man and Pansat did not had a very good day. This is what we want between one man and Pansat all the time. I would like this to happen between one man and Pansat. I wouldn't like a situation where one of them will, you know, push another into a serious argument that will, you know, they should not anger each other. So one man and Pansat, I think I really like the way both of you, you know, conducted yourself today. Is quite commendable. And on the TINUBU'S vice president and that of OB's vice president, I think both of them should be discarded. We should not accept both of them. Both of them are, you know, some kind of way extremists. They are haters. On the side of the OB, his position on gays to be eliminated for what they are, I cannot accept that. Reasonable human beings should accept such a person to be in the position of leadership in our country. And Shettima, that we have seen audio, heard audio about him, you know, making derogatory statements about Igbos and such tribal against Igbo. I think that one is another problem too. So it left for us as people to decide on who we want to vote for. But Christians in the North, nobody going to fight for you. Nobody going to fight for you. We all know that religion is number one factor that drives. You have to stand up for your religion as well. If you feel you cannot allow the majority to, I mean, this party, political party, to render you as a second-class citizen in the political scheme of things in Nigeria, it's time for you to stand up and fight for your right. And you can only fight for your right by voting against party that does not have Christians on their ticket. Vote against party that does not have Christians on their ticket. That is the only way you can send the message that, yes, you are, your vote counts. Send the message that your vote counts. And so that next time, they will start to think that, yes, Christians in the North matters
we have to put them on ticket, you know, whenever it's time to do so. So, and the best choice that I will recommend for Nigeria is Omoyele Sowore and his team. These are the people that are fighting for the right of common people. Nigerians should get it right. We should do away with all politicians. They are the same people. They cannot fight for you, can't do anything for you. It's just same more, same more. So other than that, let me thank our people at the commentary section, right from the brother Alexander Gomez, Chairman, Board of Trustee, Woman went to Mo, to Alexandra Akashie, the Secretary, and every other person on the platform at the commentary section. Ortiz, our military man, I say thank you, all of you for coming. Japan, I see you and Rational Mind slugging it out there. I enjoyed it. Please, maybe one day, both of you will come on the screen the way you did it on the on Atiku issue some times ago. Maybe both of you will come on the screen and do it again so that everybody, you can entertain our viewers around the world. So thank you all. And the driver, one man, I will always give it to you, bringing us together all the time. You are the best. And I hope tomorrow you will come back. I promise you, we shall join you and do it again tomorrow. One man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow. Thank you, and have a good evening. See you tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Well, cool. So that's Ajanle Koko. Nobody quite sums it up like Ajanle Koko sums it up. So that's just it. When Ajanle Koko is around, he rounds off the program. And I don't think anybody that follows this platform will have it any other way. I think people will actually throw stones at me if Ajanle Koko is around and he's not having the final word. So the final word from the mighty Ajanle Koko, and that sums up the session. Quite an enjoyable session it has been. You know, we've ebbed and flowed. I don't think anybody agreed on anything, but it was a civil tone. And that is the only thing that I care for, a civil tone. You know, I would really hate a session where people are agreeing too much, because what's the point? You know, that means people are being disingenuous if they are agreeing too much, because people naturally, but Nigerians especially, Nigerians are ego-led people. I think we all know that. Nigerians are ego-led people, and especially the Nigerian male who thinks in his own mind that he's the master of the universe. He takes the opposite view from you, just to show that he has a superior mind. So if we are coming here to agree, then that means we're being dishonest. So yes, we can disagree and we invite the disagreement, but we cannot be disagreeable, because that's just beneath the quality of persons that come here. So disagree, but not be disagreeable. So that's going to be the slogan of the platform. Disagree, but not be disagreeable. So there it is, and there it has been. So that rounds it off. The usual protocol. Make sure you've clicked on the like button. If you stayed with the session, it's just, sometimes I just want to abandon on asking for the likes. You see a whole bunch of people on the stream, and then it doesn't match up with the like button, and then you wonder why they spend all that time, but cannot even make the effort to click on one lousy button. So click on the lousy button if you haven't done that already. Click on the like button. And if you're not already subscribed, click on the subscribe button in that same motion. So it's just a seamless click. So just do that seamless click, just 2 clicks, the like and subscribe. Haven't done that, to fulfill all righteousness, you can share the stream on your places that you mooch around on social media, your WhatsApp groups with your old friends from school, and all of those places that you ferret about, like, you know, like a ferret, you know. So do all that. So like, share, and subscribe is the summary of all that long-winded thing. Like, share, and subscribe. So that helps propel the channel. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation within the comment section, but here I say peace.